I struggle to adjust to my new life as Alpha. 𝐸𝐥𝐼 comes back to haunt us, bringing with it his brother Liam, who was lost for years. And just as we're dealing with this family surprise, a brutal murder shocks the pack, forcing me to confront the harsh realities of leadership. Chapter 1. The winter had passed without me even noticing. Gone were the skies of marbled grays. Now a soft blue glow hovered above me, simmering through the fluffy white clouds. Blossom delicately lined the trees like frosting on a cake, in pale pinks and creams. There was a kiss of coldness in the air. However, this only heightened the warmth of the sun's rays. Its tree, previously bare and bracken, was now clothed in bright green leaves, sprouting from every branch and stretching beneath the illuminating sunlight. "So this is where you run off to all the time," a warm voice hummed behind me. I could feel his presence looming over me as I kept my gaze on the headstones in front of me. Freshly cut flowers lay before them, in an attempt to brighten the dim gray granite. There was a cruel sense of irony to the stones, their youthful strength and unwithered body, while they represented the perished and deceased. Something new that would last forever to mark something that's already ended its life. "Sweetheart." His deep voice sighed sympathetically as he neared my hiding place and saw what I saw. But I wasn't sad. They were together. Maybe not physically, but in spirit they had been reunited, and their graves were side by side, just like they always wished. "How did you find me?" I asked him, never shifting my gaze from the stones. The gold italics swirled along them, reminding me of all they were and all they meant. "I tracked your scent to the river and then heard you whispering," he admitted, taking a seat on the dew-covered grass beside me. His proximity was enough to increase my body temperature to an unhealthy reading. I finally turned my head to face him, the man I was completely, head over heels in love with. His caramel-colored locks had grown slightly since I first met him, giving him more of a wild, rugged look. A perfectly straight scar shot through his left eyebrow from his fight with Alpha Dean a few months ago. Beneath the perfectly sculpted brows, except for the scar, were his breathtaking eyes. The cool, crystal sapphires glowed with small emerald flecks shimmering in the sun's rays. His body was still largely built, even larger than it was before after all the training and working out he did. His bulging muscles and chiseled chest still made my mouth water. Overall, his boyish charm and manly handsomeness made me fall in love with him all over again. But at this moment, what turned my heart to complete goo was the sweet smile that contorted his face. Small dimples appeared in the hollow of his cheeks and tiny crinkles outlined his eyes as he grinned sincerely. It was rare that it wasn't a smirk or a mischievous grin that shaped his lips, but when it was a genuine smile, I melted on the spot. "Are you okay?" Zach asked me, his voice manly and deep yes. He raised his eyebrows and shot me the daring look I had become so used to. "You know you are supposed to be in school right now," he reminded me sternly with a hint of a smirk on his soft lips. "So are you," I challenged, grinning widely at him. "I am 19. I finished school a year ago." His eyes twinkled in victory and I let out a huff. "Did you actually go to school?" I asked him, realizing there was so much I didn't know about this guy. Over the last month we had gotten to know each other better. Not having any major drama to distract us now, Alpha Dean was deceased and his son was actually one of my close friends. He was the alpha of his own pack and we helped each other become strong leaders. Zach shrugged. "I did, but I had to keep moving, so I never stayed very long." He gently pulled me closer to him, snaking his arm around my waist. The warmth of his skin pressing against me caused me to melt into his strong hold. "So, are you going to tell me why you aren't in school?" he asked, staring down into my eyes. I shrugged my shoulders lightly, resting my head against Zach's. "I have other things to do." His lips pressed firmly against my forehead, resting there for a while before he pulled away and cradled my head against his chest. His long fingers threaded through my thick, wavy locks. Over the past few months, they had grown rapidly and now tumbled down to my waist. While I hated the extra time it took to wash as well as style, Zach insisted I leave it long. "How long have these been here?" he asked me quietly after several moments, referring to the sturdy stones I was staring intently at. "I bought a headstone for my mom a few years after she went missing, when I finally gave up waiting for her to come back. Dad didn't know, but I placed it here. Somewhere I come when I need space or I need her," I explained to him. "And Dad's? I bought a few weeks ago. I wanted them to be together." I shrugged and he nodded in understanding. Our hands curled together between us and his skin was warm and comforting. We didn't speak another word to each other, simply relaxed in the other's company. However, not long later, a faint trembling pulled us from our bubble of solitude, and soon, small droplets were spotting on the ground around us. The sky had glazed over with a steel gray color and the glaring sun was concealed by the rain clouds. "We should head home," Zach stated, pulling himself to his feet and reaching his hand out to me. I placed my own hand over his and it was immediately enveloped in his soft, warm skin. He gently tugged me up to my own feet and shrugged his jacket off his shoulders. Seconds later it was draped over my own, providing shelter for me while Zach's plain white shirt soaked through, clinging to his skin and emphasizing every muscle. One of his strong arms curled around my shoulder and guided me away from my solitary place, the lake I visited when I needed to be alone. Nobody knew about that place, not my mom when I was little, not my dad and none of my friends. It was my safe place amongst the storm, and yet I was happy to share it with Zach. He led me all through the forest, ducking under the shelter of the trees along the way, avoiding the now heavy rain. Birds overhead squawked, flapping through the trees to find shelter. Their sodden feathers made their wings heavy, much like my sodden clothes made it difficult to walk. Hastily, we trudged along muddy pathways, our shoes squelching along the way. The smell of pine and wet dog wafted through the air, mixed with the scent of Zach's cologne and a sense of longing and a feeling of home sunk in. Once we finally reached my home in the center of the village, Zach ran ahead to unlock the door and we both bundled into the dry. We aimed straight for the living room and in seconds, Zach was lighting the fire to warm us up. The beautiful glowing flames flickered delicately, reminding me of the ceremony at my father's funeral. My eyes locked on the oranges and yellows, watching them dance. Tears pricked my eyes at the bitter, sweet memory. While the ceremony itself was beautiful, the occasion was bleak to say the least. "So what have you actually been doing while I was training?" Zach positioned himself on the sofa beside me and pulled me closer to him, apparently noticing the shift in my mood. "Just sorting through the office. I found a box of some diaries my mom kept and my dad had more paperwork than he had personal belongings." I laughed solemnly. It was so typical of him to remove unnecessary belongings but keep several copies of every pack member's file. "Need help sorting through them?" Zach offered, tucking me further into his hold. "No, it's okay." I snuggled into him with a small smile. "Thanks," I whispered, reveling in the warmth and comfort he provided. He ran his long fingers through my matted, dripping wet locks. For what? For everything. Chapter 2. After a long warm shower, I dried my hair quickly with the dryer and made my way back downstairs. Zach was leaning against the counter, with his arms folded across his chest. He handed a large mug of hot chocolate with cream layered on the top and marshmallows sprinkled with chocolate pieces. Thanks. I smiled at him as I took it out of his hand. We sat, in content silence, for a while before my phone chimed on the counter between us. Hello? I answered, not bothering to check the caller ID. I currently receive calls from every member of my pack, so saving numbers would be tedious. Hey Elle, there is someone trespassing on the borders. Tyler, my beta wolf, informed me. Okay, thanks Di. I will be there in a minute. Can you go ahead and check them out? I asked him, wanting to finish my drink before heading back out in the cold. While I was showering, the rain subsided, but a strong, crisp wind swirled through the valley, whipping up debris off the floor and catapulting it through the air. Yeah, see you in a minute. He ended the call abruptly, and I knew it was because he was already halfway there. Tyler was an amazing beta, and although he was skeptical about how ready I was for the position of alpha when my father died, he had helped me out loads over the past few weeks. I let out a frustrated groan and downed the rest of my drink, scolding my tongue in the process. I have to go, I huffed, tugging my coat off the hook. I heard, stay safe, okay, sweetheart. Zach responded in a pleading manner. He pulled me towards him and pressed his lips firmly against my forehead. I planted a quick kiss on his lips in return before scurrying down the hall. I will, I called and slipped out the front door. Outside, the cold wind whipped my hair to and fro, matting the dark waves over my face. I tucked the strands behind my ear and progressed forward, heading in the direction of the border. Eventually, I came across Tyler and a few of the protection wolves gathering in a circle. Tyler's sharp voice could be heard over the howling wind and was directed at the man before him. His hair was a pale shade of brown, almost copper, and was windswept over his head in a messy but neat flick. It looked purposeful, yet some of the hairs were fly away from the wind, adding to a wild look he seemed to pull off with ease. To thick and heavily hooded eyebrows arched over his piercing blue eyes. Those cold eyes locked onto me as I approached him, and a sense of familiarity went coursing through me. His scent was a concoction of wet dog and burning embers, and it created a feeling of warmth within me. He had a bulky build, with broad, squared shoulders that indicated he was ready to fight. However, upon seeing me, he visibly relaxed, which boiled my blood. His muscular arms were currently being contained by the protection wolves, keeping him captive until my arrival. Who are you and what are you doing on my territory? I asked sharply, not in the mood for light chit-chat with the trespassers. He smirked slightly, and I couldn't stop a scowl from erupting on my face. Hey sweetheart, I am here to see the alpha, he stated casually, relaxing somewhat in the wolf's arms. I'm the alpha. What do you want? I snapped, and his expression morphed from cocky to shocked. His eyebrows shot through his forehead, brushing against his hairline. His crystal blue eyes were as wide as saucers, and his mouth drooped in the corners. You Ray, the fearsome alpha reed that took over from the ruthless father a few months ago. He gasped incredulously, and I nodded. But he stuttered slightly. But you're a woman. I am, I answered with a nod. I thought women couldn't be alphas. He furrowed his brows, looking me up and down as though he was waiting for me to morph into a man at any moment. That was a ridiculous tradition that dated back 1,000 years. I snapped, narrowing my eyes. Now, I won't ask you again. Who are you? I spoke slowly, articulating each letter that pooled out of my mouth. I watched with great satisfaction as his throat had bobbed up and down from a gulp. Sorry, my name is Liam, and I came here to ask for your help, he explained, looking me straight in the eye. I nodded slowly and turned to Tyler. Leave us, please, I ordered him with a swift nod to the two protection wolves. Instantly, they dropped the arms of the man and he crumbled to the floor before quickly regaining his posture. Tyler raised his eyebrows. Are you sure Alpha Reed? I glanced between him and Liam and nodded I could easily defeat him if necessary. Tyler nodded in understanding and without another word, swiveled on his heels and vanished into the thick of the forest, leaving me with the trespassers. Wow, you're quite scary for a hot chick. He chuckled, raising his eyebrows in admiration as I turned back to him. I narrowed my eyes a fraction, my face concealing any emotion to his inappropriate comment. What exactly is it you need my help with? I'm very busy and you trespassing on my territory is punishable by death, so quit wasting my time and give me a reason why I shouldn't kill you. Of course, I could never actually kill the man. He had done nothing wrong. However, as Alpha, I needed to scare off any trespassers that may actually want to harm my pack. You really are scary, he commented before quickly shaking his head. I was hoping you could help me find someone. A pleading and hopeful expression swiftly contorted his face. Who's this someone? I asked, curiosity eating away at me. My brother. I was abandoned as a child and went on a search for my family. By the time I had found them, they were all slaughtered except for my brother. I found out about him some years later and set off to find him. I believe he may be a member of your pack. My mind flooded with questions. However, I had no right to ask them, so instead, I asked the one I needed to know. Does your brother have a name? I thought over all the members of my pack, trying to figure out who he could be in relation to. His surname is Thorn. I don't know of his first name. He sighed and my jaw umbled open. Suddenly, everything clicked into place and I saw this man in an entirely different light. The charming personality and cocky attitude, the new traveler he had already called me, the identical bone structure with the sharp jawline and prominent cheekbones, the exact same muscular build and the piercing icy blue eyes I fell in love with at first sight. How could I have missed it? Liam obviously noticed my revelation as his eyes lit up. Do you know him? His voice dripped with hope and desperation. I know someone with the surname Thorn. I nodded. My voice came out in a low whisper, but he heard. Is there any way you could introduce them to me? Is there a possibility he could be my brother? There is a large possibility. His parents were murdered along with the rest of his pack. He is maybe a few years younger than you appear and you definitely look like brothers. I informed him. Come with me. Liam walked at my heels and not an inch further through the woods towards the house, and I could feel the hope and wishful thinking radiating off him. Alpha Reed, he whispered after a few moments. It took me a while to register that he was talking to me. It was always my father that answered that name. Yes, thoughts of Zach's reaction to Liam hammered in my mind. Somehow, I didn't imagine they would run into each other's arms and be happily reunited. What's his name? I hesitated for a second, but reluctantly spilled the bit of information. It's Zach. I could tell Liam was genuine and desperate to find his brother, so I didn't feel it was right to conceal information about his possible family. We finally reached the door to the house and my breath hitched in my throat. Zach had a brother. He had a family. I sincerely hoped that he didn't push all of that away. I pushed the door open with bated breath, and it didn't take long before he was bundling down the hallway like a bulldozer, trampling on everything in his path, eyes ablaze with fury and fists balled at his sides. Chapter 3, Who the hell are you? He snarled as he reached the end of the hallway and towered over me, facing off with Liam. His crystal eyes were glassed over with glacial rage. He glared at the man who had been so excited and had worked so hard to find him, and I saw Liam's sparkling eyes dim slightly at Zach's hostility. After not getting an answer, his glare snapped to me. Why the hell did I see Tyler and the others come back without you? He growled, narrowing the frost-coated orbs at me accusingly. Ah, that's why you're grumpy. I nodded in understanding before sighing. I sent them back. Instantly, his hand gripped my wrist aggressively. I told you to stay safe, not be left alone with a stranger who is trespassing on our territory. He sent me his signature daring look, warning me not to do it again. Sorry. I smiled and placed a gentle kiss on his lips before pulling away and turning to Liam. Zach, this is Liam. Liam, this is Zach. I introduced and then stepped back slightly, still in Zach's firm grip but out the way of their meeting. Who are you? Zach repeated curtly. You could still hear the hostility pouring from his voice, but it was a little less brash than before. I am. Liam trailed off and sent me a sheepish look. His eyes were pleading and desperate, and I felt pity swimming in my mind. Zach, I whispered gently, knowing this news was delicate and would change his whole life. This is Liam Thorne. I squeezed his hand comfortingly as I awaited his response. He fixated once again on Liam. I smeared ice as they stared each other down. A cold silence froze the air and sent shivers over my spine. Suddenly, a sharp tug on my wrist sent me flying behind Zach, and next thing I knew, I was pushed up behind him. Who the hell sent you? He snarled. His deep voice was frosty and sharp, and I hadn't heard him sound as angry since my dad was killed. What? Liam, on the other hand, spoke quietly and his voice wavered. Who sent you? Zach demanded aggressively. Zach, I whispered, but it was pointless. Get out. He boomed after another span of silence. I don't know who you are, but if this was some attempt to get to Ella, you won't succeed. Get out. Liam was frozen in his place, watching his little brother have a fit before his face crumbled and the light in his eyes flickered off. He nodded gently and turned to trudge out the door, head hung low. I watched with tears brimming my eyes as he closed the door behind him, and soon his scent was fading. Zach's body stood, tense and firm in front of me before he snapped around to face me. Don't ever endanger yourself like that again, he warned, raising his eyebrows in his usual daring manner. Zach, my voice was barely a whisper, and I cut myself off, not knowing what to say. He had pushed his only family away because he was scared to let someone near me. The heartbreak on Liam's face after searching for years for Zach made my own heart shatter in my chest. He was a fraud, he demanded firmly, trying to convince himself as well as me. Was he? He looked just like you. The eyes, the face. He even acted like you, Zach. He called me sweetheart, for crying out loud. I laughed, holding his face in mine so he couldn't hide his emotions from me. He isn't my brother, he murmured back, fear ablaze in his eyes. The story fits. I shrugged. And if he was here to hurt me, he had his chance when I was alone with him. Instead, he just asked for help finding you. No, was all, he replied. Zach. It's okay to let someone in, I promised, placing a kiss on his lips and turning to walk away. I shut myself in the office, leaving Zach to sort out his thoughts and calm down a little when my phone rang once again. I checked the caller ID before pressing it to my ear. "Tyler," I called. "Everything okay?" "Not really. There are more wolves at the border, asking for you. They aren't quite as calm as the other was and they are putting up a fight. They have some, reservations about a female alpha," he informed cautiously, and I let out a sigh. "Okay, how many are there?" "We have 3 of them, but there is still one more, I think," he admitted reluctantly. I knew he had attempted to deal with this situation alone, and having failed to do so irritated him. "I will round up the last one. Can you get rid of the others or take them to the cells if necessary?" I instructed him before terminating the call. I found Zach leaning against the kitchen counters with a drink in his hand. "Hey," I smiled meekly. "I have some business to deal with." Instantly, his eyes snapped from his drink to my own and he narrowed them slightly. "What business?" "There are a few more wolves at the border," I admitted, and his sapphire eyes glazed yellow before fading back to blue. "I'm coming with you," he demanded, and I shook my head. "I will be fine. Tyler and 3 protection wolves are already there. I just need to oversee things." I bended the truth a little. He snarled and then flickered his eyes from the drink to me and back again. "Pull the same stunt as before and I swear to God." "I won't," I assured him, grasping his stubble-deep chin and planting a kiss on his lips. His sweet taste was overpowered by alcohol and his usual soft lips were dry and chapped. "Don't drink too much, please." "Okay," he agreed, snaking his arms around my waist and pulling me against him. "I love you," he hummed. "I love you too." I was soon racing to the border, desperate to deal with this and get back to Zach before he drowned himself in alcohol. I trudged through the woods, scanning my surroundings for anyone or anything unusual. A wolf scent lingered in the air, but the direction wasn't clear. I focused on it, blocking everything else in my mind. Soon, a trail of wolf wrapped around the trees surrounding me, not giving a clear idea as to where it ended. It was as if the wolf had done figures of 8 around the woods, weaving around the shrubs and deliberately masking its trail. And that's when I realized they had. It was an ambush. As if sensing my sudden revelation, 3 large figures emerged from amongst the thick of the trees. One directly in front of me, with shaggy blonde hair and illuminated amber eyes. His long pointed fangs bared viciously as he stalked towards me. Returning the aggression, I initiated the change and flashed my eyes a bright, simmering flame. My razor-sharp claws tore through my fingertips and pointed fangs burst through my gums. "Ella Reed," the man in the middle sneered, deliberately disobeying me by calling me Ella and not Alpha. My wolf unleashed a surge of dominance, knocking them back slightly, but they proceeded to prowl towards me, unbothered. I knew I could fight them off quite easily. I was stronger and faster than them, and with full dominance, I could make them cower beneath me. However, when the 2 at the side grasped my arms and hauled my back against the tree, I could do nothing but stare, gobsmacked as the middleman swiftly removed my shirt and began railing his grimy hands all over my topless body. I snarled and growled, but the man simply dismissed me and pressed his lips to the crook of my neck. His fangs grazed lightly over the left side of my neck before he quickly pulled away. "She's marked," he stated, his amber glowing eyes glaring into my own. I couldn't prevent the smirk as he studied the mark on my neck. The two deep tooth marks were spread far apart, covering the entire side of my neck. They showed not only Zach's size in there for his ability to fight, but his dominance. He had marked me as his, like I had marked him, and only someone who could produce a bigger mark would dare to touch what was his. However, after contemplating his options, he continued to pepper my neck with kisses while his sidekicks held me firmly in place. I was trapped. And then, I felt the fangs push through the flesh on my neck. Chapter 4. It was a threat, plain and simple. He had ignored Zach's mark and had marked me as his himself. Anger surged within me as his hands lowered slowly from my breasts to my shorts. His grubby hands delved down between the material and my skin while I struggled desperately to shake him off. My back was pressed firmly against a tree, and there was a wolf in front and one either side of me, blocking my escape. My hands were pinned to the side of the tree, and a heavy foot rested on each of mine, stopping me from kicking at them. Ever so slowly, he pulled his fangs out of my neck, blood dripping from them, and while I could tell it would scar, it would be barely noticeable compared to Zach's mark. His fangs were much smaller than Zach's, and the mark was nowhere near as deep. The hand that was down my shorts lowered further, curling round my thighs and cupping me. His free hand pressed firmly over my mouth, preventing me from biting and muffling my snarls and shouts. I winced as his fingers trailed lightly over the material of my underwear and his lips found the inside of my bra. Tears brimmed my eyes as I knew I couldn't get out of this. He could do whatever he wanted to me, and I couldn't stop him. Just as his hand flicked aside the material of my underwear, it was tore away from my body and his entire arm was twisted away from me. His neck snapped out of place and his body collapsed to the floor at my feet. The grip saw my arm loosen, and I didn't waste a second before turning to the one on my left, growling and barking at him. He backed away instantly, but I refused to let him off that easy. Beside me, Liam was caging the other man against a tree, snarling deeply at him as his eyes blazed. His claws reached his throat and rested lightly on his skin, threatening him but not harming him. I did the same with the man before me, placing one clawed finger to his windpipe and adding enough pressure to cut off his oxygen but not to tear through his skin. With the other hand, I pulled my phone from my pocket and dialed Tyler's number. After several rings, he answered. "Get here now?" I demanded, and with that, ended the call. Seconds later, he came charging through the woods, followed by the protection wolves. "Elle, what happened?" he asked, surveying the scene. I still remained topless, with small droplets of blood dripping from the holes in my neck. An unconscious man lay on the floor while Liam and I pinned the other two against nearby trees. "I thought you said there was only one," I hissed, pulling away from the man in front of me and allowing him to breathe. "I thought there was. I'm so sorry, Elle." He sounded sincere, and I knew Tyler wouldn't let me get hurt intentionally, so I took a few breaths and nodded. "Take all three of them to the cells. They can be a present to my boyfriend tomorrow." I watched as the two conscious wolves squirmed, their Adam's apples bobbing from the gulp. "Yes, Alpha Reed." One of my protection wolves, Sophie, nodded, and then she dragged the unconscious one away. The rest of them took hold of the other two, leaving me with Liam. I turned to him to witness his blazing eyes fade back into the beautiful icy blue color. He stared at me for a second, shifting from one foot to the other uncomfortably, and that's when I realized I was still topless. Instantly, I grasped my shirt and pulled it over my head, realizing all the protection wolves had seen my bra as well as Tyler. That was something I would be keeping from Zach. "Thank you." I smiled at him gratefully and he nodded. "No problem." He shrugged nonchalantly. No, really. Thanks. If you hadn't have come, I trailed off, not daring to think about what might have happened. He nodded in response. Are you okay? He nodded towards the tooth-shaped holes in my neck that were still oozing with blood. Yeah, it will barely leave a mark. I shrugged. You really going to let Zach have them? He laughed. It was a familiar laugh, a little deeper than Zach's throat-tight R, but familiar nonetheless. They deserve it. I grinned and then realized he would probably be worrying about now. I should go, but I owe you so. If there is anything you need or you want to stick around, let me know. I nodded and he smiled solemnly. Thanks, bud. I won't stay unless I am welcome. He explained, and I knew exactly what he was referring to. He came here for Zach, and the only reason he would stay was for him, okay? I nodded and turned to leave. Thoughts of Zach swam through my mind. I paused to turn back to Liam. He does know you're his brother. He will come around eventually. He thinks I am putting you in danger. Sadness swam in his eyes, and I felt pity for Liam. It seems to be his primal instinct. I rolled my eyes, making sure I am safe. When he realizes I am, he will come looking for you, so don't stray too far. I begged and he nodded. Let me walk you home. He more demanded than asked. I will be okay. I turned to leave again, but just like his brother, Liam was stubborn. I'm walking you home. In case there are more of them. Okay, I laughed, thanks. The two of us strode through the woods for a long while in silence, both deep in thought. So how come you were out alone? He asked me after a while. I am alpha, you know. I don't need a babysitter. I laughed and he nodded. I noticed. But Zach doesn't seem like the type to just let you walk around alone. He raised his eyebrows expectantly. No, a few months ago. Someone was after me and Zach killed him. But he still worries that he wasn't working alone or someone else will come after me. I explained, shrugging slightly. There was nothing I could do about Zach's protectiveness, and I knew he was just trying to keep me safe. And were they? Liam asked. I raised a questioning eyebrow and he continued. Working with the guy who was after you? I shook my head. No, they were just idiots. There are a lot of people who aren't particularly happy with a female alpha and feel the need to express that unhappiness. They weren't the first, and I'm sure they won't be the last. He nodded with a solemn expression on his face but kept quiet. We soon approached the house, and when we were about a meter from it, the door burst open. Zach's face was red with anger and his fists were clenched so tightly. His knuckles were white. What are you doing back here? He screamed at Liam, approaching him rather quick. Zach. It came out my lips as barely a whisper, but it was enough. His direction switched and soon his demeanor relaxed as he strode towards me. What happened? He demanded sternly, reaching out to me and pulling me against him. It was an ambush, I whispered, pulling away to see his glare snap to Liam. No, it wasn't him. He stopped them, I assured him, reaching for his chin to turn his attention back to me. Love and affection flooded into his eyes, washing away the anger as he looked at me. I melted in the hold of his eyes. Although they were icy and cold, they sent warmth surging through me. Suddenly they snapped back to an amber color, flames ablaze as they zoned in on my neck. What the hell is that? He seethed, tilting my head so he could assess the damage. They didn't exactly attack me in a violent sense. I mumbled as his whole body trembled with fury. They tried to mark you. His voice was more of a growl than speech. Where are they? In the cells. I thought you might want to deal with them. Now a new fire flickered in his eyes, lighting up his face. The adrenaline that comes with revenge fed his fire like fuel. They grew and danced in the orbs of his eyes. He pulled me against him once again, resting my head against the beat of his heart. I turned in his arms to face an uncomfortable-looking Liam. "Liam, thank you," I repeated, desperately needing him to know how grateful I was. "It's not a problem. I am going to go. See you," he mumbled, and I smiled bye. "Stay safe, okay?" he asked. "I will," I promised, and a smile crossed his face. "If you ever change your mind, you are always welcome here. I owe you a lot," I said. "Thanks," he muttered and then turned to leave. He trudged through the inner circle and approached the edge of the gardens. I glanced up at my boyfriend with an expression of pleading and expecting. Liam had now proven he wasn't a danger, so Zach had to believe him now. He frowned down at me and shook his head until Liam was far in the distance. His eyes were narrowed and staring daggers at me when he sighed. "Wait." I squeezed his hand in encouragement and smiled when I saw Liam halt across the village. "Stay." Liam twisted around on the spot to face us again, eyes wide and eyebrows high up his forehead. "What?" "Stay," Zach repeated. "You protected Ella and I owe you everything for that. So stay." "Really?" "Yes," was all he said before turning back inside. "Okay." Liam nodded regardless, a radiant smile lighting up his face. "You can stay with us until I find you a house," I offered, remembering how that worked out the last time. Chapter 5 Morning. Zach grinned devilishly as he sauntered into the kitchen the next morning. I sat at the counter with a cup of tea in my hands, scrolling through all of my messages from Tyler about what was happening in the pack and what I needed to do today. "Morning," I smiled, watching him grab the ingredients to make breakfast. "You're in a good mood." I raised my eyebrows at him. "I get to kill 3 people that laid their hands on you last night," he reminded me, smirking. His crystal eyes glazed over with fury for a few seconds, but the thrill of revenge swept it away instantly. I laughed as he moved around the kitchen, frying eggs and buttering toast. The aroma of cooking flooded the house, and I visibly drooled over not only the delicious smell, but his muscular back flexing as he worked. "Hey," Liam called as he entered the kitchen, taking a seat at the bar to my left. "Hey," I greeted politely, waiting for Zach to do the same. "Here." He handed me a plate of food before leaning over the counter and pressing his warm lips to mine. "Will you be okay?" he asked, flitting his eyes towards Liam and then back to me. "I will be fine." I sighed and rolled my eyes at him before taking another sip of my drink. He nodded hesitantly and turned to leave. "Have fun," I called. "Oh, I will." He laughed from the hallway. "I love you." "I love you too," I replied, and soon after he was closing the door. I turned to Liam, who sat beside me, awkwardly twiddling his thumbs. "Sorry, he will warm up to you," I chuckled, rolling my eyes. "It's okay. He left me alone with you." "That's a start, right?" He laughed back, shrugging slightly. "He isn't usually this much of an asshole," I told him, standing from my seat. "Did you want some breakfast?" I sighed, realizing Zach hadn't offered. Don't worry about it." I shook my head lightly and passed him my untouched plate. "Here." I rounded the counter and switched the stove back on. "Thanks. Can I ask you something?" Liam called as I retrieved another egg from the fridge. I cracked it into the saucepan and then turned back to him. Sure. I nodded and he hesitated. Are they your parents? He nodded towards the photo of them on the counter. My dad had his arm slung around my mom's shoulder and she was leaning into him, taking the photo. In the background was a beach and the sky was a clear blue. It was my favorite picture of them. My mom looked as stunning as ever with her long waves shaping her face. Her wide smile spread, making small dimples in her cheeks. Her bright blue eyes reflected her happiness, and they were gazing lovingly into my dad's. My dad held her protectively. His muscular arms held her against him, and his broad shoulders were squared, ready to fight off anything that approached her. He was also smiling brightly, looking relaxed and peaceful in her arms. His eyes were glazed over with the clear love and admiration he had for her. Yeah, they are. I nodded with a smile. I have trespassed here before. He chuckled and I snapped my focus from the toast I was buttering to him. What? Yeah. I was adopted by humans and then when I started to transform, I ran away. I sort of figured out the whole werewolf thing alone and then started to search for my family. I accidentally trespassed here and met your dad. He explained and then shifted his gaze from the photo to me. Nice guy. He laughed. I bet. You're still alive though, and I assume my mom had something to do with that. I laughed and he nodded. Yeah? Your dad kind of threatened to kill me and your mom slapped him and was yelling at him to leave me alone. She convinced him and then helped me track my parents down. She pointed me in the right direction and answered my questions, he explained. We were silent for a while, both thinking over the memories of my parents. I met you, he stated after a while. Really? I questioned and he nodded. Yeah, you were probably 5 or 6. You were playing with dolls. He laughed and then narrowed his eyes at me. You ripped their heads off. I burst out laughing at the memory and nodded. Yes, I used to pretend they were vampires and would pull their heads off and show my dad that I could fight vampires. Where are your parents? He asked quietly. My mom was taken when I was 7 and I don't know exactly when she was killed, but I think it was recently. And my dad was killed a few months ago. I told him and he scrunched his eyebrows. By who? The same person's act murdered to protect me. I told him, sitting beside him to eat my now cooked breakfast. I'm sorry, he whispered softly. I'm sorry you never got to meet your parents, I replied. I'm sure they were great. I think not knowing them is better than becoming attached and then losing them. I guess. But don't you think it's better to be loved for a short time than for no time at all? I asked and he shrugged. Maybe. I feel lucky to have ever gotten to know my parents. I just wish they knew I was okay. When my dad died, he had no idea about my relationship with Zach. He doesn't know that I am okay and that I am not alone. I sighed. Of course he knows. A voice called from the hallway and I turned to see Zach walk into the kitchen. What? I narrowed my eyes at him and then they flitted to his deep crimson-stained hands. I couldn't help but cringe at the liquid that coated his skin like armor. He knew we were together, sweetheart. He knows you have me. He placed a kiss on my cheek before heading to the sink to wash the blood off his hands. He did. Of course he did. And you're alive. I gasped in complete shock. Yeah, well, only as long as I make you happy and don't break your heart. He rolled his eyes and then dried his hands on the towel next to him. Have you cooked? He scrunched his eyebrows at me. Yeah, well, someone had to be polite and make Liam breakfast. I scolded, rolling my eyes. Sweetheart, you left the stove on. He rolled his eyes and switched it off before turning back to me. I told you not to cook unless I was in the house. You could have killed the both of you. He chuckled, rounding the counter and snaking his arms around me. I nudged him in the ribs and turned in his arms to face him. So, what did you do to them? Well, the one that dared to do that, he indicated towards the small scar on my neck. I dug my claws into his eyes and shredded his brain. He stated, and I nearly threw up over the front of his shirt. Nice one. Liam laughed next to me while I buried my head in his shirt. The image of his fingers plunged deep into the guy's eyeballs flashed in my mind. Yeah, I was proud of that one. Slow and painful, he boasted. I've never done it before, and I must admit it felt weird on my fingers. I think I still have a bit of his brain under my nails. Zach, stop. I whined, not wanting to hear how he violently murdered people. I was all for standing up for myself and never back down from a fight, but that didn't mean watching people die came easily, especially when their death was particularly gory. They were asking for it, baby. He chuckled, kissing the top of my head. What about the other two? Liam asked, shuffling to the edge of his seat to listen intently to the answer. Ripped their windpipes. He shrugged, bored. The assholes had it coming. Liam laughed while I clung tighter to Zach's shirt, trying to get the images of distorted eyeballs and torn brains out of my head. Baby, you are the alpha of the pack. You are going to have to kill people. He chuckled, running his fingers through my hair soothingly. Not piercing their eyes with my claws, I argued with a pout, making them both laugh. The two spoke about torture methods for a while I clamped my hands over my ears. Realizing that they were actually getting along, I pulled away to face Zach again. I have to work for a bit, I told him, slipping off the stool and walking towards the door. See you guys later. Chapter 6. Hey, I called the next morning as I descended the stairs. Zach stood, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed over his lean chest. Hey, beautiful. He stepped towards me to place a kiss on my forehead before leading me into the kitchen. Breakfast. Actually, Ryder texted me saying they were all at the cafe if we wanted to join. They are having breakfast, I explained, sending him my best pleading eyes. Sounds good to me. He smiled, one of those that radiated happiness through the room. He gazed at me lovingly and my heart turned to dust in my chest. Great. We can invite Liam, I told him, and was extremely grateful that my voice didn't waver as I spoke. Really? He groaned, agonizing. Zach. I sent him a warning look. He's your brother and he came looking for you. Be nice. He rolled his eyes and sighed. I'll go get him. I grinned victoriously as he disappeared into the hallway. Hey, stranger. Ryder pulled me into a bear hug as soon as we stepped into the cafe. He threw his arms around my waist and I buried my face in his neck. Missed you too. I laughed, pulling away to see his grinning face. He scooted back into the booth that they had chosen, a bigger one than our regular, as it was getting a little cramped. Mason sat in the corner with his arms tightly wrapped around Caroline, who lay across his chest. They both looked so happy, and I was glad that they could be together now that my dad wasn't there to interfere, even if I wished it wasn't the case. Beside Caroline, Jordan sat with a mug of hot chocolate. Her eyes lit up ecstatically as I slid into the booth on the opposite side, and her smile warmed the room. Hey, Elle. She beamed and then turned to Zach. Hey, Jord. We both replied, curling up in the corner opposite Mason and Caroline. Alexia sat beside Jordan, and then Ryder sat on a chair at the end. Where's Blake? I asked them and they all nodded towards the counter where Blake was paying for some drinks. "Who is that?" Alexia gasped as Liam joined us, a huge cocky smirk on his face as the girls fixated on him and drooled slightly. "This is Liam," Zach explained, turning to his brother. "He's my brother. He admitted my being to my seat." "I didn't know you had a brother," Jordan gasped slightly, still admiring Liam in great detail. "Neither did I," Zach laughed. Blake reappeared with a handful of drinks and handed us one each. "Thanks, Blake." I grinned as he pushed a mug of steaming hot chocolate towards me. "So you have a brother?" he asked Zach, sitting beside Liam. "Apparently so." He nodded just as Liam began snarling from beside him. I turned to see his glowing amber eyes fixed on Mason and let out a huff. "Liam. He is okay," I snapped as Zach pulled him back into his seat. He snapped his head towards me and growled slightly. "He is human," he reminded me. "And I said he is okay?" I snarled, releasing a wave of dominance over him. He resisted momentarily before leaning back in his seat and letting out a small huff of annoyance and giving up. Before anyone could speak again, the waitress brought over several plates of breakfast. She placed two in front of Mason and Caroline and pushed one towards me before disappearing at the room. "Are you coming back to school soon, Elle?" Jordan asked me hopefully. Zach's hand found mine and gave it a gentle, comforting squeeze. He knew I had been struggling with the decision. Now that I was alpha of the pack, it was important for me to be there at all times, and I didn't want the pack to think I wasn't committed. But I enjoyed being away from the pack and spending time with my friends, and I was only a few months away from finishing. I spoke to Tyler and he offered to fill in as almost a part-time alpha while I am in school, and if I am desperately needed he will text me, I told her, nodding while another waitress brought 3 more plates. Blake quickly ordered an extra once he realized they hadn't anticipated Liam being here. "So you will be back tomorrow?" Ryder asked me and I nodded, a mouthful of delicious salty bacon swarming my mouth. "Yep," I replied once I had swallowed. "What about you, Zach? Are you coming back?" Mason asked him and I couldn't help the feeling of loss that surged through me. "Nah, I don't need to protect Hella anymore, and it's probably not a good idea since they might find out my age," he explained, shrugging. "How would they find out?" Jordan asked, repeating the argument I had been having with him over the past few weeks. "I don't know, but they might." He simply shrugged and curled an arm tightly around me, obviously knowing what was pinging about in my head right now. We all ate our breakfast quietly, only engaging in light chit-chat every now and then. After nearly an hour of being at the cafe, we opted to head back to the pack. We trudged through the woods, Zach's arm slung around my waist, holding me close to him while Mason and Caroline strolled hand in hand at the front. The others all chatted between themselves until we all stopped abruptly. "What?" Mason asked, whirling around to see us all frozen. "Can you guys smell that?" Jordan barely whispered. Tears were brimming her moss-green eyes and her skin was as white as a sheet as besought quietly. "Smell what?" Mason snapped impatiently while we all nodded in response to Jordan. "Blood?" I told him, panicked. I ripped out of Zach's arms and raced towards the part of the village the scent was originating from. With each thumping step on the forest floor, snapping twigs and crunching leaves, the aroma grew more powerful and more sickly. The sweet scent of fresh blood made my stomach flip and my palms sweat with anxiousness. I could hear my friends close behind me, also charging towards whatever danger there was. After what felt like hours of anticipation, We all finally emerged out of the forest, and I stormed ahead through the streets of the village. Screams and shouts echoed through the valley, and a high-pitched squawking scream rang out over all of them, clanging the alarm bells in my head. Once I reached the origin of the screams, my entire body froze. The sweat poured from my palms and my heart raced frantically in my chest while the oxygen stopped flowing. Before me, two large wolves were attacking each other violently while swarms of people surrounded them. The shouts and screams halted, and silence resonated through the village as I approached the scene. Fury built up within me, boiling my blood and scalding my veins as a fiery pit of anger surged through me. My usually moss-green eyes flashed a burning amber, glowing in the sunlight. Enough, I roared, releasing a surge of dominance over the pack. Frozen, icy shards of power attacked them all, freezing them in place. The two wolves that were my target cowered at my feet, slowly shifting back into their human form. I instantly recognized the one wolf as Greg, a kind elderly man who lived on the outskirts of town. A few months ago, he had broken into my house and written a threat on my floor with blood in order to protect his daughter. Therefore, despite his wrongdoings, I had taken a liking to this man. The other wolf, I immediately knew, was the one that initiated the fight. He was notoriously known for breaking and bending any rules and was constantly on my father's bad side. I had decided to give him a fresh start once I was announced as Alpha. However, one of my rules for fighting amongst the pack was strictly forbidden, and unless there was a good reason, the one who initiated the fight was to be executed. I glowered at the two wolves threateningly, examining them both for signs of injury. That's when I realized they were both unharmed, meaning the fight had only just begun. The stench of blood was prominent here, so my eyes began scanning the scene for the source. And that's when they fell upon the lifeless body near the edge of the circle the crowds had formed. The small figure lay limp, and gallons of blood pooled around them, drowning them. Chapter 7. My breathing faltered entirely. The girl was dead. There was no denying it. Her chest stayed steady, still. Soon the realization of her identity flooded through my mind like a tidal wave, crashing over every other thought and destroying it in an instant. Every doubt was submerged and drowned by the revelation, and my heart shattered into a million pieces. She was Greg's daughter, the one he fought so hard to save. I dragged the pieces of my heart and forced them back together momentarily and turned to the scene before me. "Tyler, take them to the square," I ordered in an instant. He was dragging Greg's opponent away with Sophie, while the other two protection wolves, Josh and Dave, hauled Greg away. Gradually, the crowd and as people raced to get to the square to get a front row view. As soon as the last person left, I collapsed at the girl's side, guilt eating away at me. Tears flooded down my cheeks, staining them with salty water. I grasped her cold, white hand in my own, and with the other, flitted her beautiful gray eyes closed. I felt a sudden warmth beside me before I was encircled in a pair of strong arms and thrust against a beating heart. I sunk against Zach's chest, clinging to every shred of warmth and comfort he provided while my hand was still closed around the girl's own cold, dead fingers. "There was nothing you could have done," he whispered, detaching my hand from hers and pulling it to him, warming it with his body heat. "I am supposed to protect the pack." I snivel-led. I should have been there, attacking this man before he could hurt her, but instead, I was caught up in my own world having breakfast. "It wasn't your fault," Zach promised, but it didn't shake the nauseous feeling that swirled around with the guilt in my stomach. I didn't have the energy to argue, so instead, sunk deeper into his hold and curled my body tighter, seeking his warmth and security. In the distance, voices from the pack reached my ears and the nausea grew. She isn't fit to be alpha. She is too soft. Like her mother. A deep voice grumbled. Behind me, snarls and barks sounded, and I knew that they had all heard what I heard. I agree. She will probably give them second and third chances. Her father would have torn them both to shreds without showing any mercy. The other chuckled softly, as if reminiscing about when my dad was alpha. Ignore them, Zach hissed in my ear. You are the perfect combination of both of them. Your mom and your dad. He assured me, and right then and there, all I wanted to do was remain in his hole for the rest of our lives. But sadly, that wasn't possible. So instead I pulled myself together and pushed away from Zach's hold into my own defeat. With one last look at the lifeless body on the floor, I turned on my heels and directed my stride towards the square. The shouts and chatter died down to a few whispers and hushes as I stepped up on the stage and turned to the two men. Both had their hands strung above their heads with silver cuffs clasped around their wrist. One slight movement or resistance and the silver would simmer through their skin. I cleared my throat slightly to remove the lump that had formed, and caught everyone's attention. Who initiated this fight? I asked them loud and clear, making sure to release a small blast of dominance. After a moment's silence, I finally got my answer. I did, Greg admitted, shame and hatred dripping from his voice. I narrowed my eyes at him momentarily, shocked by his answer, before nodding why. He raised his head to look me straight in the eyes and raised his brows. I think you already know that Alpha Reed. He sighed. The utter despair was like a tsunami over the crowds, and soon tears stung everyone's eyes. I was about to ask him to tell me, when I realized why he hadn't. It was too hard. Once you say it out loud, it's real. I knew that as well as anyone. Sometimes it's easier to deny it than to admit they are really and truly gone. So I turned to the other man. Why did you do it? I snarled, eyes flashing and claws itching to tear into his throat. He held me to, and he told me he would have it for next week. He shrugged and I narrowed my eyes, wondering where this was going. I wanted it now, but he had to pay for his daughter to go on a school trip, so I helped him out. Beside him, Greg snarled and thrashed into chains, searing his wrists in the silver. Help me. You killed her, he screamed, fury and hate radiating off him. Enough, I ordered before he scorched the rest of his skin off and bled out right there on the stage. I turned my attention back to the murderer, who made me feel sick just looking at him. There was a twinkle in his eye as he looked back at me, and it became blatantly clear that he didn't kill because of money. This was to prove a point. He was another that didn't believe in me. Didn't think I was strong enough to lead just because I was a female. The idea that he could hurt an innocent child and go to the extent of murder just to imply that I was weak sent rage through my wolf into desperation to claw his neck. I do not tolerate any kind of violence amongst pack members, I voiced, articulating each word slowly and clearly, looking him square in the eyes. You are to be executed. His face dropped and his cocky smirk swept away like a speck of dust beneath a broom. His jaw fell open slightly and his dark, hazel green eyes widened infinitely. What? He gasped like he was drowning and had come up for air. You aren't going to give me a second chance. I stared at him gobsmacked for a second, taken aback by the fact he actually believed I was that weak. You will receive no mercy from me, I replied, turning away from him and towards Greg. I also do not tolerate fighting. I made that very clear when I took over from my father. I know, he admitted, hanging his head and avoiding eye contact. There were other ways to deal with the situation. I told him and he nodded. I know. I wasn't thinking straight. He sighed, tears welling in his eyes. The next time you initiate a fight with a pack member, I won't hesitate to kill you, I told him and then turned to Tyler. Let him go. Greg stared at me with a similar expression to that which I received when I sentenced the murderer to death. You're letting me go, he stuttered. On a warning. It better not happen again, I warned as he stumbled out of the chains and towards his crumbling wife who stood at the front with a tear-stained face. I turned to the two who embraced each other comfortingly. I'm sorry for your loss. If there is anything I can do, let me know. They smiled gratefully and then returned to holding each other. My heart tore apart as the thoughts of what they were feeling right now attacked my mind. I couldn't imagine the pain and torture of losing a child. Alpha? Tyler's voice snapped me back to the still strung-up killer who was now as white as a sheet yes. How will he be executed? He asked me, glancing between the man and me. I stared for a few moments, wondering whether I should simply sink my claws into his throat, or his heart. Whether I should get Zach to do the same as he did to the creep who marked me and let him dig his claws into his soft eyeballs. That idea was quickly disregarded when I realized firstly the pack would think I was weak if I didn't do it myself, and secondly, I would have to watch and I might throw up on my boyfriend. He didn't deserve a quick and easy death. Not after what he did and who he killed. Greg's daughter was young, maybe 10 years old, and still had a life ahead of her. The image of her blood-coated body returned to my mind and brought tears to my eyes as I turned to look at the killer. Hang him in the middle of the square. He can starve to death, I decided, knowing it was a long, slow process and the silver chains around his throat would make it painful. Gasps of shock resonated through the crowds, whether they were because I was being too soft or too harsh. I didn't know. I turned to take in every surprised face with wide eyes, eyebrows and parted jaws. Anyone who approaches him and tries to give him food or water will be joining him immediately, I declared, and with that, turned to leave. My peace with Zach was shattered. Liam announced the death of a murderer, and Jordan's desperate plea for help left me frantic. She had transformed into a wolf, and in a bid to protect herself, brutally killed those who wanted to assault her. Now I have to find her, but Zach's protection is making it hard for me to leave his side. Chapter 80's dead, Liam declared as he stormed into the living room. Zach and I were curled up on the sofa, wrapped up in each other as he collapsed into the chair opposite. All ready? I asked incredulously. Warren the killer had only been strung up in the square for just under a week. Stronger wolves can last over 2 weeks with no food and water, proving his weakness yet. Stopped breathing this morning. He grinned and I nodded, sinking a little further into Zach's hold. The day after the funeral as well, Zach commented solemnly. Nobody has been questioning your leadership since then, you know. Liam turned to me, grinning wickedly. Good? I huffed. You know, I moved around a lot, looking for my family in every corner of the world. I have met thousands of alphas and none were like you. He commented, eyebrows raised. What do you mean? I furrowed my brows. Another alpha would have separated themselves from the situation and killed them both. You didn't because you knew he didn't deserve to die for defending his daughter. He shrugged. You can be scary, but you're fair, and I haven't met anyone else like that. Dude, stop hitting on my girlfriend, Zach snarled next to me, tightening his grip and making me laugh. IW gross. Liam scoffed and I let out a deep growl. I meant because you are like my sister. Not because you aren't hot, he defended. Digging yourself a deeper hole there, brother. Zach's eyes flashed with flames before simmering back to a cold, icy blue. Oh, for God's sake, Liam grumbled, swinging his legs up onto the sofa and lying on his back. I was just trying to say that maybe your parents were right to believe a girl could lead just as well as anyone. A wide smile crossed my face, but before any of us could speak another word, my phone rang. The high-pitched blaring bounced off the walls before I answered. Hello? Elle, I need your help. Jordan whimpered from the other end. Jord. What? I began but was cut off by a familiar snarl that sent shivers down my spine. Jordan was a wolf and was out somewhere, prowling around, as a wolf. My heart raced in my chest and panic fluttered within. I turned it instantly to Zach and pulled out of his hold. I have a Jordan situation, I told him, grabbing my coat. What's going on? He asked. I could hear the worry lacing his tone. I don't know. She turned before I could ask. All I got was help, I explained, approaching him once again. I need you to make sure everyone stays inside while I find her. I cupped his face in my palms and planted a kiss on his lips. Okay, he nodded. If you see her, run. She will attack anyone or anything in her way, okay? Please run, I begged, knowing Zach would try to help her out and get hurt in the process. I will. Be careful, okay? Please. He pressed his lips firmly to mine and held me against him for a while before eventually pulling away. See you in a bit. I nodded, and with that, I was gone. I charged through the village, following the scent of Jordan's wolf and the sound of her growls and whimpers. As I neared the origin of her scent, the stench of blood rushed to my nose, making me race but much faster. I was soon approaching an open space amongst the trees, and in the center stood Jordan's wolf, littering the floor around her, unrecognizable bodies drowned in their own blood. I froze at the scene. Deep red pooled around the floor with shards of flesh torn from the skeletons and tossed across the ground. Snapped and damaged bones were strewn at Jordan's feet, and what looked to be an arm hung from her mouth. I let out a deep growl instinctively, releasing strong blasts of dominance that snapped her to her knees. Another growl forced the shift to start, and after a final roar, Jordan's small frame curled up on the floor at my feet. Cries and sobs echoed through the trees, and salty tears slipped from her cheeks and mixed with the crimson on the floor. Jordan, I managed to force the gasp out of my parted lips. Slowly, she raised her head to look at the shock sprawled across my face. Pain, guilt and fear drenched her features, and my heart broke for her. Ignoring the blood-stained brass, I crouched beside her and pulled her into me, cradling her body against my own. What happened? I whispered. They tried too. She cut herself off with a loud cry, and her breathing quickened instantly. I hushed her, running my fingers through her long hair. It's okay. They tried to what? I asked her. They were going to rape me. She bawled, burying her head in my shirt as my heart stopped dead. My grip instantly tightened around her, and instinctively I pulled my phone out and dialed Zach. He was the only one I trusted right now to help take care of my friend. Where are you? I asked him. In the square. You in the woods? I need you to come and find me. I told him, and he must have sensed my urgency because he responded with a yes and cut the call. Jordan, can you get up? I asked her softly. No. I can't. She wailed, but I had a feeling she wasn't referring to standing. It's okay. I've got you, I promised her, pulling her gently to her feet and making sure she was leaning against me for support. I managed to somehow drag her away from the scene and into the woods towards the village when, after a few minutes, Zach found us. Jordan, he called as he ran towards us. As per usual, he knew exactly what I needed, and after a quick shoulder squeeze, he effortlessly pulled Jordan off of me and against him. Now, without Jordan's weight on me, I could find my breath and sort the situation. Take her home. Don't ask questions. I got it from there. Just calm her down, please. I kissed him swiftly on the temple before he nodded and carried Jordan away. Next, I dialed Tyler's number. He answered after a while. Ty, I really need your help. I admit it. I couldn't stomach all those bodies on my own. Can you call someone else? Everyone in the pack has gone into a frenzy after Zach told them all to stay inside. What's going on? Okay, tell everyone I have sorted the problem and they are perfectly safe. Then send some wolves to the borders to make sure nobody enters the woods except someone who I need to help me out. I instructed, pondering over who could help. I needed someone trustworthy to keep their mouth shut and who had a stomach for this kind of stuff. Want me to send someone? I asked. Yes, please. Can you send them to find me in the woods? I asked. Yeah, sure. Are you okay? I'm fine. Thanks, Ty. I said goodbye and then ended the call. I turned back to the scene behind me and let out a long sigh. Holy shit. What happened? Ryder's voice gasped after a while of tedious digging. You're who Ty sent. I laughed slightly, rolling my eyes. He said you needed my help. What happened? He repeated, staring wide-eyed at the chaos before him. I can't tell you. I need you to trust me, and I also need you to start digging. I threw him a shovel and turned back to the body-shaped hole I was standing in. Can't tell me? He asked incredulously. It's confidential, I told him, respecting Jordan's privacy as best as possible. You asked for my help, he argued, and I turned to give him a look. I asked for someone to help me dig and bury bodies, not ask questions, I snapped. These smell human, because they are. Now dig. I ordered, and he soon shut up and started digging. Hey, I greeted as I burst into the house a little later. Zach sat across the sofa with Jordan curled up in his arms with her head buried in his shirt. His arms were wrapped tightly around her and he ran his fingers gently through her hair. Her snivellescent cries had died down dramatically since Zach took her away from the woods earlier, but they could still be heard, yet muffled by the material of Zach's shirt. If I wasn't completely amazed by how incredible my boyfriend was, I might have been jealous of the two of them curled up on the sofa with his head buried in her hair. Zach smiled lovingly at me before his gaze shifted to my blood-stained hands. Other people's blood clothed my arms, hands, and somehow my face. It's not mine, I assured him before going to the sink to swill the majority off my hands. Behind me, footsteps approached and I turned to see Liam in the doorway, staring at the dried crimson liquid staining my clothes. I told you to wait upstairs. Zach hissed as Liam snapped his gaze to him and Jordan looking cozy on the sofa. He flitted his eyes between the two of us for a while until they landed on me. What the hell is going on? You freak out earlier and leave. Zach comes back with Jordan in tears. You are coated in a layer of blood which can't be your own, otherwise Zach would be out murdering right now, and those two are snuggling on the sofa. He hissed at me, making me chuckle lightly. It's classified. I used the same phrase on him as I did on Ryder. He simply raised his eyebrows at me incredulously. I'm going to take Jordan to bed, Zach told us, lifting my best friend into his arms and carefully taking her to a bedroom. Oh, now your boyfriend is taking another girl to bed, Liam scoffed. It's complicated, okay? And even if I wanted to tell you, I can't. I snapped and he eventually nodded. Chapter 9. Later that evening, I sat in my father's well, my now office, and filled out some paperwork and did a few quick jobs, hoping to distract my mind from the situation with Jordan. After an hour of some heavy work, a knock on the door halted me. Hey, Zach called, slipping his head around the door. Hey. I smiled back, placing my papers back on the desk and stepping around it to face him as he came in. Immediately, I could tell something was wrong. His eyes looked heavier and were glazed over with fear and guilt, making a lump from in my throat. He shifted on the spot uncomfortably, clearly nervous. Are you okay? I finally asked him, praying this wasn't about to add to my pile of problems. Not really. He shrugged and I narrowed my eyes at him. Look, about what Liam said earlier, I know it looked bad, but I was just trying to calm her down. I wasn't, I know. I interrupted, a grin plastered on my face. He seemed to relax a bit after that and stared at me in doubt. You do? Is that what you were worried about? I smiled, stepping closer to him and taking his hands. Zach, do you know how amazing you are? I laughed, throwing myself into his arms. So you aren't mad? He whispered cautiously. No, I love you so much and I am so grateful. It wasn't your job to bring her back and calm her down, but you did, and I love you for that. I told him, clinging to him desperately, as if he was about to realize he could do better and leave. Anything for you, sweetheart. Anything. He pressed his lips to my head and pulled away instantly. You taste like blood. Sorry. I need to take a shower. I laughed, pulling away before I stained his shirt. Are you going to tell me what happened, or is it classified like you told Liam? He raised his eyebrows expectantly. They were going to rape her. I mumbled, tears brimming my eyes. Immediately, I was encircled in Zach's arms and had my ear pressed against his heart. She got angry and tried to fight them off, and she probably thought she could manage because they were human, but she lost control. She tore them to shreds, Zach. Their bones were split and I found their limbs and organs scattered all over the place. If she hadn't have killed them, I would, he snarled, pinning me against him protectively. I sobbed against him for a while before tugging away. I am going to shower, I told him, placing a delicate kiss on his soft, velvety lips. Good idea. He nodded and then his eyes turned wickedly glittery. I will join, he stated before grasping my wrist. I barely had time to tell him how gross that would be for him, considering I was coated in a layer of thick, dried, crusty blood. In an instant, I was tossed into the bathroom and watching Zach lock the door. I squirmed in my place as he turned back to me, eyes glazed with lust. He watched me like a predator stalking its prey as he approached me. His lips were soon pressed against mine, and his entire body cloaked my own. Every bit of him was touching me, and I could feel his warmth. Hands quickly found the bottom of my shirt, and in one swift movement, he pulled it off and tossed it into the sink. Next, his hands delved into my shorts and they were rapidly torn away, leaving me in my underwear. I was more than grateful that I had picked to wear my peach-laced matching underwear and not something comfy, not that Zach would have cared. In fact, he preferred me without underwear. Zach's lips swooped back onto my own and waves of warmth crashed over me. Without detaching our mouths, my bra was next to go, and then, still connected by our lips, he stripped me completely and finally pulled away for air. In that time, his eyes and hands roamed my body and I suddenly felt very exposed. Instinctively, my hands moved to cover my body but were pulled back by Zach's much larger hands. "I have seen you naked before, baby," he whispered huskily. "Not when I am covered in blood," I said with a frown. "You're still beautiful." He kept my hands in his, holding them away from my body while he glazed his eyes up and down me. "It's weird when I am completely naked and you're not," I told him, tugging on my wrists to free them from his hold. It was pointless. "When I take my clothes off, you can look at me all you want." He chuckled seductively and my spine tingled. "What makes you think I would want to?" I quipped, desperate for him to hurry up and strip so I could admire every inch of his body and let my hands explore. "Oh, I know you want to," he spoke between kisses peppered along my neck. "You are so full of yourself," I scoffed, my knees buckling beneath my weight as I spoke. He pulled away to look at me and his eyes darkened rapidly. "You will be full of me in a minute," he murmured, and I felt my head spin. He pulled away to remove his own clothes, and in record time before turning the shower on, he gently took my hand and helped me into the steamy shower. Instantly, the soft, warm water pouring over me relaxed my nerves and began work on cleaning my body. I turned beneath the shards to watch Zach squirt it all up of body wash into his palm. "What are you?" I started but was cut off when his hands began to massage my skin, paying extra attention to the bits without blood that had been covered by my clothing. His large, soft hands left a trail of goosens littering my skin as he went, and I practically melted into a puddle on the floor. After all the blood was removed and Zach had washed and conditioned my hair, his lips began to caress my neck. Hot, steamy kisses trailed down my neck, shoulders, and chest until he reached my breast and began to suck tenderly. The delicate, gentle kisses rapidly turned to hot, searing kisses with tongues and teeth involved while my hands tugged and yanked at the hairs on his head, anchoring myself to him as I lost control of my breathing. Next thing I knew, Zach was inside of me, thrusting his hips into mine continuously. Hard, violent movements that pushed me closer and closer to the edge. This wasn't our normal lovemaking. This was more desperate, more punishing and passionate, more raw and aggressive. Right now we had to have the other. We need the other with our entire being and crave their very existence. I tightened my legs around Zach's waist, clenching myself tight as I craved more friction. I was nearing the edge and knew any second now I would see stars. Zach clearly felt me tighten up, only making his movements faster and harder, punishing me. Finally, stars and fireworks flashed through my vision and both Zach and I reached our peak. We both stayed in our position, me with my back pressed to the shower wall with my legs wrapped around Zach's waist while he stood in front of me with the water attacking his broad back. Well, now I could add shower to the long list of places we have proved our love to one another. Chapter 10. The next day, we all met at the cafe for drinks. The shivering cold wind had simmered down to a strong breeze, and the warm sun radiated around the valley. I slid onto the sofa booth with Zach, Liam, and Jordan. She had slept at our house last night and had been extremely quiet and reluctant to leave her bed. It took all three of us to convince her she wasn't at fault and cheer her up. I told Zach and Liam everything about the situation, needing someone who I could tell, and luckily Jordan was fine with it. She was grateful that Zach didn't change his opinion of her. "Hey," I called, slipping into the booth. "Hey," 𝐿'Alexia greeted and the others all followed. Once we had all greeted each other and ordered drinks, we began to chat lightly. "So, Elle, Ryder has been telling us about what happened yesterday. Who did it?" Caroline informed me and my jaw smacked against the floor. "He what?" I growled, feeling Jordan tense beside me. I snapped my head to watch Ryder look at me impatiently, clearly unaware that he had broken my rules and betrayed my trust. "What's wrong?" Mason asked as short, quick breaths of fury blasted from my mouth along with a tidal wave of dominance over Ryder. He cowered slightly and then, as it lightened, he raised his head to face me. "What's your problem?" He snapped and I felt my eyes flash a hot, fiery amber. "What part of classified did you not understand?" I snarled, the glowing embers of the fire in my eyes spreading quickly. "I didn't think you meant from these guys," he defended, making my anger deepen and the fire spread. I said classified, as in a secret from everyone. "How dare you?" I snarled at him. "Ella, some violent, aggressive wolf is out there tearing flesh from human skeletons, and you didn't think I was going to tell them." He laughed like it was the most obvious thing in the world, and I was so close to losing control. Not only was he being stubborn after clearly ignoring my rules and therefore questioning my leadership, he had also insulted my best friend without knowing it and was making her feel even worse about herself after Zach. Liam and I worked so hard to calm her down. "I gave you specific orders to keep your mouth shut, Ryder. Do as I say, and stop talking," I snapped threateningly. I sent a quick squeeze to Jordan's hand under the table, although, due to the anger pelting through me, it was probably more painful than comforting. "Are you serious, Elle? Why are you covering this up? Whoever did it must have been a psycho." The blood flooded the woods and bits of flesh and bone were completely scattered amongst the leaves. "Who does that?" He barely got to finish before I slammed my hands onto the table, silencing my friend's gasps and comments. I said stop talking. I snarled, flashing my fangs at him. I was grateful that the cafe was empty at this time in the morning and all the staff were out back so they couldn't see the large fangs that sprouted from my gums and my fiery amber eyes that glowed, illuminated. "Who are you protecting?" He asked it in my hand. Jordan was trembling with fear. I was so close to breaking at this point. Nobody should refuse my orders, and I had told Ryder to drop it several times. "Nobody." I snapped back and his eyes narrowed. He hesitated for a second before his face lit up with realization, and Jordan clenched my hands even more grippingly. "Is it you?" Ryder suddenly turned to Liam, who had a look of shock and confusion lacing his features. "Did you do it?" he demanded. "What?" Liam growled back. I saw his fists clench at his sides, and his own wolf was starting to push through. "She's defending you because you're Zach's brother. You a murderer," he claimed, and suddenly they were all eyeing Liam warily. "That's enough, Ryder," Zach snarled, defending his brother. I felt the anger boil up inside me until it threatened to burst out, and I knew any second now a wave of dominance would escape me and would break everyone's backs to make sure they bowed down. "Unless it was you," 𝐿'Alexia suddenly gasped, turning alongside Ryder to face Zach. It could have been him. A burst of chatter ran over the table while everyone argued over who it could or couldn't have been. The anger kept surging within me, and I was so close to breaking point when a small cry stopped me in my place. A deathly silence fell as the words left her mouth. "It was me," Jordan squeaked, tears trickling down her cheeks like a stream's waterfall. "I killed them," she sobbed and then buried her head against me. The silence seemed never-ending as everyone snapped their glares to see Jordan's trembling frame. All that could be heard were the cries that escaped Jordan's lips and that were muffled by my shirt. "Come on, Jord," I whispered, following as Ak pulled her out of the booth, ignoring the gobsmacked faces watching us. "Jordan?" Ryder whispered, his voice cracking and wavering. She continued to cry against Zach's chest as he led her out of the cafe. I spun back to Ryder and flashed my eyes once again. "I warned you," I snarled. "Next time I tell you to keep your mouth shut, do it. And don't any of you dare accuse people without knowing what you are talking about." "Come on, Liam," I called, pulling him out the booth and leading him away from my friends who remained silent. The four of us trudged back through the woods, Jordan bawling in Zach's arms as he carried her. Her legs too weak and her body too heavy with guilt for her to walk. Her cries were dripping with pain and guilt and utter despair, and my heart completely broke for her. My best friend and one of the kindest people I knew. My best friend who would never hurt anyone. My best friend who couldn't control her wolf or the anger she carried. My fists were still clenched and my breathing was still sharp and fast as we went home, the anger still erupting from within, sometimes sending small waves of dominance out and making the others bow several times. "Jesus, we already submit. Can you stop?" Liam laughed at one point when an accidental leak washed over him and sent him to his knees. "Sorry," I muttered in response, reining it in so the poor guy could get back up. "I can't help it." When we finally got home, Zach carried Jordan upstairs and she buried herself under the covers until she cried herself to sleep. I threw myself onto the sofa and buried my head in a cushion, trying to block out the outside world for a moment. I soon felt a body press against my back and two arms wrap around my waist. So either Zach was holding me or Liam was about to be killed by his brother. "Are you okay?" I heard him ask and let out a small breath of relief that Zach had no reason to kill Liam. "No," I told him honestly, pulling him closer to me, desperately needing his hold. "I hate fighting with them. They are my best friends." I sighed. "I know," he whispered, tightening his hold on me. "It'll be okay." I lifted my head to see Liam sitting on the opposite sofa. "Sorry they accused you?" I muttered before turning to Zach. "Both of you." Liam simply shrugged it off. "It's fine." "No, it isn't. They shouldn't accuse you without any proof, especially when they barely know you." I told him and felt Zach's chest vibrate behind me. A deep rumble of laughter followed and I turned to see a smirk on his lips. I should have recorded that. "What?" I asked, confused. "You are such a little hypocrite." His smirk grew and his tone laced with victory. I thought for a second before realizing that I had accused Zach of killing a cub when he first joined the pack. I scowled at him while his smirk widened. "Whatever," I grumbled, jabbing my elbow into his side. He scowled in response before tucking my body further into his arms and cradling me as I drifted asleep in his arms. Chapter 11. The next day, the shrill sound of the doorbell jolted me awake and out of my peaceful slumber. The clock beside me bed read 6 a.m. and an irritated groan escaped my lips. I found myself tangled amongst the sheets in a pair of strong arms that held my back firmly against Zach's chest. I twisted in his arms to try and wriggle free. However, I failed and ended up making him tighten his grip. "Zach, the door?" I muttered, squirming in his hold. "Morning, beautiful," he purred in my ear, his voice hoarse and groggy. "Morning." I sighed, realizing my attempts were futile and relaxing back into his arms. "The doorbell is ringing," I told him when he tugged the covers completely over our bodies. "Liam," he yelled, making me jump in his arms. "Get the door. Zach." I hissed, lightly slapping his arm. "What?" He sounded so innocent, and I knew if I turned around he would have puppy dog eyes and an angelic look to him, even if he was more like the devil than an angel. "You can't ask him to answer the door. This is our house." I shook my head at him and tried once again to pull away from his strong hold. I failed. He decided to ignore my scolding and rested his head in the crook of my neck, planting gentle kisses and lightly pulling at the skin. "How did I get to bed?" I asked as his tongue slid over the bare skin on my neck, making me feel tingles through my body. "I brought you up," he hummed, and then his lips halted their movement. "Don't worry. I didn't take advantage of you." I could feel his smirk against my skin. "I wanted you to feel everything I am going to do to you." Before I could comprehend his words, his hands were shooting under my shirt while his lips continued to caress my neck, and I couldn't stop the blush that crept to my cheeks or the excitement that rushed through me. "Elle, it's for you," Liam called suddenly from downstairs, and mere seconds later Zach was snarling behind me. "I will kill him, I swear," he hissed, and I chuckled gently before removing his arms and pulling away. "Hey," he pouted from the bed as I slipped my jacket over my pajamas. "Later," I replied, pressing a kiss to his lips before slipping out of the room and down the hallway. The cool air nipped at my skin, and I desperately wanted to curl back up beside Zach and let his skin warm mine. The guy was like a human radiator. Who was I? I stopped short as I saw Ryder standing on my doorstep with a sheepish look on his face. "Hey." He smiled uncomfortably while Liam snapped glances between the two of us. "Hey," I replied, narrowing my eyes in confusion. If he was here to argue, I so wasn't in the mood. "Can I speak to you?" he asked, glimpsing at Liam before focusing his eyes back on me. I knew he meant in private, but I didn't know whether I had the energy right now. It was too early. But he was still one of my best friends, so I nodded towards my study. "Sure." Silently, he followed me inside while Liam sent me quizzical and unsure looks, to which I nodded in response. Once we were inside, Ryder pressed the door closed, sound-priming the room to shut out Liam's nosiness. "Is there a reason you are here at 6 in the bloody morning?" I asked, wanting to go back to bed. "Back to Zach. I wanted to see you before school. You are coming back this week, aren't you?" I could see him searching my eyes for answers when I shook my head. "Not this week. I have things to do," I told him honestly. With Jordan being out of control again, I needed to be here. I couldn't leave Tyler to deal with it. He would expect me to punish Jordan for breaking my rule about harming humans, but I couldn't. "You said that last week," he huffed, and I started to lose my patience. "Yes, well, last week I had a dead pack member and one that was hanging in the square, and this week I have a best friend and a pile of deaths I need to cover up." I snapped. I didn't mean to, but it was early and I was so busy with things with the pack. I didn't have time to even think of school. Ryder let out a defeated sigh and averted his eyes from mine onto the floor. "Look, I am sorry about that. I know you didn't want anyone to know, but I was worried about you all," he explained, and my brows furrowed. "Mia, when I saw what happened, I couldn't help but think the worst." I thought someone was out to get you again, or someone in the pack was rebelling against you, and I was scared you were in danger, so I told them, thinking if we all pestered you enough, you would spill and I could stop worrying. I looked into his eyes as he spoke and saw his genuine honesty and guilt over the situation, making my heart crack a little. What about accusing Liam? You had no right to do that, and it wasn't to protect me. Of course it was Al. Some random guy that you barely know is living with you, and I know you wouldn't look into him because he is Zach's brother, and you don't want Zach to lose him. I know you, Al. He sighed once again. You really think I am that naive? I snapped. Or why do you really think Zach would let him within 1 meter of me if he considered him a threat? You looked into him? He muttered the question like he already knew the answer. We didn't need to. He proved he wasn't trying to hurt me when he stopped a group of wolves who marked me. I huffed and Ryder's jaw dropped. They what? He snarled. Relax. Zach killed them. I assured him, and he nodded in appreciation. Ryder, Liam is safe. I'm safe, I promised, and he hung his head slightly. I'm sorry, El. I really am, he whispered, and I let out a sigh. I know, I replied, and his head snapped up to meet my gaze. You idiot. I rolled my eyes as he embraced me in a tight hug. I love you. He grinned. Love you too. So we're good, he asked, and I nodded with a smile. Great. I will let you get back to Zach, who wants you to feel everything he wants to do to you. He laughed, and I jammed my elbow into his chest. It, I muttered, blushing furiously at the fact he heard our conversation. We had gotten our bedroom soundproofed, but like the office, if the door wasn't firmly shut, anything could be heard. Can I go and see Jord? He asked me as we left the office. Yeah? She's staying in my parents' old room, I told him, and he grinned at me before disappearing up the stairs. I followed behind, but then strolled back into my own bedroom where the most gorgeous guy on the planet was waiting for me with a mischievous look on his face. Chapter 12. The next day, Jordan was feeling better and was up for going to school now that her and the others were okay, and they had all been filled in on the situation and assured her she wasn't at fault. So I woke up to my alarm blaring, telling me it was time. I let out a deep grumble and rolled over in the warm, snug bed, just to find it empty. Disappointment flowed through me as I realized Zach wasn't there, and I suddenly felt cold wrapped in the thick sheets. I forced myself out of bed and wrapped my robe around me before plodding out to the hallway. The aroma of bacon cooking flooded my nostrils as I descended the stairs, my bare feet padding against the soft carpet. Good morning, beautiful. My incredibly sexy boyfriend greeted me as I dragged myself into the kitchen. He stood at the island in the kitchen, filling some glasses with orange juice. His large muscles stretched as his arm flexed, and I drooled over his perfect ABS that were on show due to his lack of shirt. Liam stood behind him, attending to some bacon in the oven. He, too, was shirtless, and let's just say good looks must run in their family. Similar to Zach, he had large muscles and perfectly carved ABS that lined his stomach. His build was only slightly bigger than Zach's, and while Zach looked like the sexy teenage guy he was, Liam looked more like a gorgeous young man. Both of them were incredibly good-looking. Morning, baby, I replied to Zach once I finished drinking him in, and his brother for that matter, but he didn't need to know that. I neared the island counter and took his soft lips in mine. Eventually, I had to pull away, reluctant as I was, and turned to the older brother who was watching us kiss with a smirk plastered on his face. Morning, Liam. I smiled and nodded in his direction. Little sis. He smirked as I quirked a brow. What? I asked him. "Morning, little sis," he repeated while Zach chuckled lightly, curling his arm around my waist. "We made breakfast," he murmured while his lips found my skin. A small moan escaped my pursed lips and a smirk danced across his face. "Okay, guys. Keep it PG. That's my little sister." Liam groaned as Zach pulled away. "Liam," I started, but Zach cut me off. "Don't bother. He's your brother now, whether you want him to be or not." He laughed, letting me go to continue cooking. "Hey guy, whoa." Jordan stepped into the kitchen with her jaw unhinged. Her eyes fell onto my boyfriend's brother, then onto my boyfriend, to which I felt a twinge of anger, and then onto me. Her forest green orbs were sparkling mischievously as she grinned at me. "Wouldn't mind waking up to that every morning." She wiggled her eyebrows and I laughed with her, more than grateful to have my best friend back. "Tell me about it." I winked and she giggled as I pulled her into a hug. The four of us sat at the dining table, eating the breakfast Zach and Liam had cooked, which was absolutely delicious, before Jordan and I ran upstairs to get ready for school. "Have a good day, sweetheart." Zach kissed my lips as we stood at the door. "You sure you don't want to come?" I pushed, wishing he would come back to school with me. The thought of being without him gave me butterflies. I knew it was the same with him, considering he had tried his best to talk me out of going and convince me it was safer to stay at home. "I've already done senior year," he reminded me, pulling me against him for a hug. "I know." My voice came out weak due to the disappointment and the fact it was muffled by Zach's bare chest. "Stay safe, please," he begged, with the daring look I was so used to. He was daring me to try and do something that might endanger myself. "I'll try." I nodded and the look grew more intense. "Sweetheart." His threat poured from his tone without needing to say anything else. I smirked in reply and turned to Liam. "See you later." I smiled. "Have a good day at school with the other cubs, baby sister." He smirked, crushing me in a hug while I growled in annoyance. Zach said goodbye to Jordan before the two of us linked arms and strolled through the village, towards my first day back at school since my dad died. Since I became Alpha. Chapter 13. So, what exactly happened? Zach asked later that evening when we all sat around the creek, discussing our days. They completely overreacted. I huffed, pouting and crossing my arms over my chest. In Zach's arms, we did not. Alexia defended, laughing while I sulked in the corner. "Sweetheart," Zach called from behind me. His arms snaked around my waist and my head leaned against his chest. I replied absently, trying to avoid the conversation. "What did you do?" His tone was his usual, daring one. He was constantly daring me to defy him even though I was his alpha. But of course I do. As if I would do what he says that easily. "Nothing," I grumbled and the others laughed. "She would have killed her." Mace unchuckled beside Caroline. "I had it under control." I defended. "Who is Rebecca?" Liam asked. His eyebrows were furrowed as he looked at me in confusion. "This human girl at our school." Ryder filled him and the two had become quite good friends yesterday once Ryder apologized and Zach and I were, well, preoccupied. "You attacked a human. You broke your own rule." He laughed incredulously, shaking his head lightly while I snarled. "She deserved it." I growled and everyone rolled their eyes. "She wasn't that bad." Blake scoffed and I let our surge of dominance over them all. "Whose side are you guys on?" I demanded while small, icy shards of dominance blasted over them. Only Zach seemed unaffected while the others cowered their heads. "Sweetheart, what did she do?" He rubbed circles into my arm with his thumb, calming me down slightly so I would release my hold on the others who all grumbled at me. Ryder smirked at me before directing his gaze to Zach. "She was discussing the fact you dated her and realized she was a psycho, and then you ran away, which is why you stopped going to school." He laughed. "So you strangled her." He chuckled behind me. "It wasn't that bad," I muttered, but the others apparently disagreed. "She was practically turning blue," Caroline scoffed. "It took all of us to pull her away. And 6 of you are werewolves," Mason explained. "Rebecca would be dead right now if we didn't," Alexia added. "Then you shouldn't have interfered," I grumbled under my breath, but they all apparently heard. "You really hate this girl, don't you?" Liam chuckled. She is such a bitch." She was blabbing on about how her and Zach were sleeping around behind my back and how they were in love and I was just an easy bang for him. "Gah, hate her." I snarled and Zach's grip tightened around me. "She said that?" He snarled, tightening his grip still, as if I might believe her words and walk away at any point. "Yeah, to be honest, she did deserve what she got," Blake admitted. "You know it's all bullshit, right?" Zach sounded so scared it both broke my heart and made it melt right there. I turned in his arms to face him and gave him a smirk. "You mean you didn't cheat on me?" I gasped mockingly. "Well, in that case, burning all your stuff was a big mistake." I smirked and he rolled his eyes. "I would never cheat on you, baby. I love you too much." He told me sincerely and I thought I was going to faint. God, he was so perfect. "You better not cheat on me," I heard Caroline say to Mason while I kissed Zach's lips lovingly. "Are you joking? You are a werewolf and I'm not. How stupid do you think I am?" Mason laughed and Caroline nodded, clearly satisfied with his answer as a victorious smirk crossed her face. She basically owed Mason, and if he left, she could tear him into a million pieces right then and there. We all laughed as she rolled her eyes before an echoing bang blasted through our laughter. "What the hell was that?" Liam asked, edging closer to me and Zach. Instinctively, Zach pulled my body closer and shielded it with his own as another booming followed. We were out in the middle of the woods, a few miles away from the pack, and my stomach turned at the possibilities of what the noise could have been. Another shorter boom followed and a small silver bullet flew between our group before smacking into a rock and obliterating small shards of stone. My wolf immediately kicked in, with the blood boiling in my veins. My eyes flashed a deep amber color that resembled a warning. "Duck," I ordered, and the tone of my voice made it clear it wasn't up for discussion. We all instantly ducked behind the huge rocks and boulders that scattered in the creek and huddled behind their protection. Zach's arm stayed tightly around mine as we exchanged glances. "Do you think that Alpha Dean wasn't working alone?" Alexia hissed from opposite me. Her head was buried in Ryder's arm, whose body was pretty much covering hers. "We don't know who their target is. If it's me, then they have a pretty shit aim because that bullet was nowhere near me," I whispered back, lowering my head against Zach's. It was only then that I noticed the booming sounds had faded to a stop and deathly silence fell around us. I shared another quick glance with Zach and took in his worry-filled eyes and frowning lips. I sat across his lap with my head buried in his shoulder and his own resting on mine. Behind me, Liam crouched, holding one of my hands and sandwiching me between the two of them. "I think they have gone," I heard Liam state in a quiet tone, and I felt the cool wind brush against my back as he moved his body away from my own. "Stay down," Zach warned just before a faint buzzing sound reached my ears. Do you guys hear that? I whispered in a long silence followed with only the low humming noise filling our ears. What the hell is that? Caroline snarled, clinging to Mason and partly shielding him while at the same time he was shielding her. Ryder's voice sounded unusually faint as I tilted my head to see his tip back, his eyes trained on the clear blue sky. I followed his fixed gaze until my own eyes landed on a small plane hovering a few thousand feet above us. We all stared in confusion and curiosity as the plane pulled away from its place and zoomed through the sky, dimming the volume of the humming until it drifted into silence. Where the plane had been, a small black dot seemed to be growing in its absence, and soon the realization that it was falling hit me. Is that... I heard Jordan squeak, enveloped in Blake's arms. Is it a bomb? Blake sniffed as the small object neared us even more. Oh my God. I gasped as it was only a few hundred feet from us and was going to fall right on us. Run, someone yelled. Closer. My legs wobbled beneath me as I scurried to my feet. Closer. Zach's hand grasped mine immediately as he pulled me up and yanked me away from our hiding space. But we were too late. The metal ball hit the ground with a thud and we all winced, waiting for the impact. It was like time slowed as I tucked my body further into Zach's and my hand tugged on Liam's, so the three of us were huddled together, waiting to die. I shared a brief glance with my best friends to see them all doing the same thing. Then, I buried my face in Zach's shirt and waited, and waited, and waited. What's going on? Caroline grumbled and I peeked over to see the metal ball resting on the floor, denting the ground it fell on. I narrowed my eyes at the small puffs of smoke that escaped the ball, quickly diffusing into the air around us. I let my nostrils fill with the scent and my heart stopped in my chest at the recognition. Wolfsbane. I gasped, fear and panic evident in my trembling voice as the whole world tipped on its side and soon I was fading into the darkness. I stumbled backwards, trying to regain my footing and slipped into Liam's strong arms, steadying me for a second before we both tumbled to the floor and vanished into oblivion. Chapter 14. As I slowly regained my senses, a wave of déjà vu washed over me. Slabs of concrete barricaded me in, preventing any attempts of escape, and a thick stone staircase ascended towards a small hatch. I pulled myself into a sitting position and instantly let out a wail of pain. Immediately, my eyes began scanning every inch of my body for the source of the excruciating pain, and quickly, they fell upon it. Deep crimson liquid drenched my shirt just below my ribs. Carefully, I peeled away the material to reveal the deep gash splitting apart my flesh. From it, blood gushed out and pooled around me on the concrete floor. I let out another groan as I twisted my body to survey the room. To my left was a slim, single bed with an old, worn mattress lay on top. A thin, ripped blanket was thrown over the top and a little, dirty pillow lay at the head of the bed near the iron headboard. At the end of the bed lay a small piece of paper scrawled with curly writing. I grasped it between my fingers before pulling it to me and scanning the note. I am afraid there is only one way out of here. One of you may even to do so. You must kill the other. Be creative. My stomach somersaulted at the note and I turned to the other body in the cell. Tears formed in my eyes at the thought of killing, so I quickly stuffed the paper in my pocket and continued to examine the cell. Beside the bed was a rickety-looking table that appeared as though it would break if any amount of weight was put on it. On the other side of the room stood a small, gray toilet that produced a strong aroma, making me scrunch up my face in disgust. And then, beside me on the floor lay an all-muscular body, His tossed hair was strewn around him carelessly, and his icy blue sapphires were concealed by his eyelids. Every inch of him screamed calm and serene. However, the still movements of his chest sent awful alarm bells in my head. Swallowing the lump in my throat and breathing the searing sensation in my gut, I hauled my body closer to his and shook his broad shoulders gently. "Liam?" I whispered, tugging more violently on his large form. "Liam?" I called much more frantically, a pleading desperation ripping from my tone. "Liam, wake up!" I yelled while his body remained still. Eventually, after screaming and crying for him to wake, his chest began to rise and fall heavily, and his eyes fluttered open gently to face me. "Elle?" His voice was hoarse and groggy, yet he seemed okay as he hauled himself up to sit beside me. "You scared me?" I grumbled under my breath as I regained my strength. "Sorry." He smiled sheepishly before taking in his surroundings. "Where the hell are we?" He groaned and I let out a shrug. "No idea." I huffed and he nodded solemnly. "Okay, then how the hell are we getting out?" he asked, already up and slamming his hands against the solid concrete. "Careful. There is no moonlight down here, so we are human. You break your hand and it stays broken," I told him as he hammered away at the rock. "Seriously?" he groaned, moving onto the steps and punching against the shaft above us. "We are underground," he realized, and I nodded as he rejoined me on the floor with a heavy sigh. We sat in silence for a while, desperately trying to conjure up a plan to get out of here. I kept quiet about the note, knowing Liam didn't need to know that, when suddenly his head snapped to me. "You're bleeding." His eyes zoned in on the blood soaking through my shirt and quickly flashed a fiery yellow. "I'm fine," I told him, lying through my teeth as the deep wound sent shards of agony through my body. "Can you stand?" Liam asked as though I hadn't spoke. Completely disregarding my protests, he hooked his arms around my waist and pulled me to my feet, steadying me as I swayed in his arms. "Liam," I gritted through my teeth while he dragged me towards the small steel bed and dumped me down onto the springy mattress. "Sorry. It will heal tonight," he assured me, but I shook my head. "No moonlight. I'm human down here, so I won't heal until we get out." I sighed and his expression turned a lot more grim. Shit. His eyes scanned the room, taking in every detail, and I could see his brain spiraling, trying to figure a way out. Suddenly they snapped back to me and I met his crystal orbs with my own. "Do you have your phone?" I nodded slightly and moved forwards to pull my arm around to my back pocket when Liam grabbed it and held me in place while his other hand delved into my jean pocket. "Don't ever tell Zach I got this close to your ass." He laughed, pulling my phone out. I let out a small laugh and then winced at the pain it caused, desperately trying not to show Liam how much pain I was in. I snapped my head to him when I heard him curse under his breath. "What?" "No signal," he huffed, running a hand through his hair just like Zach did when he was frustrated. "What about at the top of the stairs?" His face lit up as he spun to run up the stairs, ducking when he neared the top so he didn't hit his head. "You are a genius." He grinned back at me and my heart hurt slightly as it reminded me of Zach. I had no clue what even happened to them. Had they been taken? Were they even alive? The thought of their bodies in a ditch somewhere sent sick rising in the back of my throat and tears to my eyes. "Zach." I heard him call and snapped back to watch the genuine warm smile that sprawled over his face. "Liam?" I heard his voice and a breath of relief flew out of my lips. He was alive, and right now that was enough. "Where the hell are you?" "Are you okay?" he asked. I'm fine. I am in some cell underground. Liam grumbled, agitated. Where's Ella? Zach growled, and hearing him say my name again sent tingles over my skin. I missed him already. She's with me, Liam replied instantly. Put on the phone. It wasn't a request. I couldn't help the chuckle that tumbled from my throat at his threatening demand. Liam sent me an apprehensive glance and then turned back to the phone. She can't. What? His voice was stronger and more powerful than Liam's and sent shudders through me. He sounded so furious that even I had nerves bubbling up in my stomach. She is kind of injured. Liam mumbled and cringed as a yell came crackling through the phone. Is she okay? What the hell happened? Zach roared. She was stabbed and well. She would be okay. He drifted off. But Zach snapped. But we are underground. And human. Shit. Zach cursed and I couldn't stop my eyes from rolling. Zach. I called over to the phone. I'm fine. Are you all okay? Sweetheart, we are all fine. We woke up still in the creek. It was just you two who were gone. He snarled at the memory, and I missed being capable of snarling. Think you can come and get us before I die of blood loss? I asked him amused-ly, despite the fact there was a high risk of that actually happening. I'll try, baby. His volume decreased and I could hear the fear in his tone. I hated that. He was always so strong and so dependable. Hearing him weaken had me feeling nauseous. Take your time, but there is only one bed, so in the meantime I will be sleeping with your brother. I yelled, and the deep, husky growl echoed through the phone, making me bite my lip to suppress my laugh. I will be there as fast as I can, he barked. I love you. I love you too. I called before sinking into the bed to close my eyes for a while as the room started to dim and swirl. Chapter 15. I let out a groan as I dragged myself into a sitting position and leaned back against the cool, concrete wall. Are you okay? Liam asked, leaning against the wall opposite with his elbow resting on his bent knees. His expression was glazed with concern as he scanned my own for some kind of clue. I pasted a smile onto my face and nodded. I'm fine. How long was I out? I asked, smiling through the agony that was tearing away at my gut. No clue. Not that long, I don't think. He shrugged, and then I realized there was no clock in the cell and no way to see whether the sun was still up. Heard anything else from Zach? I asked hopefully. The deflated expression Liam held was enough of an answer, and a knot twisted in my stomach. He will find us, I stated confidently. I knew Zach wouldn't give up until he found us both. The part I wasn't sure of was whether I would still be here when he did. Blood still poured from my wound, and my head felt a lot lighter than it usually did. It's still bleeding. Liam's eyes widened as they zoned in on my blood-coated shirt and then back to my panic-filled eyes. I gave a small nod in reply, which was followed by Liam cursing. Shit. In seconds he was up and stripping his shirt off his extremely sexy chest. The material peeled away to show his perfectly sculpted ABS and his broad chest and shoulders. I gawked for a second because, well, he was gorgeous before blinking and trying to think about my boyfriend and how much I missed him. Liam strode towards me quickly and swiftly, and in seconds he was lifting my own shirt. Liam? I hissed in confusion, but he waved me off and brushed the material up just below my breast, exposing my blood-coated stomach. A ripping sound filled the silence, and then he began bandaging my wound with the torn material, tightly tying it so that blood couldn't escape as easily. I watched his steady hands and the concentration on his face before he tugged my top back down and raised his eyes to mine. "Thanks." I smiled and he smiled back before shuffling to sit beside me. "Anytime," he replied, wrapping his arms around me and steadying me so I was leaning my head against his bare chest. "Zach's going to kill you, you know?" I chuckled and felt his chest vibrate as he did the same. "You don't have to pretend it doesn't hurt," he whispered, rubbing his thumb along my wrist. "It doesn't." I lied as the searing agony formed a lump in my throat. "Oh, it's only me." "You don't have to lie or pretend with me." He spoke soothingly, and for a second I forgot about how much I missed my boyfriend or how much pain I was in. I forgot it all and just allowed Liam to comfort me. "I'm Alpha," I explained, and it was explanation enough. I couldn't be weak. Ever. I represented my pack, and a weak alpha meant a weak pack, which meant anyone could attack. I had to pretend. Always. Not here you aren't. Here you are human. You are just Hella and I am just Liam, and you don't have to pretend, he whispered in response. "I don't want to be weak," I whimpered, squinting my eyes closed so he couldn't see the pain on my face. "Believe me, you aren't." He spoke soothingly, tucking me closer to him so my face was pressed against his chest. The scent of home mixed with wolf and burning would fill my nose, providing a sense of comfort. My eyes fluttered closed while Liam whispered to me, "He's going to get us out." It was a promise, plain and simple. I drifted in and out of my deep sleep for the next few hours, always waking secure in Liam's arms. Sometimes he would be asleep beside me when I awoke, and other times he would be glaring at the trapdoor, his jaw tightly clenched and his expression stone hard. I knew he was waiting for Zach, desperate for him to shove the door open and get us out of here, back into the moonlight so we could feel strong again. I never realized until now how difficult it was to be human. How weak they are. "Hey," he greeted as I arose from my slumber for the millionth time. His hand was cradling my own, and I couldn't help but notice his shirtless chest. "How long have we been down here?" I grumbled, shuffling my position to rest my chin on his chest. His arm draped around me loosely while his other hand held mine tightly. "A few days, I would guess," he replied. "Aren't you cold?" I asked him, feeling guilty for having his shirt trapped around my side. Small goosens littered his skin and the hairs on his arms stood on end. "I'm fine," he lied smoothly. "How do you feel?" I decided to ignore his lie and the change of subject and forced a smile onto my face. "I'm okay." "I miss him," I admitted. He has never left my side since I met him. I laughed lightly, knowing he would be worried out of his mind. "I can imagine." Liam laughed. "He will be doing anything he can to find you." "Yeah, I know. I just hope he gets here before you freeze to death or I bleed out." I laughed with him before it slowly bled out into silent panic. "Zach's 𝐊𝐲𝐿, I yelled, slamming my fist into the nearest tree, successfully denting it. Ryder stood in his usual relaxed stance, leaning against a tree with an unimpressed frown on his lips. "Then we will just give up and go home," he shrugged, pushing away and turning to the others. "We are going home, guys," he told them. In seconds I had him pinned against the tree with my claws pressing into the skin on his neck. "I'm not leaving them," I roared. "I'm not leaving her." I expected Ryder to shout or argue, but he simply laughed and brushed me off him. "Why is it when you miss Ella, I am the one who gets the brunt of your anger?" "Because you deliberately piss me off and she isn't here to protect you," I growled. Now how the hell are we going to find her, because I am not stopping until I get her back? Then try again, he ordered, and I snarled under my breath at his authoritative tone. Isn't working, or why? Are you sure it's even a thing? Blake asked, joining the two of us while the girls scouted the area for a scent. Yes. Trust me, it will work. My mom always said that any wolf can find their mate as long as they still loved each other, so unless she has fallen in love with your brother in the last couple of days, it will work. He snapped and my fists clenched. I was so desperate for Ella to be back in my arms, I was completely and utterly restless. She was the only person who could calm me down, and my heart thundered every time I replayed my conversation with Liam. She was injured and human. She would die if I didn't get to her. I would lose the love of my life if I didn't hurry, and we were messing about with a theory writer had remembered from his mother when he was about 7. Fine, I huffed. One more time, and if it doesn't work, we are giving this up and we will track them down the normal way. Okay, he agreed while I crouched onto the ground and initiated the change so my wolf stood the size of a bear, large and bulky over the humans. Just think about Ella. Forget everything else and focus on her. Writer instructed. I grumbled my wolf's version of, I always think about Ella, but he sent me a deadpan look and went silent so I could think about her. I thought about how beautiful she was to start with. How much I loved to run my fingers through her long dark waves. How her eyes lit up when I kissed her. How soft her lips were and how perfect her hourglass body was. Then I thought about the feel of those lips on mine, warm and soft with a sweet taste filling my mouth. The feeling of her small body enveloped in mine at night with the bed sheets tangled around our joined bodies. How right it felt when she was in my arms or her tiny hand was enclosed in mine. And then, when I still couldn't pick up on her scent, I thought about how my heart always skipped a beat when she entered a room, or how it sped up when I saw her gorgeous smile. I thought about how I broke when she was upset or in danger, and I thought about how I loved her eyes, her smile, her laugh, her kisses. I loved her with my whole heart, and it felt as though it would burst from pure relief when I finally picked up on her sweet scent. In Ella's mother's diary, she reveals a shocking fact: Ella's adoptive father is not her biological dad. As Ella grapples with this revelation, a new clue emerges, pointing to a remote cottage that may hold secrets of her family's past. Chapter 16, Are you okay? Liam asked me. I could hear the thudding of his feet pacing the concrete floor beside the bed while I lay, pale and weak, on the thin mattress. I parted my cracked lips while my eyes pried open. I replied, but my dry throat caused my voice to come out rough and weak. Come on, Zach. Where the hell is he? He growled, slamming his fist into the slab of concrete in front of him. Only a second later, a yelp escaped his lips and he was clutching his fist in pain. Idiot, I hissed, assuming he had now broken his hand. I watched with drooping eyes as he stretched his hand and clasped it back into a fist only seconds later. Ugh, I hate being human. I hate feeling pain. It's crap, he grumbled, sliding down the wall so he was sat on the floor with his arms resting on his knees. You're telling me, I scoffed. Constantly, I was drifting in and out of consciousness, and currently, I feared if I was to fall asleep, I wouldn't wake up. I'm sorry, El. I don't know what I can do. He sighed, and the guilt and pain clouded his shimmering blue eyes that reminded me so much of Zach. Just help me stay awake, I whispered, and he nodded. Okay, he agreed, pushing up off the floor and joining me on the bed. almost instinctively. His hand threaded into my hair and his fingers dragged through my long, matted locks. You know, when I was adopted, there was a woman who was a werewolf who lived just outside my village, he started. She knew my mom and dad and she used to tell me how they were but never where to find them or any information that could help me find them. She told me about how they had another son and I was only young but I got so angry. I trashed my entire house and broke everything in sight before my adopted parents kicked me out. He laughed gently, as though it was a fond memory which I couldn't quite understand. Eventually, I was adopted again and then I ran away when I started to transform. By that time, I was far from the old lady and heard nothing about my real family, so I went to your mom to help me track them down. He continued while my eyes grew heavier and heavier. I couldn't understand how they could get rid of me but not their other son. And I guess I will never know, but I did know that if I ever met my brother, I would hate him with every fiber of my being. I swore to myself I would kill him and prove to my parents they gave up the wrong son. A shiver ran down my spine at Liam's words and I couldn't help but feel a pit of dread in my stomach, being so helpless and weak beside him. And then I guess I grew up a little and I realized how completely alone I was. And when I heard our parents were dead, I lost all hope of having a family. I thought I would be alone for the rest of my life. He continued. All I had was Zach, and despite my slight resentment, I was so desperate to not be alone. And then I met him, and he is so strong and so brave, and he loves you more than I have ever loved anything, and I can't help but be completely amazed by him. A smile crawled onto my face while my eyes drooped further closed. Neither can I. I hummed in agreement. I didn't think I could love someone that much, and I never in a million years thought anyone would love me that much. I laughed lightly. I used to think I was so strong up until I met Zach. I never relied on anyone. Never needed a mate. I was going to rule the world on my own. Liam laughed gently behind me, still stroking his fingers through my hair. When I first met him, I was so weak. It was like he completely broke my wolf and I was this little girl again. It's weird, really. He broke me and made me weak, but then built me back up again. Stronger than ever, but with him holding me up. He forced himself into the foundations of my strength, and now I think without him I would completely crumble. Liam gently kissed my temple before speaking. I don't think he is going anywhere, he whispered. Liam? My voice had lost all strength and came out as a shaky whisper. Yeah? Please be there for him, I begged, clutching the hand that wasn't at air with my own small, trembling one. His skin was warm around my own grain, cold flesh. What do you mean? He whispered back, his voice wavering slightly. My eyes were sunken and soulless as the lids fought hopelessly to stay open. And tell him, I started, forgetting my words as darkness blanketed my sight. Ella? Liam's tone was frantic and shaky as I felt him haul my body against him. Ella, stay awake, remember, he demanded, shaking me gently. I can't. Liam, I am going to die, I murmured, still blinded by the jet black that surrounded me. Tell him that I love him. My words came out slow and soft, my head lolling to the side against his solid chest now. You can tell him yourself, fella. Please. He snapped, shaking my numbing body a little more violently. I felt completely limp against him as a tear peeked out and slipped down my cheek. Liam? It was a pleaded self. Ella, stay awake, okay, please. His volume matched my own as hopelessness dripped from his tone. Liam? I gripped his arm a little tighter as the voice bounced off the concrete walls, followed by a slamming sound. I'd know that voice anywhere, and my heartbeat picked up a little, fluttering in my chest. Zach? Liam's voice drenched with relief as the thudding of feet on concrete pattered in the background. Your timing could not be better, he hissed, shaking me again slightly. Ella. It was louder this time. He was so close to me. Tingles started to spread over my skin. Zach. The edges of my lips curved upwards, and I wished I had the strength to peel my eyes open, to lift my heavy head and move my lifeless body so I was facing him. So I could see his beautiful eyes that would be shimmering with a concoction of relief and fear right now. So I could run my blue, gray hands through his soft, thick locks. So I could enclose myself in his strong, safe arms and stay there for as long as possible. Oh, here, sweetheart. You're okay, he whispered, and it was a promise. And I knew Zach kept his promises. Strong, protective arms curled around me, and soon my nostrils were flooded with his familiar scent. I love you, I croaked out before my head tipped to the side and I collapsed against him, fading into the spinning abyss of black. Chapter 17. My eyes fluttered open a fraction before white light slipped beneath my eyelids and blinded me. I let out a croak-wide groan at the thumping in my head and the heaviness of my eyes. When they finally peeled open, I instantly recognized my bedroom and felt an immediate feeling of safety. I was home. Here, drink this, Zach's soft, husky voice ordered before a glass of clear water appeared in my vision. My eyes continued to droop as I tried to focus on his perfect face. Nice to see you too, I grumbled with a huff. He moved forward in a blur before his soft yet rough lips were moving against mine, clinging to them desperately and filling my mouth with the familiar taste of him. There, now drink this, he ordered with his usual daring edge in his tone. I leaned forward so my lips were on the cool glass, and he tipped it slowly so the cold, refreshing liquid slid down my throat. He didn't stop until I had gulped down the entire glass, and once I did, my vision started to clear a little. You need to drink lots, he told me with a gentle, worried and sympathetic smile. I simply nodded in response and felt around on the bed until my hand was secured in his. How are you feeling? I'm okay, I assured him, shuffling over on the bed. Big mistake. As soon as I moved, it was like the whole world flipped around and spun for a while, making my own head spin with it. Whoa, careful. Zach steadied me so the spinning would stop and then took another glass of water from the bedside table. I took a long sip before he took it back and smiled. You will be okay once the moon rises, he told me. Okay, I responded, taking in his features now I could see properly. His sparkling blue eyes had dulled slightly and had dark purple bags hanging beneath them from his obvious lack of sleep. His usual complexion had light and a few shades, giving him a deathly white color except the dark hollows of his eyes. His lips were dry and cracked, and his clothes looked scruffy and crumpled. Zach, when was the last time you ate or slept? I asked him, raising an eyebrow at him. I will sleep when I know you're okay, he replied, tucking a strand of my hair behind my ear and keeping his eyes constantly on me. I am okay, I assured him, leaning forwards and pressing my lips to his, kissing him gently and lovingly before tangling my fingers in his hair and biting on his bottom lip while his tongue explored my mouth. Slowly, we pulled away with our foreheads pressed together and our breaths short and ragged. I smiled. God, I missed you, sweetheart, he breathed, running his hand up and down my arm. I missed you too, I told him. My hands cupped his face, my thumb rubbing over his stubbled 𝐿𝐷𝐿 while my eyes stayed locked on his. But don't change the subject. You need to eat and get some sleep, I instructed, pulling away and leaning back against the headboard. Baby, let me take care of you, okay? I am fine now you're home. He smiled solemnly, and I knew that us being apart was just as hard for him as it was for me. Lie down. I stared for a moment, raising my eyebrows at him. Sweetheart, lie down, he ordered in the daring voice I was so used to and that I had missed. As slow as possible, I lowered myself so I was lay on my back, wondering what exactly Zach was going to do. Ever so carefully, he brushed my shirt up to just under my bra and ran his finger lightly over the cut on my stomach. It's already healing, he told me. How did it happen? I don't know, I told him, and his eyes flitted from the cut up to my face, confusion and written in them. I woke up with it. Zach helped me back into a sitting position before moving to sit beside me on the bed. Not long after, Liam entered the room with a tray of food. Hey, are you okay? I asked him, trying to get up, but Zach held me down. I'm fine. Are you? He asked, putting the tray at the end of the bed before rounding it to stand beside me. I'm fine, I told him. She just needs to sit still and eat. Zach answered for me as I spoke. I shot him a half-assed glare, but was so happy to be home and to see him again, care how overprotective he was being. Here, Liam handed me one of the 3 bowls on the trays, and I immediately dug into the huge bowl of soup. Thanks, I muttered, scoffing down spoonfuls of the food after spending a few days without anything in my stomach. It didn't take long before all 3 of us were placing our empty bowls back on the tray. As soon as my hand left the bowl, Zach was tugging me backwards, so I was sat on his lap with his arms tightly wrapped around me. I have a question, he announced, rubbing the back of my hand with his thumb. Okay? I asked, playing with his fingers in my lap. Why were you 2 lay in bed together with you sleeping on my brother's naked chest? He growled in my ear. Oh. Liam turned to leave, but Zach grabbed his wrist. That's a good question. Baby, relax. He took his shirt off and used it to stop the bleeding, and I was just lay on him because, well, I looked to Liam to see him with wide eyes and a clueless look on his face. He is comfy. I shrugged. He hummed behind me, twiddling a piece of my hair in his fingers. He then turned to Liam with a daring look in his eye. Keep your shirt on around my girlfriend, he warned. Gotcha? Liam nodded, and with that, he was gone. You better not sleep with my brother again, he growled, pulling gently on the strand of hair twisted around his finger. I giggled slightly and turned to fully face him. I didn't sleep with him. I nudged him and buried my head in his shirt. You shared a bed with him, he grumbled. No, he slept on the floor and let me have the bed, I corrected him, and after that he was silent. We stayed in that position, with me on his lap with my face nestled against his shoulder while he played with my hair and held me against him. It was comfort for us, being wrapped up in each other and knowing the other was okay. Get some sleep, sweetheart, he whispered, maneuvering me so I was laid back beneath the covers. He gently kissed my forehead and then my lips. I'll be up in a second, okay? I smiled up at him and he strode out of the room, closing the door as he did. I waited a few minutes before shuffling to the edge of the bed and dragging myself to the door. I clicked it open a fraction and then clambered back into the bed, burying myself under the covers. Hey, I heard Liam's voice from downstairs now that I wasn't sealed in the soundproof room. "Hey," Zach replied, and then the sound of a chair scraping across the floor reached my ears. "I know I haven't really spoken to you since this morning, so are you okay?" I smiled slightly, my heart warming at the concerns Zach had about Liam. "I'm fine," he responded. "A little moonlight and some damn food and I was good." He laughed. "Good." There was a long pause and I was beginning to think that was it. "Thank you," Zach finally said. "For what?" Liam sounded genuinely confused at the gratitude, and I could picture his face scrunching up in confusion. "As much as I hate to admit it, I am glad that you took off your shirt and stopped the bleeding," he admitted. "I know it was freezing down there, and being human would have made it harder to deal with. I also know you slept on the floor so she could have the bed. So thank you." "I love her, you know," Liam replied, and I froze. "What?" "Not in the same way you do. But I do. She is like a sister," he explained, and a breath of relief flew from my lips. Thank God he wasn't going to die at the hands of his brother. "I'm glad you're okay. And I am glad you got your girl back." I could practically hear the smirk. "Now take her advice and get some sleep. You look worse than she does." He laughed. "Yeah, okay. You too? I can tell you didn't get your beauty sleep on the concrete floor." Zach mocked and they both chuckled. "Thanks," Liam started, "for getting us out. I didn't just come for her, you know." "You're my brother," he stated. "Yeah, I know." There was another pause and then Zach spoke once again. "Night, Liam. Night, bro." A smile etched onto my face as I listened, and it grew when our bedroom plunged into darkness and a pair of arms snaked around my waist, holding me against a warm body where I knew I was safe. Chapter 18. Early the next morning, I awoke in Zach's strong arms, pinning me to his chest while his body heat in the blanket warmed me. I was so cozy and toasty that I drifted back to sleep until the cold air brushing over me stirred me again. "Sorry, baby?" Zach smiled gently, slipping out from beneath the covers and tucking them tightly around my body. "I'm going training for a bit." I winced a little, hoping to spend the morning with him. "Catching up?" "No, Zach, say," I begged, reaching out to grab his arm. "Sweetheart, I will be back in a bit, okay? I'm just going for a quick run before it gets too warm," he explained, kissing my cheek before stripping in the middle of the room, causing my stare to linger. "Fine," I huffed with a pout, rolling onto my back and glaring at the ceiling, not being able to look at his perfect body any longer. He was silent for a while, scuffing around the room, changing and grabbing his shoes before he appeared hovering over the top of me. "Put the pouty lips away," he kissed them gently. "I will be back in an hour at most. Stay in bed and I'll make us breakfast when I get home," he promised and rolled off the bed. I drifted into a light sleep for just over half an hour, but then gave up. It wasn't as easy to sleep when my radiator had gone for a run. Without Zach's arms, I felt cold and a little less safe, feeling cautious to close my eyes. Eventually, I scrambled out from beneath the covers and made my way downstairs to the kitchen after a quick shower. "Hey," I greeted Liam, who sat in the kitchen in silence, probably in charge of keeping me safe while Zach was out. "What are you doing?" he snapped, jumping up off the seat and darting across the room to stand in front of me. I stared at him in confusion, scrunching up my brows as utter fear and worry washed over Liam's features. "Get back upstairs," he ordered, pushing me backward slightly. "Zach will kill you and me." He grumbled. "What's wrong?" I asked him, brushing his hands off me. "You're supposed to stay in bed. He will go mad if he sees you are up," Liam explained. "Liam, the moon healed me. I started before the sound of a door swinging open made me jump." "What are you doing up?" Zach growled from behind me, rushing to my side and wrapping his arms around my waist. I tried to get her to go back up. Liam defended, holding his arms up in surrender. "I have work to do," I explained, shooting Liam a glare for snitching and wriggling out of Zach's hold well. Trying. "Sweetheart, you need rest. I told you not to leave the bed." He sent me his challenging look before starting to walk me towards the stairs. I fought against him, trying to stop his fast pacing, but received his daring look, only intensified. "Sweetheart, you warned me." "Zach." My tone matched his and a small flash of dominance crashed against him. "I have work to do, and I'm fine," I assured him, lifting my shirt up to just below my brayless chest. "See." I showed them my faded scar on my stomach, the pale red line only being visible in the light. "Don't care," Zach snapped. "Zach, I am not a cub." I growled, shattering his stubbornness with a wave of dominance. He stared for a moment, resisting as much as possible before pushing me into the office and slamming the door. I suddenly felt small and helpless as he glared at me, sending a shudder down my spine as his eyes darkened with anger and desire. "Zach," I whispered, scooting backwards. "Sweetheart, don't ever use your dominance on me," he snarled as he strode towards me. As soon as he finished, his lips crashed onto mine. The kiss was rough and punishing, tugging on my lip and exploring my mouth with his tongue. I knew there was no use fighting him for dominance in that sense. When it came to physical contact, Zach was in charge, and I was more than happy to submit to his magic touch and skilled tongue. His hands pulled me violently towards him, pinning me against him and deepening the kiss further. I tugged on the roots of his hair, causing a deep groan from the back of his throat. When we finally pulled away, we were both breathless, with our foreheads pressed together and our eyes locked onto each other's. "I missed you," I breathed. Zach's hand ran down my arms and around my waist before pulling my shirt over my head and starting to remove pajama shorts. "I'm going to show you just how much I missed you," he growled. Before I knew it, we were both naked and I was lay across the carpeted floor with him above me, his lips locked onto my breast and my nails scraping over his bare back. "Zach, please," I begged him and met his smirking lips in a kiss as he positioned himself at my opening. "What are you doing?" he asked me later that day as I sat in my office chair, reading through some papers. Obviously, I won the argument with Zach, but he'd been watched all day while I worked by either my boyfriend or his brother like I was a child. Trying to find some information about what happened to us, I explained, watching out the corner of my eyes as he leaned against the door with his muscular arms folded over his chest. "What do you mean?" He raised an eyebrow and I pushed the paper aside and turned to him. "I want answers. I want to know why the hell Liam and I were the only ones taken. I want to know who the fuck stabbed me so I can tear their throat out. I want to know why I was the only one stabbed, and I want to know what stabbed and what psychos thought they could kill me," I ranted, clenching my jaw as I spoke. "And have you found anything?" He raised a brow and I frowned. "No," I grumbled, sifting through the piles of papers left to read. "Where did you find us?" I asked him. "You were about 20 miles from here in the woods in Wild Gate," he told me as I pulled out a map from my father's drawer. "What are all those markings?" he asked, pointing to the circles on the map. I shrugged. "I don't know." The popping sound filled the silence as I took the cap off the pen and circled the large wooded area in 𝐿𝐷. "I wonder if that's near wolf territory." I glanced at Zach to see him look away. "What?" I asked him. His fists clenched tightly until his knuckles turned a pasty white shade. "Zach." I stood up from the desk and rounded it so I was in front of him. I took his fists in my hands and rubbed my thumb over his tight knuckles until he loosened up a little. Once he did, I curled one hand around his and placed the other on his jaw, turning his head so he could face me. I could feel his stubble chin beneath my palm and felt the heat from his skin. His eyes were clouded with emotion, too many for me to have even a clue how he was feeling. I pressed my lips to his and brushed my thumb over his cheek. "What's wrong?" I asked him gently. His icy blue eyes melted when he looked at me and instead glistened with love. "𝐿𝐷," he started, tightening his grip on my hand. "Used to be my pack's territory." He finished and my heart hit the floor with a thud. Chapter 19. "I don't like this," I repeated, curling my hands tighter around my scorching mug of hot chocolate. "Relax, baby." Zach's fingers separated my locks of hair in a soothing manner. His warm lips pressed against my cheek for a moment, and in that second, I could breathe easier. "I don't like it at all. Something just doesn't feel right," I grumbled, downing the scalding liquid in my cup. "What do you mean?" Liam asked from opposite me, watching me with one raised brow. "I mean, they took me and you, and the only thing we have in common is Zach," I replied, turning to Zach. "What if the purpose of taking us wasn't to put us in danger, but to put you in danger?" But I wasn't attacked. Nobody was spotted at the border, and surely if I was the target, they would have just killed me when they knocked us all out. He rationalized, and I took a steadier breath. "Yeah, I guess," I sighed, leaning into him a little more. "I still think there is something going on," I told him. "Me too," he nodded. "Me too," Liam agreed, staring into the distance, deep in thought. Not long after, the doorbell rang and Liam left to answer it while Zach peppered kisses over any skin that was available to him. "Hey," I heard Ryder's voice shout from the hallway. "We are coming in, so I hope you two are decent." He laughed. "Shut up." Jordan giggled. "Ella." Alexi sang, skipping into the kitchen with a grin plastered on her face. "Hey." I waved, hopping off my seat to hug them all. "Hey, are you okay?" "We wanted to give you time before we came to see you, but we missed you," Jordan explained. I told her, throwing my arms around her. "Are you okay, man?" Ryder turned to Liam, who nodded in response before the two started a lengthy conversation. "So, Al, are we okay to stay for a bit?" Caroline asked me. I turned to Zach, who nodded, and to Liam, who was still in deep conversation with Ryder, and nodded. "Great, because we all brought our stuff to stay the night." Mason laughed before throwing himself onto the sofa. We all joined him, cramping together on the sofas or sprawling on the floor, listening to Ryder explain a dream he had last night. Tears streamed down my face from laughing so hard, and I realized in that moment that I truly loved my friends. And then, a gorilla appeared and started dancing with her instead. He laughed, making us all howl with laughter until we couldn't breathe. I watched as Lexi laughed from the other sofa with her wicked, devilish giggle that always made me crack up. However, The funniest part of the story was when Blake snorted from laughing and set us all off again. "Let's play Pictionary," Caroline suggested, hopping to her feet after we had scoffed off our pizzas. She pinned a large sheet of paper to the living room wall and grabbed a pen from my office. She started by drawing a long, thin oval shape in the middle of the page. A penis? Ryder guessed, making us all laugh. A sausage? Liam guessed before Caroline carried on. She then drew a large triangle over the long, thin ovum. I stared at it, laughing along with Jordan for a while. "Come on, guys," she sighed, drawing some squiggly lines either side of the penis-shaped thing. We all stared blankly, trying to hold in our laughs as she grumbled and continued. "Oh, I got it." Ryder cheered and we all turned to him. "It's Mason's dick." He smirked and we all laughed, rolling our eyes while Mason grunted a response to Ryder. Caroline continued to draw something that looked like a head. "Dickhead." I guessed that she shot me a glare while Zach chuckled along with me. She then drew the eyes and colored one in. "Cyclops." Zach frowned. "Black?" Mason asked. "Black-eyed penis." Jordan shouted and we all looked at her for a moment before erupting into a series of laughter. Once we all caught our breath, we realized we still hadn't managed to guess it, so looked back to the drawing. Caroline added a cross with a circle in the middle to the center of the triangle and looked back at us expectantly. So it's not someone with a black eye," Blake mumbled. I knew he would be the most angry if he didn't get it. Blake loved to be the best at everything and had always hated losing. "A pirate?" he questioned, and Caroline's face lit up. "Okay. Pirate." We all shouted, excited to have a lead. "Oh, it's a pirate ship." Mason yelled and Caroline screamed in relief while we all howled with laughter. "How is that a ship car?" I laughed. "A penis," she yelled at us. "Black guy's penis," she shouted in utter disbelief while we all laughed. "I love their music." Liam laughed and we all joined once again. "Oh no." I hid my face in Zach's shirt, keeping one eye on the TV and clinging to the material tightly in my fist. "Don't go in," Ryder warned the character in the movie as the creepy background music floated through the room. "Don't do it," Mason shouted, holding Caroline in his arms and using her shoulder to hide his face. "No." "No, don't." Jordan winced as the handle slowly turned. "Well, whatever happens, she deserves it now." "We want her." Caroline laughed and we all nodded in agreement. "Stupid idiot should just go home to that gorgeous husband of hers," Lexi grumbled. "He's gorgeous though, isn't he?" Jordan whispered as the character stepped into the room. "I agree. He's seriously hot," I added, my voice muffled by Zach's shirt. "I have never understood you girls and your obsession with Leonardo DiCaprio." Blake furrowed his brows. "I don't know what it is. He just has this thing," Caroline explained. "Thing?" Mason raised his eyebrows at us. "Yeah? A thing," Lexi agreed. "Guys don't have obsessions with girls like that." Ryder laughed. "Kate Moss," Jordan said, and they all stared at her. "Yeah, well, she is hot," Liam explained. "What about her is hot?" I asked. "She is just." "I don't. She Blake drifted?" "Has a thing," Lexi asked, but before they could answer, a scream erupted from the TV, making us all jump and squeal from the fear. Eventually, our fear faded into laughter as we all recalled each other's faces as the scene occurred, and we ended up talking over the film for the rest of it. So you think something is going on? Mason asked me later that night. I lay across the floor, slouching against the sofa, tangled in Zach's body in the sheets. Yeah, there has to be. I shrugged. I mean, we were all there and they only took me and Liam, I replied, thinking over the events of that night. You went to the doctor, right? I asked Mason and he nodded. Wolfsbane petals are poisonous to werewolves, but it can also harm humans if they breathe it in for a long enough time, so Mason had to get checked out since it obviously affected him too. Well, other than the obvious, Jordan started, glancing from Zach back to me. What else do the two of you have in common that could make you targets to someone? I glanced to Liam to see him looking right back at me, flitting his eyes from my face to Zach's and then back again. I have no idea, I whispered in reply. Chapter 20, what are you doing? Beautiful, Zach asked the next morning. I glanced up from the paper in my hand to see him filling the doorway to my office with his muscular arms folded across his chest. Nothing, I mumbled, flicking over the page to continue reading. I swear if you're working at 9 o'clock on a Sunday morning, I will drag you to bed and tie you down just so you can sleep, he quipped, striding into the room and leaning over the desk. I lifted my gaze to his and smiled mischievously. Just so I can sleep. I raised an eyebrow. You can't think of anything else we could do with me tied to the bed. The playful glint in his eyes darkened with clouds of lust, sending flutters through my stomach. He leaned forward so our lips were mere millimeters apart. Don't tempt me. I giggled and pecked a kiss on his lips before leaning back. It's not technically work, I told him. I'm not bothered about the technicalities, he growled. You are reading? They are my mom's diaries, I told him, pointing to the pile of pink leather-covered books beside me as well as the one in my hand. Why are you reading them now? He asked, shuffling through the huge pile and reading the dates imprinted on the covers. Thought reading about my mom's memories would help me forget the feeling of impending doom lodged in my stomach. I laughed. Zach rolled his eyes and took my hand, tugging me up from my seat and rounding the desk. One of his long, calloused fingers trailed down my cheek before his plump lips clasped over mine. His one hand curled around my chin while his thumb made small circles on my cheek. His other hand pulled my waist closer to his and immediately I felt his hard-on press against my thigh. I let a light moan slip out from between my lips, letting his tongue venture deeper into my mouth. When we finally pulled away, I was panting and extremely turned on. I would love nothing more than to keep kissing you right now, he stated, smirking down at my flustered face. However, my brother and all our friends are in the next room, wondering where you went. Fine, I grumbled, following his lead out of the study towards the living room and the crowd of friends staring. I kept the one diary in my hand so I could keep reading while trying to be sociable. You guys were doing it, weren't you? Ryder grinned at me, wiggling his eyebrows playfully. I reached for the nearest pillow and launched it at his head, smiling proudly when it landed smack in the middle of his forehead. That's your one and only warning to shut up, I told him, raising my eyebrows at him in a warning. Apparently you weren't very good, Zach, because she seems more grouchy than when you two disappeared. He smirked and Zach growled beside me. I warned you, I said in a sing-song voice, releasing strong, pulsing waves of dominance and sending them crashing over him. He groaned from the sharp pains that rained down on him and snarled at me. All right. Apologize, I ordered. He sighed. Sorry, he grumbled and I reined it back in, releasing him from the stronghold. I hate when you do that, He huffed. I know. I grinned and hopped onto the arm of the chair Zach had sat on. Immediately, he tugged at my waist until I slid down onto his lap and his arms held my back flushed against his chest. What's that? Caroline nodded towards the pink book resting on my lap with a curious look on her face. My mom's diary. I found loads of them locked in the office with my dad's confidential things. I told her and she narrowed her eyes. Why were they locked away? Alexia asked, sprawled across the floor beside me. I shrugged. Maybe they contained pack secrets or something. Or my dad just didn't want to lose them. I would have thought he would have shown you, Blake said as I flicked through the pages, skimming the recalls of her days. I simply shrugged in reply, reading thoroughly through the rest of the diary with a smile on my face. The others chatted aimlessly about whatever came to mind, but their voices were a blur in the background. Ella, I snapped my head up to see them all staring at me. Yeah? What did she write about that's so interesting? Mason asked with a raised brow. Well, I smiled sheepishly me. He laughed as Ryder lunged forward and peeled the book from my hand, dashing to the other side of the room. Ryder? I scrambled off Zach's lap to chase him and stopped when he cleared his throat. Ella is the most beautiful baby I have ever seen, and I cannot believe how in love with her I am, he read with a chuckle. I only wish things would have happened a little differently. I would give anything for my parents to have been able to meet her before they passed. I know they would have fallen in love with her and spoiled her like she deserves. Small tears brimmed my eyes as he read on. I also wish that my beautiful daughter hadn't come into this world amidst the chaos we are trying to deal with. I will do anything to keep her safe from it all, but that doesn't help me sleep at night. What does that mean now? Ryder asked. I have no idea. My voice was quieter than expected. I cleared my throat. I guess maybe there were pack problems. I suggested, and he shrugged. Well, what does it say next? Liam asked 𝐿𝐻𝐬. Alex is the most incredible father, just as I knew he would be. I love watching him with Ella. He takes care of her and protects her and coaxes sweet laughs from her all the time. He treats her like his own daughter and... What in... My heart stopped beating for a few seconds and I stood, frozen on the spot as the words sunk in. Like his own daughter. I wished I was sitting because my knees buckled and my legs gave way beneath me, causing me to stumble into Zach's hard chest. I had no idea when he stood, but his arm steadied my shaking body while I waited for Ryder to continue reading and tell me it wasn't what it sounded like. That can't be true. It must be a mistake. Right? I mean, he is definitely my dad, so whatever that means. It isn't what I think. He was my dad. He was... I mean, sure, I look more like my mom than him, but we had the same. The same. I was gasping for something like a fish out of water. I don't really remember, but I would have known if he wasn't my dad, so it's wrong. Right, Ryder? If you keep reading, you can prove it's wrong. Right? I looked at him with so much hope. Desperation dripped from my tone, and his expression contorted into a stricken one. He spoke softly, apologetically, and it felt like a dagger going straight through my heart. Oh my God. The tears fell. I couldn't keep them at bay any longer. He wasn't my real dad. Everything was all just one big lie. Oh my God, I repeated, pulling out of Zach's arms and sprinting out of the room to the office where nobody could hear the sobs that seemed to rack through me. Ella. Shouts followed me as I slammed the door shut and locked it, crumbling into a ball on the floor as the tears trickled down my face. Chapter 21. Ella opened the door. Zach's gentle voice called from outside the office. Gradually, I had managed to get my breathing under control, and now, small tears just trickled down my face every few moments. "Ella, please." I could hear his desperation and guilt gnawed at me for shutting him out literally. But I couldn't speak because my throat had run completely dry and my knees were so weak I couldn't stand. "Ella?" The desperation morphed into a warning, and for some reason, I found the stern, erring tone to be comforting. It was Zach. "Ella, open the door or I will knock it down." He threatened, and I knew he would. I felt awful for worrying him, so dragged myself along the floor and twisted the key so he could enter. As soon as I moved away, he burst into the room, shutting the door behind him. His eyes scanned the room and quickly landed on my curled up form on the floor. In seconds, Zach sunk to his knees and the familiar warmth of his hold wrapped around me. "Ella? I'm sorry." A gentle kiss pressed to my forehead, and one of his large hands found my small, trembling ones. I can't believe he wasn't my dad. I sniffed, clinging to Zach's hand like it was the only thing keeping me breathing. I felt as though if I let go, I would fall. "Ella, listen to me. He was your dad, okay? Biological or not, he loved you so much and he would have done anything for you." He dropped my hand and laid both of his on either side of my jaw, forcing me to face him. "He was your dad, sweetheart." I sat numbly in silence, sinking further into his arms while my mind swam with questions. Questions that nobody was around to answer. Thoughts and feelings clogged up my mind until I felt like my head was about to explode unless I found release, so I pulled out of Zach's arms and wobbled on my shaking legs as I rose to my feet. "I'm going for a run," I whispered, my cracked lips unable to part more than a hair's width. Zach jumped up beside me and clasped his hand around mine. "I'll come with you," he offered gently, although I knew that it wasn't going to be up for discussion. I simply nodded before silently traipsing up to my room to change into some running clothes. Zach did the same, watching me closely to make sure I didn't suddenly break on the spot. Once we were out of the house, I forgot everything and just allowed my legs to carry me up the mountainside through the thick woodland. I slipped between trees, barely slowing to navigate a path and just barreling across the valley, no direction in mind. In fact, nothing was on my mind. Not my father, real or adopted, not my mother's secrets and lies, not Zach's worry for me. All I focused on was the wind whipping at my hair and the debris-covered ground crunching beneath my fast steps. After a long run across a dozen or so miles, I found myself slowing near a particular lake and being greeted with two perfectly straight, sharp-edged, tall headstones. "Sweetheart." Zach's voice barely whispered, and I jumped, forgetting he was beside me as I stared emotional as why at the stones. I no longer knew what to feel. I turned to Zach to see concern etched across his face. "Let's go back," I muttered before taking off in the direction of the village, unable to look at the beautiful icy blue eyes I loved so much flooded with worry. As soon as the house was in sight, I slowed to a walk, panting a little from the rapid pace I had sprinted back with. My forehead dotted with beads of sweat that I quickly swiped away before pushing the front door open. The quiet chatter from the living room silenced as soon as I did, and I panicked, suddenly feeling everything I wanted to block out come rushing back. Tears trickled down my cheeks, and I had to hold in my sobs as I dashed back into the office, closely followed by my boyfriend. He lowered us both onto the sofa, cradling me against him while I cried softly in his arms. We sat in content silence for a long while, me basking in every ounce of warmth and comfort he was providing with just his presence alone. Being in his arms was like nothing else, It was where I was safest and happiest, and the rest of the world and the problems along with it faded away. But Zach wouldn't let me get away with avoiding the problems that easily, and deep down I knew that. Which is why I wasn't at all surprised when he gently whispered, "Are you okay?" I hesitated, slipping my hand beneath Zach's shirt, tracing the outline of his ABS with my nails. I didn't want to lie to him, but the words "I'm fine" slipped from my lips. My voice came out weaker and shakier than I anticipated, and he saw straight through me. "Baby, you don't have to lie to me." His tone was the familiar, daring one, and despite everything, it brought a smile to my face. "It just hurts." How did I not know he wasn't my father? All this time, they were lying to me, I muttered. He turned me to face him again and lightly kissed my lips. "He will always be your father's sweetheart. They both loved you, and if they lied, it was to protect you." Protect me from what? My eyes met his own, beautiful, icy blue ones that were currently clouded with worry. Our lips locked in a gentle kiss before he tucked a strand of my hair behind my ear and frowned. "I don't know, baby. I'm sorry. He wasn't my father," I whispered shakily. "I don't know who my dad is, sweetheart." He took my hands in his and cradled them against his chest. "Alex Reed was your dad, okay? Just because he wasn't blood doesn't mean he wasn't family." He pulled me to my feet and held me against him for a while. My head was buried in his shirt and my hands ran up and down his back. When I pulled away, our lips molded against each other in a fast, desperate manner. His lips were soft and strong, pulling and sucking on mine. Our tongues tackled for dominance, dancing in my mouth before he forced me into submission and let his tongue explore my mouth. The kiss was soft but passionate, and I felt myself melting into him. Eventually, we both stopped for air, our foreheads pressed together. Our breaths intermingled in a concoction of pants and gasps. "Come with me," he ordered, his voice husky. I nodded, following him from the room and back into the living room where everyone was quietly chatting again. Hey Jordan smiled sweetly, bringing everyone's attention to us. Immediately, I could see her smile was forced and worry swam in the recesses of her beautiful green eyes. Liam quickly stepped closer to me, kissing my cheek delicately. "You okay, sweetheart?" he asked, his own eyes wide and searching. I nodded silently, words escaping me. Feeling everyone's eyes on me as Liam retook his seat, I backed up into Zach's safety and warmth. "Sweetheart, listen to me. Blood doesn't mean family. Your family are all right here, and none of us are blood. He was your dad, blood or not," he told me, kissing the side of my face. I scanned the room, looking into every pair of worried eyes with so much love and gratitude. These people were the constant in my life, and Zach was right, they were family. He's right? Ryder nodded in agreement. "Yeah? I know." I nodded, melting further into his arms. "Nothing's changed." It came out as a question, and Zach stared deep into my eyes. "Nothing's changed." It was a promise. Just like when he told me he loved me. He was so sure, and that immediately reassured me. "Wanna watch a movie?" Caroline offered, clearly not oblivious to the heaviness that hung in the air. Last night had been so much fun, and I wanted to get back to that. "Definitely." I nodded, and everyone else quickly agreed. Soon we were all sat around on the sofa, me tucked in Zach's arms with my family around me. Our laughter echoed through the room, and we stuffed our faces with popcorn. I smiled, taking in the way we're all squished together, completely comfortable with each other. My oldest friends and newest friends all simply enjoying each other's company. We were family, an unconventional, multi-species, messed up family. And I realized that was all I wanted. My unconventional family was pretty amazing. Chapter 22. The next day, I sat in the window of the office with a tall glass of fruit cocktail that Liam had made for me in my mother's diary, rereading the pages again and again until the words were imprinted in my brain. I was so engrossed in the words scribbled in her beautiful handwriting. I didn't hear Zach return from his training session or sneak into the office to stand behind me. "Why can I smell alcohol?" he asked, sending me jolting up in the chair while my heart thundered violently in my chest. "Don't do that," I scolded, hoping to distract him from his own question. "You scared me," I breathed. "Sorry, sweetheart." He pressed a light kiss to my lips, darting his tongue out to swipe over my lower lip before he pulled back. "You taste like it too." I scrunched up my face, confused by his words and his scowl. "Alcohol," he clarified. "What is that?" I followed his pointed finger to my glass and rolled my eyes. "It's a cocktail. It's boiling and I need to stay refreshed." I shrugged. "And drunk, apparently." "Zach," I sighed, shaking my head. "Why does it matter?" "Because," he started, "I promised your dad I would always take care of you, and you are underage, so you will have to find another drink." He claimed my lips in his a second later, coaxing me into giving in to him, which I did for a second. When he pulled away, smirking victoriously, I crossed my arms over my chest. "You drank scotch with him and you still drink it," I challenged. "My dad didn't ask anyone to take care of me. I made a promise and I always keep my promises," he explained. "Technically, he isn't my dad," I told him, but he raised a brow in his usual daring manner. "I'm afraid, my dearest love, that I am your alpha. Not the other way around, so you will just have to care of me in other ways." To hint at what other ways he could take care of me, I gently bit his earlobe, breathing lightly over his skin when he groaned. "Ella," leaning back. I grinned. Zach losing his control gave me great satisfaction, and while he attempted to compose himself, I took a long slurp of my drink. "Why are you reading that again?" he suddenly asked, snatching the diary from my hands and scowling. "I was reading the good parts," I explained, jumping to snatch it back, but he held it high above his head. "Liar." He looked up to see the page writer read aloud yesterday and growled. "Zach, give it back," I grumbled, jumping towards him again. I struggled to reach for a while, hating the stupid smirk sprawled over his face. "Zach," I snarled, hopping up and curling my legs around his hips so I was straddling him. He held a certain gleam in his eyes when he leaned down to kiss me. Perfect. He smiled, taking in my position. I gasped as the realization hit me like a train. "You played me." My jaw fell when his smirk grew. "You sneaky bastard." "You played me first," he reminded me, leaning in and biting my earlobe gently to back up his point. "Give it back." A pout formed on my lips as he shook his head and waved the diary high above him. Out the corner of my eye, I watched a small folded scrap piece of paper flutter to the floor and hopped down off Zach's waist to get a better look. "What's that?" I asked him, despite the fact he wouldn't have ever seen it before and he didn't have X-ray vision. He shrugged as I leaned down to pick it up and gingerly unfolded it. A small message was scrawled on the inside and I recognized the writing immediately. Meet me here at 1800. I love you, X. Below was an address that I hadn't seen before but recognized the area as a few miles from Ridgeview. It's a note from my dad, I muttered. I rounded my desk and plopped into the chair, typing the address into my search bar as quickly as I could. What is it? Zach asked, and I handed him the note. A few seconds later, we were both looking at a small cottage on the computer screen. It looked beautiful and homely but quite remote. Why do you think they met there? I asked. Not sure. Do you recognize it at all? Zach asked me, and I shook my head. I want to go. Meet whoever lives there. Maybe it's the same person as when they went, and if my mom kept it in her diary. It was obviously important. I told him, already halfway out the room when I was pulled around to face him. I'm coming with you. His tone left no room for argument, but I asked anyway. Is there any point trying to argue? Nope. He grinned victoriously as I nodded. Liam's coming too, just in case, he stated, still in his no arguments tone. Anyone else you would like to invite? I offered sarcastically with an eye roll. No, the two of us should be enough, he replied. How many times do I need to remind you that I am alpha? I can manage on my own, I told him. You don't need to remind me at all. I remember quite well. I also remember that since we met, you've been in danger more times than I can count and kidnapped and locked away twice. We're coming. End of story. He gave me his best daring look, knowing I would probably try to argue, and he was ready to win the battle no matter what. But I could see his plead in his eyes along with the worry that constantly resided there, so instead of arguing, I kissed him. The kiss spoke everything we weren't saying to each other. My secret thanks for him coming because I wanted him with me, danger or not. His thanks for not fighting him on the matter. My need for him to understand I was stronger than he knew, and his need for me to be safe in his arms. Every thought and emotion poured into our kiss, and I was desperately telling him everything with my lips tugging on as well, his tongue stroked over my own. 𝐿𝐻 gross. Liam's voice dripping with disgust pulled us apart, and while Zach turned to glare at his brother's interruption, I blushed majorly and buried my head in the crook of his neck. Liam, get the hell out. Zach barked when he made no move to leave, despite the cold glare he was getting. Actually, no stay? I jumped in, putting me on the receiving end of Zach's glares before it morphed into confusion. What? They both asked, Zach shocked and Liam amused. I rolled my eyes at the both of them and reached for the small slip of paper with the address. We found this in my mom's diary, I told him, leaving out the detail about how I was practically writing his brother at the time. Okay, he sent me a questioning look, and I want to go to the address, see what I can find. But Zach insists you both have to come with me. So will you? I asked hopefully. You have no idea where it is. What's there? Who's there? Anything. He raised an incredulous eyebrow. I searched it, and it's a cottage, I think, but I don't know what or who is there. That's why I want to go. See what we can find. I explained, and he nodded in understanding. Okay, when do you want to go? He asked us, and I shared a glance with Zach. Now chapter 23. Twigs snapped beneath my feet with every step we took through an overgrown forest. I imagine years ago, it would have been a beautiful place, but now the brambles matted over the muddy ground and the nettles crisscrossed in front of us, blocking our path. Ugh. Stupid nettles, Liam hissed, pushing a long stem out of the way for me to step through. I smiled appreciatively before continuing. How much further is the damn place? Zach grumbled, taking my hand and lifting me up onto a large tree trunk that had toppled over, blocking the path. Another few miles, I told him, using his hand to steady me while I hauled myself up. This is really bad, Liam huffed. We're screwed. He followed me up onto the log unsteadily. We all tread carefully along it. The moon doesn't reach its apex for another couple of hours, I told him with a frown. If we don't make it home in time, we will at least have these woods to roam about in. It's completely deserted, I reminded him. You're the alpha. Surely you need to be there for the full moon. He snapped back, challenging me with the glint in his eyes. I can call Tyler and he will take over. Stop whining. I growled back and then turned back ahead to see a wide, deep river channel stretching before us with no pathway on the opposite side. Shit. The three of us stared for a long while before Zach turned to me. Wait here, he ordered firmly, and the temptation to ignore him and plow through the water was high. However, it was a bitterly cold winter's day, and I knew immediately that the water would be even colder. Zach lowered himself off the embankment and into the water until it reached above his waist. He then waded slowly through, his teeth chattering while he did. What is he doing? Liam grumbled beside me. When he finally reached the other side, he vanished into the thick of the trees. Zach, I called. What the hell was he doing? A few moments later, he shouted, "Move out the way," before Liam was hauling me to the side. Seconds later, one of the trees opposite us had its branches torn away before it hurtled towards us, creating a bridge. I looked from the tree up to see Zach smirking from the other side. I could have just crossed, I told him, hopping up and wobbling along the bridge before clasping his hand in mine and hopping down next to him. I know. I just didn't want to have to listen to Liam complaining for the rest of the journey about how cold he is. He grinned smugly while Liam growled and joined us. Now you're cold, I pouted. You can warm me up. He winked before pressing his lips to mine while I wrapped my body around his. I hummed in satisfaction, the warmth of his lips contrasting the cold, damp body that pressed up against mine. Keep it PG, guys. I beg, Liam muttered, avoiding looking at either of us, making me giggle. Let's go, sweetheart. Mona does have a point. The moon will rise soon enough. Zach pecked my cheek and we started to walk. Pretty sure it's Ella who's the moaner, Liam chuckled, earning a slap on his shoulder from me along with a growl. After another half an hour of walking through the dense forest, we reached a large clearing that was cast in the deep blue dusk color. Everything seemed eerily dark since the trees blocked the setting sun and a silvery glow cast over a small cottage from the moon. Strips of fog floated around us, creating a creepy feeling, and the shadows from the forest added to my unease. Creepy, Liam commented while Zach tightened his grip on my hand. The cottage in front of us was small and looked older than it did in the photo. The pale, gray bricks that formed the walls were crumbling slightly, and the ivy sprouting from the walls was thicker and more unruly than the photo. The unmanicured lawn reached my knees with weeds scattered between the blades of grass, slowly overtaking the clearing. A rickety door hung half open on a broken, rotting patio, and several windows of the cottage were shattered. My heart thundered violently as I stepped forward, but I was immediately tugged backwards to face Zach. I'm going first, he insisted. No way. Listen, I told him. It's silent. Nobody is there, I hissed, taking another stride forward. Again, I was sent hurtling backwards, this time straight into Liam, who all but pinned me against him. Let go, I growled, struggling against him. Stop being so stubborn. Sweetheart, you have to hide me, tightening his grip until it hurt to struggle. Eventually, I grumbled beneath my breath and gave up fighting them both. Good girl. Zach nodded and I snarled in reply, making them both chuckle. Disregarding me completely, he stepped forward and put his weight on the first step, causing a groaning creak to echo around us. He continued up to the patio and the entire house groaned beneath his weight, forming a pit in my stomach. There was no way it would support all three of us. Obviously oblivious to this, Liam guided me forwards behind Zach, releasing me so I could climb up. I gently knocked my hand against the wood unrailing running up the side of the staircase and it cracked away and tumbled to the floor. Don't touch that, I warned, my eyes wide. Slowly, I pulled my foot up to the next step, pressing it down onto the cracked wood before gently shifting my weight. Once I successfully moved without breaking the wood, I continued the process until the top stair crumbled beneath my weight. I squealed when I felt myself sink into the foundation beneath the step. Both Zach and Liam curled a hand around each of my arms, lifting me effortlessly up to stand beside Zach while the porch groaned in protest. You okay, baby? Zach asked me, holding me against him. Yeah, just made me jump, I told him. There is no way I am heavier than you. I pouted with a scowl and he chuckled next to me, smiling down at me. His smile, as per usual, took my breath away and I was desperate to kiss him senseless, but with Liam stepping carefully up behind me, I restrained myself. Do you really think we will find anything, 𝐿? It's obviously deserted and looks like it has been for a long time, he grumbled, joining us on the porch. My mom and dad met here for a reason. I shrugged in reply. I want to know why. I didn't care what state the house was in. I wanted answers, and this was the best place to look. If you're scared, Liam, you can just wait here, I smirked. In the foggy woods in the dark while the full moon rises. Have you seen horror movies? No, thank you. He pushed past the two of us and gently tapped the open door, letting it swing the rest of the way. Great, I muttered, staring into the abyss of darkness in front of us. My stomach nodded, but when Zach once again squeezed my hand, it calmed my racing heart and I suddenly felt braver. I was a werewolf. An alpha? A little darkness and some fog would not scare me. With that in mind, I stepped forward. Let's go inside then. I'm face to face with my nightmare, the man who tried to destroy my life, and now he tells me he didn't kill my mom. I'm holding the key to his freedom, but my heart's hesitating because I don't know if this is another trap. Chapter 24. The inside of the house matched the outside, gloomy, old and rotting. Upon entering, my eyes slowly adjusted to the vast darkness and then began to take in my surroundings. To the left was what looked like a kitchen. Counters pushed up against the back wall and a small sink was situated beneath a smashed window, letting the biting wind howl through the room. A thick layer of dust coated the surfaces, and with each step, a cloud of the gray powder puffed up into the air, causing us to choke. Large cobwebs hung from the corners, and I screamed when an equally large spider trundled along the wall beside me. Liam's locker filled the room while he doubled over, watching my panicked state. The big bad alpha is scared of spiders. He chuckled, bringing a scowl to my face. Shut up, I snarled, releasing shards of dominance that silenced him effectively. I turned back to the rest of the house and tried to imagine how it looked years ago. The small graying sofas in the lounge would have still been a fresh white color, and the hardwood floors beneath our feet wouldn't have been splintered and rotten. My eyes scanned the rest of the house as I explored, 𝐶𝐸 never straying too far from me. Oh my God, I breathed when I turned down a small hallway and my eyes zeroed in on the deep crimson liquid spilling down the grimy wall. What? 𝐶𝐸 rushed to my side in an instant and followed my wide-eyed gaze to the wall. He took slow steps towards it while I remained paralyzed in my place. I gasped when he reached forwards to touch the oozing blood, but breathed a sigh of relief when he turned back and told me it's dry. I nodded and turned to leave the hallway when I caught sight of something small and silver glinting in the moonlight that was streaming through another window. This one was only cracked, not smashed into pieces. Is that a bullet? I asked 𝐶𝐸, stepping closer and bending down. Sure enough, a small round bullet was wedged between the floorboards with small droplets of blood decorating it. I shared a nervous glance with 𝐶𝐸, and my heart seemed to pound faster now before it stopped completely upon the sound of something clattering in the next room. Liam, 𝐶𝐸 yelled, grasping my hand and leading me back into that room. Quickly, I examined the room, trying to locate any threat. I'm fine. Liam's voice made me jump, and I turned to see him standing near a bookcase while all the books were scattered and broken on the floor. What are you doing? 𝐶𝐸 growled. Liam grinned back at us before tugging gently on the shelving unit, which opened to reveal a staircase down to a basement. Whoa, I murmured. It just got creepier, Liam muttered, glancing over to us while I glimpsed up to see 𝐶𝐸's expression go hard. He locked his jaw and removed any emotion from his face. I squeezed his hand gently before he approached the top of the staircase and ever so slowly descended, with me trailing right behind him. I could feel Liam's presence directly behind me as I followed 𝐶𝐸 further into the Arctic blackness. A small cupboard was situated at the bottom of the stairs, and as 𝐶𝐸 slowly opened the door, my eyes took in all the trinkets on the shelves. Piles of books with pink leather covers stood high on the shelves, matching the diaries at home. A box full of random items was sat on the floor to my left, and I bent down to find a wilted rose on the top and a small brown teddy bear. On the top shelf lay another book that I opened to reveal beautiful photos of my mom and dad in both human and wolf form. Small writing was scrawled beside them, with the dates written, and some had post-it notes or secret love letters pinned to them. Tears welled in my eyes as I flicked through, delicately running my fingers over each photo, each letter, each date, as if I could bring it to life. Finally, I turned to the final page to reveal an ultrasound photo with my name scribbled beside it above the words "Our happy ending." Before I had the chance to cry, a scream echoed from upstairs in my head, shot around to see 𝐶𝐸. His emotional expression was replaced with dread and worry, and his grip on my hand was so tight it was painful. Liam shared our worry, and the three of us were frozen in place. The sound of all our hearts beating rapidly thundered in my ears, and I found myself holding my breath when I picked up on several equally fast heartbeats from upstairs. Where are they? A deep voice asked from upstairs, and I snarled before bounding up the stairs to where the group of people froze in the darkness. What the hell are you doing here? I roared, absolutely furious. Liam and 𝐶𝐸 were quick to join me upstairs, and I still had the photo album clutched in my hand when I felt my claws split through my fin and my fangs break free from my gums. We might have followed you. Ryder shrugged while I growled angrily. It's a full moon, Ryder. I reminded him. How dare you? So it's fine for them to leave, but not us. He challenged, nodding towards the two guys who stood either side of me like security guards. I asked them to come. I didn't give any of you permission to leave, and this was actually private. Go home, all of you, I ordered, folding my arms across my chest. What is this place? Caroline asked, venturing further into the room, and completely disregarded my orders. Caroline, I warned, and then turned to Mason. You shouldn't be here. It's a full moon, for God's sake. Go home, now. He can't go all the way home from here on his own, Caroline scoffed, taking Mason's hand and leading him round into the hallway. I stormed after her with my fists clenched and felt my eyes burning amber. No, you will all go with him. Now, where the hell are the others? I turned back to Ryder and Alexia and raised my eyebrows, waiting for their reply. Blake and Jordan stayed at home. I think they were scared. Alexia rolled her eyes. Wasn't it you who screamed a minute ago? Liam laughed and she shot him an evil glare. There was a massive spider. She snapped him immediately. Liam's gaze flitted to my scowling face before he burst into a fit of laughter. I don't care. I grabbed Caroline's arm and dragged her back through the house into the front door. You are all going straight home. Now Ryder started, but I cut him off. Now, I yelled. We won't get home before the moon rises, Caroline announced in a sing-song tone. Who knows what we might do if we turn in town? She sighed and grabbed Mason's hand. But you heard her. Now, she imitated before turning to leave. Ryder raised his eyebrows impatiently and shrugged before following them. I swear to God. I growled, not willing to risk them not getting back in time. They all turned back with smirks sprawled across their faces. Don't never follow me again. Alexia shrugged. We're curious. So why are we here? She asked. I'm here because the address was written in my mom's diary and a load of my parents' stuff is downstairs. You're here because you can't follow the rules, I snapped back. Well, I learnt from the best. I missed the fun Ella that always broke her dad's rules. She turned to Ryder. Remember her? She grinned. Yeah, she was great. Ryder smiled as if reminiscing, and I growled. Just don't break anything that isn't already rotten and smashed, and try and figure out what the hell we're going to do with him for the night, I instructed, pointing towards a pale-looking Mason. I then turned back to the two brothers who looked quite amused by the situation. Help me box the stuff up, I asked, and they nodded. I want to take it home with us. Chapter 25. Hey, Ella. Tyler called when the six of us returned to the pack the next day after dropping Mason home. He had quite a long night, sit on a grimy sofa in a dark, crumbling house surrounded by fog while constantly howling werewolves ran around not too far away. Hey, Ty. I smiled and pulled him into a hug. Thanks for covering for me last night. I thought I would make it back in time, I explained, and he nodded before glaring past me. You're dead, he growled to a guilty-looking Ryder. Do you have any idea how worried I was? I was fine, Ryder grumbled with an eye roll. Well, I wouldn't have known that since you didn't have the decency to even call. Tyler snapped. Ryder, you can't just sneak off whenever you feel like it. There are rules. Yeah, whatever. Ryder huffed before storming off into his house, leaving Tyler to sit outside. He turned to me and growled in frustration, making me laugh. Sorry, I told him, honestly feeling bad for putting him in that position. Not your fault. He just can't listen to a single damn thing. I laughed again while Tyler sighed. It was true. Ryder had never been good at listening and following rules. It's the reason we became such good friends. We were so similar in that department. "Hey, can I ask you something?" I queried and Ty nodded. "What do you know about my dad?" I asked and his face scrunched up in confusion. "Everything. He was my best friend, really. Why?" he asked, confusion lacing his tone. I sighed before meeting his eyes and trying to read them as I spoke. "Not that, Dad." He sighed heavily and ran his hands across his face before meeting me gaze. "You know?" It was more of a fact than a question, but he looked to me, waiting for my answer. "Anyways, yes." "I'm sorry, Ella. I don't know anything about him. I wish I could help, but they never told me who it was and it never felt right to ask." He told me apologetically. "How did you find out?" he asked me. "I found my mom's diaries and it says in one that he isn't my real father," I told him solemnly. Tyler chuckled half-heartedly. "Your mom and her damn diaries." I smiled back. "I told your dad to get rid of them, but he said he would never get rid of their story." He shook his head as if the whole thing was ludicrous, which I guess it was since my dad was unlikely to forget their story. "Did she write diaries before he met him?" I asked. "Yes. Apparently she wrote them since she was 16 and he kept them all," Tyler answered. "So the identity of my dad might be in one of them?" I asked, suddenly hopeful. "It's likely, yeah, but I doubt your dad did those in the house. He knew how nosy you were." I nodded before remembering the few diaries that were stuffed inside the boxes we were returning with. "But he might have kept them at the cottage they used to meet in." I asked and a grin formed on his lips. "You don't give up, do you?" He laughed while I shook my head. "Never. So that's where you were last night." "It makes sense now." He nodded in understanding. "Just don't get your hopes up. Your mom was always uncomfortable about your real dad. I don't know what happened, but she left him while she was pregnant with you, or he left her or something, so just be prepared for the fact he might not be a great guy. Okay?" He spoke soothingly and I appreciated his concern. "Okay. Thanks." I smiled and followed the boys back home, desperate to read those few diaries and uncover the truth. "How's it going?" Zach asked a few hours later, bringing me a steaming mug of hot chocolate and some biscuits. He placed them beside me before taking a seat on the floor on my opposite side, placing a kiss on my forehead as he did. I sighed before answering. "Not well. She sure as hell tried hard to keep his identity a secret. It's just him or the baby's father," I huffed, dropping the diary and taking a sip of my drink. "Thanks." I smiled gratefully to him. He smiled back. "No problem. Sorry you aren't having much luck. Can I ask you something, though?" He asked carefully and I knew I wasn't going to like his question. "Sure." I nodded despite my reluctance and he turned slightly to face me properly. "Why are you so desperate to know about him? I know I never met her, but your mom doesn't seem like the type to keep you from him unless he was dangerous or just not interested. So why bother with him?" He spoke gently and held my hands in his while he did. Tears pricked my eyes and I couldn't look him in the eye when I whispered, "Zach, we don't have a single parent between us." I sobbed quietly and he pulled me closer to him. "If there is even a slight chance that he is out there and he might want to be a dad, I have to try. I just have to know. Even if he is a deadbeat, I have to know." The tears fell quicker now as I thought about the possibility of being completely rejected by this man. If the reason he wasn't around was simply because he didn't want to be, then I think I would break. "Hey, Bisha. Zach. It's okay. I understand. It's okay." The entire time he held me, My eyes stayed glued on the pages of my mother's diary. I read every line over and over and over, looking for clues before flicking the page, and then froze. "What?" Zach asked, noticing me tensing. I cleared my throat as I reread the line again, my lip trembling as I did. "Today I ran. I ran as far as I could from him. I called Alex and begged him to meet me at the safe house so I could tell him my news. I was pregnant. How could I be pregnant with 𝐷𝐞𝐻𝐬𝐬's baby?" I looked up to Zach. "𝐷𝐞𝐻𝐬𝐬," I whispered through my tears. "That's his name. Why does that sound familiar?" "Have you heard of him?" Zach asked me. I shook my head and continued to read. When I reached the safe house, Alex was already there waiting for me. Once again, the sight of him took my breath away, and I felt myself falling further and further in love with him. I felt utter relief when he promised to keep me and the baby safe, and I knew that with him by my side, we could raise this baby to be an incredible boy or girl. I finished and looked up to meet Zach's eyes. "She was running from him?" I asked, my voice breaking slightly. "It sounds like it." "I'm sorry, sweetheart," he replied softly. "I still want to know who he is," I told him, rising from the floor into the phone before quickly calling Tyler. It didn't take long before Tyler was round and Ryder, and the rest of my friends were only a beat behind him. "What are you guys doing here?" I questioned. "I was eavesdropping, and we are here for moral support," Ryder explained, following his brother through the door. "Right?" I rolled my eyes but smiled a little at my friends. "Too nosy for their own good, just like me." "So you found his name?" Tyler asked, and I nodded. "Yeah. After I called you, I carried on reading, and this guy was Mom's boyfriend for a while, and her dad wanted her to marry him because he was dying and he didn't want her to be alone. She was going to, but then she met Dad and fell in love with him, and they had an affair. Apparently my dad fought the guy and won, which meant he won my mom, but then she found out was pregnant with her boyfriend's baby just when she was planning to run away with Dad, but she did anyway." I explained, and he looked utterly confused. "Dad told me about your parents meeting. He said they were from different packs and they fell in love, and she ran away to be with him. He apparently left out a lot of details. When I was baited to your dad, he told me the truth about you having another father and swore me to secrecy, but I never knew that story," Tyler explained. "What's his name?" "𝐷𝐞𝐻𝐬𝐬," I told him, holding my breath while I waited. His eyebrows shot up and his eyes widened. "What?" he growled out. "You know him?" I asked pleadingly. "Yeah," he muttered. "Well, who is he? Is he in this pack?" Ryder growled. "I don't recognize the name," he stated while Tyler's gaze flickered to Zach and then away. I glanced up at Zach to see him studying Tyler closely. "Who is he, Tyler? Please." I begged him. He finally met my eyes. "𝐷𝐞𝐻𝐬𝐬. Usually goes by Alpha Dean," he whispered, and my heart plummeted. It felt as though the world just crashed and burned, leaving me with this burning lie, numb feeling spreading through my bones. "Alpha Dean," I whispered, my voice cracking, "as in the one I killed." Zach growled, and I turned to meet his icy gaze. "As in the one who tried to kill me," I mumbled, breaking into full-on sobs before Zach could cocoon me in his strong hold. Chapter 26. I'm not entirely sure how long we all sat, silent from the shock. Zach didn't loosen his grip around my trembling body for even a second, and simply whispered gently into my ear about how everything was going to be okay. I was eternally grateful to have him by my side and had no idea what I had done to get so lucky. He was so completely perfect, constantly there when I needed him, protective but understanding of my need for independence, safe. Finally, the immediate shock passed, and after an extensive silence, Ryder, being him, broke it. What the hell? He scoffed. This is so messed up. Ryder? Both Tyler and Caroline admonished. What? He defended, holding his hands up in surrender before they glanced to me, and he followed their gazes. He stared at me for a while without an ounce of emotion before he rolled his eyes. This would make such a good movie. He grinned, and I couldn't help but laugh. Despite his lack of class, I loved the way Ryder didn't sit around pitying me. I had enough self-pity to revel in without adding in everyone else's. I appreciated their concern, but I hated being looked at like some poor, helpless cub. He has a point, you know. Meryl Streep should 100% star in it. Liam grinned, making me laugh through my sniffles. Oh, and the Hemsworth brothers. God, are they beautiful? Alexia swooned. They are. Caroline agreed, and soon the three girls were in a deep conversation about the Hemsworth brothers. Guys. Mason snapped after a while of the guys simply staring at them. One by one, they turned to face him and then seemed to remember the pressing issue. Oh, right, Alexia mumbled. Are you okay, Elle? She asked gently. Yeah? I nodded, leaning into Zach a little more, just really confused. I'm sorry, Zach whispered to me, pressing a kiss to the shell of my ear. For what? I asked him, thrown off by his apology. Well, for killing the only parent you had left. He sighed and rested his chin on the top of my head. The only reason he was the only parent left was because he killed both of mine, and the only reason he is dead is because he threatened me. What the hell kind of psycho was he? He killed his ex-girlfriend, the father of his child, and then went after his child. I shook my head in disgust. He's sick. I know someone who might have some sort of clue as to why he did what he did. Jordan piped up, and I stared at her. Confused? Who's that? Asked before I could. She looked at me before shrugging with a slight smile. Your brother. Or a half-brother anyway. She whispered, and until then, I had completely forgotten about him. Aiden. I nodded, now realizing Jordan was right. He might know something, and if not, someone in his pack could. I need to speak to him, I explained, pulling out of Zach's hold and striding across the lounge. Whoa. Hang on a second, sweetheart. Zach grasped my wrist and pulled me back to him. I think you should wait. Baby. You didn't sleep at all last night, and it's been an emotional day, and I think you should get some sleep tonight and then tomorrow. We will go and speak to Aiden, okay? Whatever he knows today, he will still know tomorrow. He kissed my forehead gently while he waited for my reply. I loved how caring he was. How he knew exactly what I needed before I didn't, how he could rationalize anything and put it into perspective. He was right. Tomorrow I could get my information, but tonight I needed some rest. And maybe sex with Zach. Yeah, okay, you're right. I nodded and kissed his lips slightly before smiling up at him gratefully. You haven't really eaten anything today, so I am going to make some food. Does anyone else want anything? He offered. No thanks, man. I should be going, Mason told him, rising from his seat. I'll walk you home, Caroline insisted more than offered, and after a quick goodbye, the two of them left. I should go too. Leave you guys alone for a bit. Alexia smiled and said her goodbyes, followed by Blake. That left Ryder, Tyler, and Jordan with the three of us, so Zach started to cook us all some food. Need any help? I asked him from the next room. Nope. I smirked, knowing if I so much as moved he would kill me. Instead, I leaned against Liam's shoulder and chatted lightly with my friends for a while, not really paying attention to their "if you made a movie of your life, who would play you in the rest of the cast game?" I was too preoccupied wondering about the past. How could my mom ever have loved him? He was a cold-hearted monster who killed the woman he supposedly loved and her husband. I hated him. Plain and simple. Nothing he then could tell me would change that. Once we had demolished the food Zach made, which is per usual, with delicious, Ryder pulled me aside into the hallway. "Hey," he smiled down at me. "Hey," I smiled back meekly, finding a lump lodged in my throat. "I just wanted to say I'm sorry," he whispered, but I held up my hand to stop him. "Don't," I begged. "I hate pity. You know that," I reminded him. "Yeah, I know." He grinned and kissed my cheek. "You'll always have a family, Elle." "Me, Tyler. Jordan. We all love you. You don't need some shitty dad who hurt your true parents. You don't need anyone. You're the strongest person in the world, and I know you're gonna be fine. I just wanted to tell you I loved you and that I'm sorry. You deserve better." I pretty much collapsed into his arms, feeling the familiar warmth of my best friend for a long, long time before he pulled away and gently pecked my lips. "That's mostly because I love you, but also to piss Zach off." He smirked before leisurely strolling back into the lounge where Zach scowled towards the door. "Tink," he snapped. "Lips." Ryder laughed at Zach's snarl and then turned to Tyler. "We have to leave now before he kills me." He shrugged and I couldn't help but laugh at his carelessness. "See you, babe." He winked before the two of them left along with Jordan. "Let's go to bed," I suggested to Zach as soon as the front door closed. We said goodnight to Liam and then made our way to our bedroom and closed the door behind us. "Can you make me forget everything?" I asked Zach, striding over to where he sat on the bed and straddling him. Our lips connected seconds later, softly at first but soon. Our passion and lust egged us on, and before I knew it, I was lay beneath Zach's large body on the bed, tugging at his shirt. He pulled away momentarily to help me remove it before reconnecting our lips while my hands glided over every taut muscle beneath his soft, smooth skin. When his lips left mine, they traveled gently and slowly across my jaw and down my neck towards my pulse. Pure bliss flooded through me at his sensual kisses, and I immediately forgot about everything and relaxed beneath him. "I love you, baby," he spoke between peppering kisses along my collarbone. I hummed in pleasure at the feeling and fluttered my eyes closed. "I love you too," I murmured, dazed by his hands on my hips and his lips on my chest. Suddenly, cold air gushed against me and his touch stopped. When I opened my eyes, he was stripping off the rest of his clothes. I grinned and joined him, removing my own shirt and jeans, but frowned when he tossed me one of my favorite shirts of his and then frowned deeper when I watched him slip into a pair of boxers. "No, no, no," I groaned, pouting my lips in a sulk. "Baby, you can barely keep your eyes open. I want you to get some sleep," he told me, removing my bra only to pull his T-shirt over my head. The soft material reached my thighs and was my favorite thing to sleep in, but currently, I hated it. "No, I want you to kiss me again," I told him, reaching for his jaw. My palm brushed over his stubble D-chin before he pulled away and peeled back the covers. "Come on, get some sleep. In the morning, I promise." He smiled sincerely and it melted my heart. Part of me wanted to give in and do whatever he said when he smiled like that, and the other part of me wanted to kiss him even more. "I'll wake you up with your favorite method," he told me, and I was sold. There was nothing like axe love-making to start your day. "Fine." I pouted before hopping into bed beside him and sinking into his hold. "I love you so much, Zach," I told him as his arm curled around me and our hands joined. So much. Chapter 27. When my eyes fluttered open the next morning, my mind was instantly plagued with everything that I had discovered over the past few days. It felt as though my world tumbled over and over until I had lost track of which way was up. Warm arms holding me against a broad chest reminded me that while I felt emotionally exhausted and utterly lost, I wasn't alone. I couldn't stop my mind from drifting back to when Zach first came to town. My mother was still only missing, not dead. My father was his usual overprotective, bossy self, and not dead. I wasn't aware of the sinfully evil man that was about to barge into my life and burn it to the ground. I missed the time when my biggest issue was school and keeping my secret. But now my attendance in school was practically zero. I was turning into my father the horror, who in fact wasn't my father at all in either way, was dead now. "Morning, sweetheart." Zach's groggy, hoarse voice greeted from behind me before his lips brushed over the skin on my neck. I hummed as a tingly sensation buzzed through me. "Morning." Despite my darker thoughts, I smiled. Somehow, Zach had that effect on me. He could make me smile through anything. "Now, I did promise you I would wake you up nicely this morning," he reminded me as if I would have forgotten. "But since you are already awake," he smirked. I released a growl from the back of my throat and grabbed his stubbledy jaw, feeling the spiky hair on his chin prickle against my skin. "You can't break your promise." I pouted and he chuckled lightly. "I would never." He grinned playfully before lowering his sinfully talented lips to mine, connecting them before our tongues tangled between us. When his lips slipped from mine and across to my jaw, I writhed beneath him from anticipation. I knew the path his lips would take, but I also knew he would drag it out as long as he could, simply to torture me. "Zach," I whined when after about 5 minutes, he had barely reached my collarbone. His lips slightly brushed over my pulse point, his teeth grazing over my skin sharply before his tongue followed. My entire body was tense with anticipation as well as weak with desire. I wanted him, desperately. He continued his tortuous journey across my skin until at long last, he reached my left breast with his lips while his fingers toyed with the right. I arched my back as the pleasure hit me at once. His tongue circled my butt while he squeezed the other, and meanwhile, his other hand traced lightly over my thighs, teasing me. "Zach, please. I want you inside me," I begged desperately. Not bothering with patience, I reached to yank down his boxers and curled my hand around his member. "Ella," he warned, pulling away from my nipples to glare at me. The hand that still grazed over my thigh suddenly snapped away to grab my wrist before he pinned them both securely above my head. "Please. Please, please, please," I begged, making him smirk down at me. I snarled from frustration before pouting and widening my eyes puttingly. Once again, he pressed his lips to mine, moving them slowly, sensually. Finally, I felt the tip of his member press against my aching sex, and excitement rushed through me when he pushed into me. The familiar warmth spread through me as he buried himself inside me, and at that specific moment when he was completely submerged, his tip pressing against my walls, I felt safer than I ever had. He was with me, always, "Are you sure you want the cell?" Liam asked me. The three of us sat at the dining table with plates of bacon and egg in front of us, and until now, we had been silent. I looked up at him to see where he glazed in his icy blue eyes. I shuddered at the resemblance to Zach's. It was almost creepy. Why wouldn't I? I want answers, and Aiden might have them. Besides, he's my friend, so what would be the problem? He smiled back gently. I know. I just think it would be better if you waited a couple of days. He isn't going anywhere, and in the past few days you have learned a load of new information. Give yourself some time to absorb it all. I appreciated his concern. I loved him so much for wanting to look out for me, so I mustered up the best grateful smile I had. I'm not really the patient type. I think sitting around for a while and dwelling on it all will make me crazy. I need some answers, and once I get them, I can put all this behind me and move on. I explained. I understand. He nodded and took another bite of his food. You know we are coming with you, right? Zach stared at me for a few moments, waiting patiently for my protests. Is it likely to change anything if I point out it's unnecessary? I raised an eyebrow and sipped my drink while he shook his head. I placed my glass down with a smile on my face. Well then, you should be grateful for our company. Liam winked with a grin. Oh, I am, I replied. Not many people get the privilege of having a thorn brother on either side of them. I grinned while he winked again. You only need one, Zach growled, making me giggle. Every girl needs a boyfriend and a brother to protect them, Liam countered, hooking his arm around my neck and burying my head in his shirt. Liam, I grumbled, struggling to pull my head away. Get off. You stink. I gasped at the fresh air when he released me. Shit, yeah. I went for a run earlier. Didn't bother to shower. He shrugged. Zach crunched his face up beside me in disgust. Liam, for God's sakes, go and take a shower. That's revolting. Last I checked, I was the big brother. I'm supposed to tell you what to do. He challenged, and I swear I recognized his daring expression from somewhere. I wonder where. Don't be a dick. You reek, shower, jealous because I smell like a real man. Worried Della might realize she picked the wrong brother. He teased, coaxing a deep growl from his brother. I watched the two fight with high amusement while Zach retaliated with insults and threats, and Liam continued to mock and challenge him. Are you boys done? I finally asked when the discussion had turned into a growling match. Neither answered, but the growling at least stopped. Liam, take a shower or stay here. I am not going anywhere with you smelling like that. I scoffed, and he frowned. Zach held a smug smirk on his face until Liam responded. You're welcome to join me, Elle. He sent me one last wink before running from Zach, who snarled powerfully from his seat. I finished off my food, watching him out the corner of my eye with amusement. Zach pouting was quite a sight. I hate him, he muttered with a shake of his head. Sure you do, baby. I smiled and pressed a kiss to his lips. Love you too, dickhead. A yell came from upstairs, and I had to down the rest of my drink to disguise the amused grin that contorted my face at Zach's expression. Chapter 20, 𝐴𝐻𝐿𝐴. The dentist's voice rang out through the thick forest that surrounded his territory. The three of us hovered on the border, waiting for him to arrive while his guards analyzed our every move. Aiden, get your ass here so we can come in, I called back with a laugh. The guards frowned and took a threatening step forward, to which I retaliated with one of my own. Face to face with large man, I inhaled a strong waft of his wolf scent. A hint of blood and suffering seemed to intertwine with the aroma of wet dog and nature. He snarled deeply at me, releasing small rays of dominance before he toppled to the floor from the force of my own splinters. I smiled down at him and retreated back in between my guys right as a den appeared. "Trevor, what the hell are you doing on the floor?" He snapped impatiently, frowning as the man staggered to his feet. "Not his fault." I smiled guiltily. He thought he was more dominant than me, so maybe it is his fault. I sent him an apologetic look, to which he shook his head with a smile and gestured for us to enter his territory. "So what are you guys doing here?" His eyes narrowed when a frown crossed my face. "Is everything okay?" I hesitated, glancing towards his guards who, while standing like statues, could hear every word I was about to say. "Can we go somewhere private to talk?" I asked, and he followed the direction of my gaze. "Sure. Come on." We trailed after him until we emerged from the forest and entered a large village brimming with people. Scrutinizing glances were thrown at us while we followed Aiden, but I walked with my head held high, ignoring the hate that was stirring in my gut. Some of these people were there. They were present when Alpha Dean attacked. They fought my friends, my family, my pack, and they witnessed my father fall. Instinctively, my hand darted out to cling to Zach's much larger, warmer one. Seeming to understand, he squeezed my hand back and didn't let go while we continued. Once we got into the dense part of town, people littered the streets everywhere we looked, prowling closer or running in the opposite direction. Houses here were smaller than on the outskirts, and large children seemed to run about, some in wolf form. The adults appeared to be of a lower class than the others, with scruffy clothes and thinner figures. "Alpha Reed?" A voice bellowed from behind me, and I turned to see a man probably 3 times my size towering over me with a deep scowl set in his features. The man was not only tall but bulky, with muscles the size of basketballs bulging beneath his torn shirt. His large fists were clenched at his sides and were probably bigger than my head, with the knuckles a ghostly white color. His neon orange eyes blazed down at me, anger and hatred dancing in the flames that resided there. He took a step towards me, covering about a meter in that one small step, and snarled from behind his dark, bushy beard. Within seconds, Zach and Liam had stepped in front of me, not blocking my view, so I knew exactly what was happening, but enough so they could easily block me from any attack. However, the man's gaze suddenly snapped to Zach and a sadistic smirk crossed his face. "And the boyfriend that killed my alpha. Aiden is your alpha," I yelled, tugging Zach a little away from the extremely humongous man. Fire rage flickered to me before he settled his gaze back on my boyfriend. "That's enough. Go home. Now Aiden is strong." Authoritative voice shocked me. He didn't strike me as the aggressive type, and after spending some time with him in the month after our fathers died, I truly question his ability to run a pack. "They have to pay for what they did. Both of them," he barked, taking another step. Zach gently shoved me backwards and Liam steadied me before blocking me completely. "I would love to see you try," I scoffed. He may be absolutely massive, but I was faster and more dominant. To back up my words, I released a strong force of dominance that had Zach and Liam cowering slightly while the man stumbled backwards from the sheer force. I released blow after blow of strength, watching with great satisfaction as he crumbled to his feet once Aiden joined me. "I suggest you do as he says and go," I recommended in a polite voice. Satisfied, I released him and grinned as he scurried away farfully. "I love that." I laughed, turning to Aiden with an appreciative smile. Sorry about him. I shrugged and turned to continue when I noticed the 100-odd pairs of eyes watching the scene that occurred. I glanced back at 𝐿 with wide eyes, and he rolled his before leading me away from them and towards the very center of town. A beautiful 3-story mansion stood proudly in the center of smaller homes. Gardens decorated the surroundings and a large porch wrapped around the outside. Nice place, Liam scoffed, clearly intimidated, and I sent him an understanding glance. Will they be okay if they wait outside? I asked 𝐴𝐸, pointing to the 2 brothers who frowned slightly. Trevor. Make sure no harm comes to these 2 while we talk. Anything happens, come and fetch me immediately. 𝐴𝐸 ordered the guard that fought me earlier. I giggled at Zacch's frown. We can manage, he had her done gratefully, but with that. I followed 𝐴𝐸 in the house. It's beautiful, I told him, admiring the intricate decor and relaxing colors. Ornaments and trinkets from across the world scattered the surfaces, as well as photographs of 𝐴𝐸 and his parents. Thanks. He led me into a large office similar to my own and closed the door, supposedly to soundproof it, before pointing to a seat opposite his own. I took it appreciatively and swallowed the lump that had started to form in my throat. It was one thing coming here, but how do you tell someone you are their big sister? Or half-sister? What's wrong now? He asked gently, a mixture of puzzle and worry crossing his face. Well, I'm just going to be honest because I really don't know how to tell you this. I laughed uncomfortably before continuing. I was sorting through my mom's stuff and found her diaries, and long story short, I read that Alexander Reed wasn't actually my father. I explained and awaited his reaction. He simply blinked, shocked, and I took that as a sign to carry on. Anyway, I found some more diaries, and she writes about how she couldn't believe she was pregnant with Dean Tolman's baby. Which means that he is my father, 𝐴𝐸. Your dad is also my dad. I whispered the ending, hoping to break the news gently, and then anticipated his response in suspense. His mouth gaped open before closing again, a look of utter shock exploding on his face. He was completely speechless. I know you might need a minute. Sorry to just drop this on you. I just really needed to speak to you about it. You're my sister, he muttered. Yeah? Half-sister anyway. I can fill you in with all the details if you want, but it's a long and complicated story. I just wanted to let you know, and I was hoping maybe you had some answers for me. I shrugged. I doubt I have any answers. I had no idea. He told me, finally meeting my eyes. He looked happy, relieved. I wasn't sure, but then I barely understood my own emotions at the moment. I simply nodded in response, allowing him a moment to absorb the information. Eventually he smiled up at me, and I felt it warm my heart slightly. I have a sister, he laughed. I thought I was doomed to not have a family. Me too, I replied honestly. I guess we aren't alone anymore. I know we are already friends, but I would love to be your sister. If that's okay with you. I held my breath while I waited for his answer, praying he saw this as an opportunity for family like I did. Chapter 29. Noticed 𝐴𝐸 turn away from me, avoiding my apprehensive gaze. My heart sunk as I contemplated the reasons behind his sudden closed-off expression. He was considering how to reject me gently. I can go if you want, I told him once the uncomfortable silence that echoed around us became unbearable. I'm sorry about all this. I just thought you deserved to know. With that, I rose from my seat and smiled gently until his gaze snapped back to me and his eyes widened. No, sorry. Don't leave, he requested pleadingly. My heart skipped a beat as I nodded and lowered back into the seat. He wanted me to stay. I just sort of disappeared into my thoughts for a moment. He chuckled lightheartedly, but I could still see doubt residing in his eyes. "What were you thinking?" I asked in a light, friendly tone. The last thing I wanted to do was press when he had just had a bombshell dropped on him. He visibly hesitated, once again avoiding my gaze, which caused nerves to stir in my stomach. "Doesn't matter." He shrugged nonchalantly. "𝐴𝐸. My tone indicated the worry I felt, and I sent him a pleading look. "Please tell me what's wrong," I begged. "I can't." He shook his head and pasted a smile on his face. "So, are you okay with all this?" he asked kindly. "𝐴𝐸." I snapped and gave him a deadpan look. "Nice try, but that doesn't work with me. I don't let things go." "So what is it?" I pressed further and he frowned. After a deep breath, he smiled a half smile. "Noted. But I can't tell you, Ella, so please drop it." "𝐴𝐸, if all of this is too much for you, if you don't want this, just say and I will leave," I demanded, becoming impatient. "No, Ella, it's not that," he defended urgently. "I do want this. I really do. I'm so happy that I can call you my sister, I just." He drifted off, sending me an apologetic look, and I realized I wasn't getting anywhere by demanding. So I changed tactics. "Why can't you tell me, 𝐴𝐸?" I asked him softly. "You'll hate me," he muttered, and I froze. Hate him. My heart thundered a little as I watched his Adam's apple bob up and down from his clear nerves. What could he possibly be hiding that would make me hate him? "𝐴𝐸, I doubt I could hate you," I told him honestly. It took a lot for me to hate someone, and 𝐴𝐸 didn't seem like the kind of person who could incur that kind of anger. Please tell me." He halted, looking me straight in the eyes and displaying his reluctance and fear. Not nerves or anxiousness, but genuine fear. "What if I told you he was alive?" It was barely a whisper, but the words struck me like a bullet. "Your dad," I hissed, overcome with shock and confusion. "Yeah?" He nodded solemnly and watched as the color drained from my face. "I am so sorry. We brought him back to the pack doctor, and they managed to preserve his body until the full moon could heal him. We gave him some of my blood and he lived. I know after what he did or was going to do to you, I shouldn't have done it. But he's my dad, Ella. Wouldn't you have done the same?" He defended, but he didn't need to. I understood exactly why 𝐴𝐸 would want to save him. I just couldn't fathom the idea that he was alive. He could have attacked any time in the last few months and I wouldn't have had a clue. The man who still haunted my nightmares sometimes was out there. "Where is he?" I asked through a quiet growl. My fists subconsciously clenched at my sides and I found myself seething. "In the cells. I wouldn't risk letting him free while he was a threat to you, Ella. Please believe me. Your friendship was always important to me, and I wanted to ensure you were worth keeping him locked away, and you were." The words rushed out of his like a waterfall, spilling rapidly in front of him. Once he finished, he simply stared at me hopefully. "I want to see him." The words were out of my mouth before I even knew what I was saying, but once they were, I realized they were true. I wanted to see him. I came here for answers, and he could give them to me. I wasn't scared of him. I refused to be scared of him. He was safely locked away in a cell, and I could ask him my questions and then move on. Seeing him again would remind me of my hatred and then of how incredible my real father was, and everything would return to normal. "I don't think that's a good idea now, 𝐴𝐸," I interrupted, not bothered about his opinion. He reluctantly nodded, and soon I was silently following him back through the house. Once we stepped outside, the view of the two Thorn brothers frowning reminded me that I still had a rather large, good-looking obstacle in between me and my father, maybe too. "Hey, baby." Zach smiled lovingly, and as per usual, my heart skipped a beat at the beautiful sight. His smile was truly stunning, and it brought a smile of my own to my face every time he flashed it. "Hey." I kissed him quickly and then watched him glance between Aiden and I questioningly. "I need you to not get mad," I told him, taking his hand in mine and running the pad of my thumb over his knuckles. "What's going on?" A frown contorted his face as I took a deep, steadying breath. "Dean is alive," I blurted, apprehensively awaiting his reaction. "What?" He snarled deeply, turning from me to Aiden, who looked like a deer caught in headlights, awaiting his impending doom. "Zach." I pulled gently on his stubbled chin to turn his head back to me. "I want to see him," I explained, and his anger bubbled into fiery hot fury. "No." "Not a chance," he snapped angrily. "It's not safe." He then turned to Aiden. "This was you, wasn't it? Zach, it's his father. You know as well as I do that if he could have been saved, I would have done the same for my dad." "Don't blame him," I defended. He simply shook his head. "I swear I will kill him again if I have to," he promised, and then turned to me. "You aren't seen him. No way in hell am I letting you go near him. Zach, listen to me. I came here for answers, and he is the only one who can give them to me. Now he is locked away in a cell, so I am completely safe from him. I need to speak to him, Zach. And I won't forgive you if you stand in my way." I stared straight into his eyes, so he knew I was being genuinely serious. I loved him, but this was important to me. He was possibly my father, and I had to know for sure. I needed to know all the details. I needed to speak to him. Zach glared at me for the longest time, his jaw clenched and eyes icier than ever. I stared straight into them, displaying my pleas through the desperate look in my own eyes, and eventually he grit his teeth. "Fine." I kissed him, longer than I should have in the open than appropriate, while our brothers stood watching. But I needed him to know how much I appreciated his understanding. I needed him to know I loved him. Once I pulled away, I followed Aiden across the town again to a small building that looked to be in dire need of renovation. He jabbed some numbers into a keypad beside the door and then forced it open to reveal a dingy staircase. I shivered from the cold wind as well as the eerie feeling the dungeon gave me. I quickly pecked Zach's cheek before he grabbed my chin and forced me to look straight at him. "Promise you will scream if anything happens." I nodded honestly and left the two of them there while I followed Aiden down the stairs. A long corridor stretched before us, and we walked the length of it before he reached a particular stone doorway. "He won't know you are here until I open this door. Are you sure about this?" He double-checked, and upon my nod, hauled aside the stone. "Aiden." I heard his deep, gravely voiced greet, his tone indicating his surprise, but I couldn't see him. "Hey, you have a visitor." Aiden spoke softly, glancing back to me as I took a small step further into the room. Before I managed to step into his view, he spoke again and immediately turned my blood cold. "Ella?" Chapter 30. Ever so slowly, I stepped to the side so I could see him, desperately trying to conceal all my emotions from him. My gut stirred with nerves when I came face to face with my nightmares once again. Our eyes met, and instantly, images of him snarling and fighting flashed into my mind. Images of my dad's blood staining the floor and coating my hands. Images of Zach, on the floor without a pulse. The sound of my screaming echoed around my mind alongside my mother's pleads and cries. My heart pounded in the back of my mind, booming over the sound of the wind whooshing through the cold, damp corridor. Dean was sat on the concrete floor with his arms resting on his knees and his back pressed against the far wall. He looked smaller than I remembered, no longer the bulky, intimidating alpha of the pack. It was blatantly clear that the majority of his strength and power had come from his position in the pack and without his status and dominance. He looked ordinary. This is a surprise. His wide eyes fixed on me, and all I could think about was the fact they were the same forest, green as mine. The sound of his voice had haunted me for months, but now it was softer and a little shaky. I take it you aren't here to let me out then, son. His eyes remained on me while he spoke, and my nerves bubbled up within me. No, I'm not, he answered, his voice equally soft. Not yet, he added. He then turned to me and his expression melted into a comforting smile. I'll leave now. Are you sure you're okay? He asked, glancing at Dean, who now raised a surprised brow. Yeah? Thanks. Don't let Zach kill you, I whispered with a grin, and he nodded. I hugged him briefly before he walked away. With a deep breath, I turned back to the cage Dean resided in. Although the large tombstone-style door had been removed, thick bars separated me from him. How are you doing, Ella? He asked. He almost sounded sincere, but I knew it was just another one of his mind games. I've been better. He chuckled. What are you doing here? I'm surprised you were brave enough. You don't appear to be getting out anytime soon, and honestly, if you could leave, you are exactly in any state to fight me, I reminded him with a smug smile. You're no longer an alpha, but I am. You're no match for me anymore. He frowned, eyes narrowed for a moment before he continued. That doesn't answer my question, he stated. I'm here because I want to know if it's true, I explained, analyzing his expression and body language. He immediately tensed and his eyebrows furrowed in confusion before they shot up across his forehead from shock. His eyes locked on mine, and for a beat, we simply stared at each other, reading the other's emotions that were laid out for the world to see. Eventually, he broke the silence. No, if it's true. Don't play games with me. I snapped, crossing my arms over my chest and letting out a huff. Is it true? My tone left no room for avoiding the question, and his expression morphed from one of shock to nerves. Yes, it's true, Ella, he muttered, avoiding my fierce gaze. So I am biologically related to you, I spat, utterly disgusted by the fact. He raised his head slowly to face me and frowned. Yes, you are. All I could do was scoff. I'm sorry, Ella. It came out as a whisper, almost as though he was ashamed to apologize. Although his words meant absolutely nothing to me, so it was a mere waste of breath. Sorry for what? For killing my dad. For trying to kill my boyfriend. For kidnapping and murdering my mother. Or for trying to kidnap me, I snarled. I had never experienced this kind of hatred before. I had disliked people severely and felt only anger towards them, but this was a new level for me. He had threatened or harmed everyone I cared deeply for, and I hated him for that. His head shot back up to face me, and a frown took over his features. I didn't kill your mother, Ella. In that moment, he looked honest. He appeared distraught by my accusation, but I knew it was the truth, and I refused to allow him to victim as he himself. Don't bother lying to me, I growled, clenching my fists tightly at my sides. He stared me directly in the eyes when he next spoke. "Ella, I swear, I didn't kill her. I loved her so much. I would never hurt her. I was out for the day, and when I came home she was dead with a bullet in her chest, but I swear it wasn't me." Tears were streaming down my face at the recount. I didn't want no need to hear this. I couldn't stand the images swirling around my head. "Apparently you have forgotten that you sent me the video of you murdering her. How dare you sit there and lie to my face?" I saw his eyebrows furrowed out the corner of my eye, but I refused to look at him. "Do you still have the video?" he suddenly asked, and I snapped my head back round to face him. "Yes. I can't bring myself to delete it despite the fact it's imprinted in my mind, and I replay it nearly every night." I snarled. "Ella, please show me," he asked gently. What? Was he kidding? Please. With nothing to lose, I tore my phone from my back pocket and crouched against the bars to his cell, holding the phone out so he could see it while the video played. I squeezed my eyes shut and tried to block out the tormenting sounds. Hearing them again was like reopening old scars, and I couldn't do that. Not right now. When the blood-curdling scream rang out at the end alongside the booming gunshot, I glared at an even paler Dean and noticed the small tears falling over his cheeks. "You don't have to pretend. It's your voice," I growled. He snarled back, louder than I had ever heard a snarl, and I backed away slightly. His eyes were the brightest orange I had ever seen, and his fangs looked ready to tear through flesh. "Give me your phone," he ordered. "What? No way, give me your phone," he barked out, and on impulse, I shoved it through the bars into his cell. I scowled as he picked it up and pulled out his own phone. "What are you doing?" My question went ignored as he began typing on his own phone, and the sound of ringing met my ears. Seconds later, a haunting voice answered the phone with a simple hello, and I froze. It was the voice from the video. I stared in utter shock at Dean while he seethed into the phone. "Hello?" They called again, and a few moments later, they hung up. "I don't understand," I whispered, my voice shaking. "He sounded just like you." Silence resonated through the cell while we stared at each other. I couldn't get my head around the new load of facts that had been dumped on me. He didn't kill my mom, and he didn't send me the video. So who did? And why? The tears continued to drip from my chin onto the already damp concrete floor, and my entire body trembled a little. "He's my brother," Dean hissed, and I could hear his teeth grinding against each other. "You have a brother?" I asked, shocked. I thought one was bad enough, but two of them. And more importantly, another evil one who murdered my mother. I didn't think I could handle that. "Not once I kill him, I won't," he barked. My eyes widened when it became clear he wasn't joking. He genuinely wanted his brother dead. Did that make him a friend or an enemy? However, I can't do that from in here. He grinned again. That evil, twisted grin, and I gulped. The keys hung a few meters from me, and they were numbered, so I knew exactly how to get him out. Nobody was down here to stop me, but nobody was down here to save me either. Chapter 31. I found myself with the key to cell number 8 dangling from my forefinger while I stared into the eyes of the soulless man who resided in the very same cell. Why should I do this? I questioned aloud. Just because you might not have killed her doesn't mean you are any less dangerous to me and my family. I narrowed my eyes to watch a look of exasperation cross his face. "Ella, I never meant to kill your father. My intention was to harm him enough to stop him from interfering, but he was determined to die before I got to you, so that's what had to happen." He looked up at me with small flickers of hope in his eyes. begging me to believe the lies that spouted from his mouth. Maybe you shouldn't have been trying to kidnap his daughter. I paused and shook my head. Your daughter in the first place. You never would have had to hurt him if you weren't so hell-bent on hurting me. I snapped, aggravated. He sighed once again. I was never planning on hurting you. I'm not a monster, Ella. Your parents took you from me and denied me from ever being a part of your life. A flicker of sadness crossed his face and I frowned. I was angry and acted out of rage, but I only ever wanted you to know me. I scoffed. Why should I believe you? I growled deeply. You shouldn't. He shrugged incredulously. That would be naive and stupid. But I am giving you my word that I have no desire to harm you or your family. My target is my brother. He killed the woman I loved, and I want to know why, and I want justice to be brought upon him. I know you want that too, so open the door and we can both get what we want. He finally rose from the floor and crossed his arms over his chest, awaiting my decision. I stared blankly at the man before me. His sunken eyes blinked back at me, waiting for my next move, but I remained frozen. You haven't had moonlight in a long time, and by the looks of it, not much sleep either. You're no longer an alpha, but I am. That makes me stronger, faster and more dominant than you. If you even try to hurt anyone I care about, I will tear your heart from your chest myself. I warned, throwing the key into the cell. I'll be upstairs, I told him, turning on my heels and leaving the dungeon with my heart jumping in my throat. What the hell had I just done? The light was blinding from outside when I reached the staircase, and as I climbed, the voices of my brother and boyfriend floated through the air and I gulped. Ascending the stairs ever so slowly, I gazed up at the three boys who all focused their undivided attention on me. Hey, Aiden greeted with a soft smile that mirrored the others. Guilt gnawed at me. I should have checked in with him first. It was his dad too, and this was his territory. I had no right to strut around making decisions about his prisoners. Sweetheart, are you okay? Zach asked, approaching the top of the stairs quickly and placing a kiss to my cheek. I squeezed my eyes closed and took a shaky breath. Please don't get mad, I begged him, taking his hand and rubbing my thumb over his tense knuckles while knowing full well he was going to go ballistic. Mad about what? He frowned, raising a brow at me. Just promise, none of you will get mad. I sent the three of them a pleading look, which was returned with worry and suspicion. What did you do? Aiden asked, taking a step closer alongside Liam. I'm sorry. I let me out. Dean's cool voice echoed from behind me, and when I turned, a smug grin sprawled lazily across his face while he took in every own a shocked silence. As expected, I went hurtling backwards until Zach's bulky frame towered over me, blocking me from Dean's view completely. What the hell? Aiden growled, joining Zach while Liam glared at me. Well, I guess this time I will have to make sure you stay dead. Zach snarled and charged forward while Dean took up a defensive stance. No, don't. I ran at him and grabbed his arm quickly. Please don't, I begged, staring up into his cool blue eyes. Zach. My plead was clear and he relaxed a little in my hold. Why not? He frowned, glaring at Dean and then repositioning me behind him. Because he might not be as evil as we thought, I told him with an exasperated sigh. He might be, but he might not be. What are you talking about? He tried to kill you a few months ago, Zach reminded me, moving the strand of my hair behind my ear and gazing down at me with a pained expression. Like even the thought of it hurt too much. Actually, It was never my plan to kill her, Dean called, shaking his head. Her parents took her away from me. I was simply going to take her back. But then, people got in my way, so I had to resort to more violence than I initially intended. He shrugged as though it was not a big deal, and my anger stirred within me. That doesn't make it okay, I snapped, scowling in his direction before turning back to Zach. It wasn't him who killed my mom. We rang the number that sent me that video and someone else answered. Someone who sounded exactly like him. My brother. Always been a bit of a bastard, but I didn't think he would ever go that far. I want to know why. Dean finished and Zach spent a few moments in silence, glimpsing between the two of us with an absent expression. I still want answers, Zach. And so does he, which for now puts us on the same side, I whispered, squeezing his hand gently. I don't trust him, he stated, shaking his head at me. I'm distraught. The man who killed me doesn't trust me. Dean rolled his eyes with a scoff. My daughter does, so you will just have to deal with it, he told him with a smug grin. I whipped my head back around to face him, my eyes bugging out of my skull. Firstly, I don't trust you. Not one bit. We might have the same goal, but I don't trust anything that comes out of your mouth. Secondly, you are not my father. My father is dead. Because of you. And I will never forgive you for that, I snarled. His face fell a little, but he quickly masked it with a look of indifference. Regardless, you need me if you want to know why your mom's dead. So you're going to have a little faith, he grinned. Zach snarled beside me. Faith. After everything you've done, after the lives you took and the threats you sent, after all the torment you put your own daughter through, you think you deserve any kind of trust or respect. He growled and took a threatening step towards him. What are you talking about? Threats. He raised an eyebrow in confusion. I furrowed my brows in anger. The phone calls. The random people giving me messages from you. The attacks on my friends. Don't you dare blame those on your brother as well. I spat, taking Zach's hand and stepping backwards. What? He frowned over at me. I didn't send you any threats. What would I gain from harming your friends? I called your father once to let him know that I was coming and that I wouldn't stop until I got to see you. That was it. He sounded genuine, and I was taken aback by how desperately I wanted to believe him. But I couldn't. You're a liar and I hate you. I hate you for what you did to my dad. I hate you for taking my mom from me when I needed her, whether it was you who killed her or not. I hate you for trying to hurt my boyfriend. I hate you for tormenting me and threatening me. I hate you for attacking my closest friends. I let you out. So go ahead and hunt down your brother, but stay the hell away from me. I spat, turning away and storming off 𝐴𝐻 territory with tears cascading down my cheeks. Ella? I heard him call, but I ignored his plea and charged ahead, finally letting out a breath when 𝐊𝐴𝐻 fell into step beside me. I discovered a shocking truth. My father, thought to be dead, is actually the murderer of my biological mother and is still alive, secretly imprisoned by my brother. Now I hold the key to his freedom, but should I really do it? Chapter 32. That night, I lay beside Zach with our hands joined between us and my head resting on his chest. His arm draped around me and mine curled around his torso. Are you okay? he asked through the darkness. No, I squeaked. He tucked me further into his chest. Why did you let him out? If you hate him and don't trust him, why endanger yourself like that, sweetheart? I escaped my lips. I also hate his brother for killing Mom. I know he does too. I saw his face when I played the video. He looked broken. Despite his actions, he loved my mom, and he's the only way I will know why she was killed. I explained. We could have asked him ourselves. Zach whispered. I want justice. He deserves to suffer for what he did, and I know Dean will make sure of that. Or we could have just reunited to evil murderers who might come after you next. He grumbled, and I froze. I never thought of that. I admitted reluctantly, and Zach sighed above me. I won't let anyone hurt you. You know that. It was a promise that brought me a little peace of mind, but my bigger worry was if my friends and family would become collateral damage once again. I shook my head slightly to remove the thought from my mind. My head was already a mess, and I couldn't worry any more. I might have combusted. I want to believe him, I told Zach in a whisper, staring into the darkness. What do you mean? I want to believe that he didn't take her from me to Herbert because he loved her and couldn't be without her, I told him, squeezing his hand tightly. I want to believe that he didn't send those threats. I want to believe he wanted to get to know me when he came for me, and he never wanted to hurt anyone. I want to believe him, but I can't, because I know it's not true. I sighed, tears trickling down my cheeks. I don't, Zach grunted in reply. His hand swept across my cheek, swiftly flicking away my straight ears. Why not? I peeked. Because if it wasn't him threatening you, then who the hell was? I shifted in the bed to face him and saw his stricken expression. Gently, our lips collided, and the warm feeling of his soft mouth covering mine dusted away any fears or thoughts. It was just me and him. In that moment, the rest of the world crumbled away, and the two of us were safe, together and happy. I love you, Zach, I told him softly. I love you too, baby. So much. I shuffled back so my hand rested over his steadily thumping heart. No matter what, you are going to get through all this. I promise. You'll always have me. Our lips met once again, and we both melted into each other, his words bouncing around between us. Always? I didn't go to school the next day. Hell, I hadn't been to school in weeks, and somehow, I didn't think I would be anytime soon. I had a feeling that was over. At some point in the last few months, I had grown up. School seemed trivial compared to what was going on around me. I had too many responsibilities to just blow off for school. So I stayed in bed for as long as possible. You think you might get up today, sweetheart? Zach's voice whispered from behind me. The digital clock directly in front of me read 10:55, so it wasn't actually that late in the day. I felt Zach's hand slide up from my waist towards my chin, and the warmth of his skin against mine alighted every one of my nerve endings. His thumb drew circles over my cheek while his soft lips pressed against the back of my shoulder, and I sighed from genuine happiness. Nope, I replied, leaning into his touch as much as I could. Meanwhile, his other hand trailed over my torso before rising a little towards my breasts, and I held my breath from the anticipation. His hot breath suddenly fanned against my ear as he drawled, Fine. Then I will just have to find something to keep us both busy. I smirked and turned my head to meet his sparkling eyes, smiling up at him widely. I love this man so much. He understood that right now. I didn't want to talk about it. I didn't want to pretend. I just wanted him. I needed him. I needed the one person who made me feel safe and happy no matter what went on outside these bedroom walls. Sounds perfect to me. I closed the gap between us and pulled his bottom lip into my mouth, holding it captive between my own lips. Our foreheads were pressed together while our mouths danced together, his tongue coaxing my lips apart so he could take charge. Obviously, I let him. Soon, his whole body was over mine, cocooning me beneath the sheets and heating my body to about 100 degrees. However, as his hands brushed over my skin gently, goosebumps began to litter the trail he left. "I love you," I mumbled into his lips, needing him to hear those words right now. I needed him to know how much I appreciated him taking care of me without making me feel helpless. Not that I think he minded this particular method. He pulled away, much to my disappointment, and rested his forehead on mine, sliding his hands down my arms until they slipped into mine, our fingers folding together. "I love you too. And you know I'm here if you want to talk about it." While the offer was sweet, that was the last thing I wanted to do. Admitting I made a mistake was like driving a knife through my heart, painful and not something I was willing to do. I also couldn't tell Zach I was scared. I couldn't tell him that Dean scared me, not just because he killed my father and was a violent asshole, but because he was my biological parent, the only one I had left. I was scared he was lying about everything he said yesterday. I was scared to be disappointed, so I shook my head. "I don't want to talk about it," I confirmed, and he nodded with a smug smile. "I didn't think so. Just thought I would put it out there." "Thank you." I kissed him gently. "Thank you so much." For a while, all we did was stare into each other's eyes, our hands joined and our bodies pressed together. Then, it was suddenly like a switch went off and we were tearing each other's clothes away. I couldn't strip away his boxers fast enough, and by the time I had, he had managed to rid me of my shirt and underwear, leaving me naked and breathless beneath him. As per usual, he spent a few silent minutes analyzing every inch of my bare skin, scanning it and making a mental image so he could remember every part. And while he did that, I did the exact same thing to him. I noted every scar on his smooth and otherwise perfect skin, every crevice and bulge in his chest, every crease, every flaw, every perfection. I loved every single part of him, and I never wanted to forget this sight. It was my favorite view. Him, naked and smiling down at me with so much love in his eyes, so much admiration and desire. I squirmed beneath his intense stare, accidentally grinding my hips against his. A smirk forged on his lips, and the love and adoration morphed into lust instantly. The icy blue seas in his eyes sunk into the darkest recesses of the ocean as they raked over my body again, shamelessly. Zach's lips crashed down onto mine like a tidal wave on a shore. Our bodies writhed between the sheets, every part of us touching as intimately as possible. His taste filled my mouth, and I was drunk with ecstasy as we became one. No matter how many times we made love, I would always be amazed at how perfect he was. He was the perfect combination of wild but gentle, fast but loving, fiery and passionate but full of love and adoration. He was perfect, and he was mine. Chapter 33. So I clapped my hands in front of my face. Dean is out there somewhere doing who knows what, and there is a possibility that there is also an evil brother, and God knows what he is plotting. I huffed. Liam raised an eyebrow at me before I continued. So we need to increase protection of the pack. I turned to Tyler, who was nodding in agreement. We need wolves on the border 24/7, and then they need to be alert and awake. We need some more fighters and a couple more protection wolves enforced in case anyone thinks to attack. Got it? He nodded and I smiled. Brilliant. Can you make a start on that? I need to call 𝐴𝐸 and find out what the hell his. I sighed before correcting myself. My father is up too. That's fine. I am happy to sort it. He assured me with a quick peck on the cheek before he was striding out of the house. Great. Now that's out of the way, pass me my phone. I nodded to the table beside Zach, who slid it over to me with a nod. Thanks. I dialed 𝐴𝐸's number and grinned when he picked up. Hey, El. It's good to hear from you. Hey, I'm sorry I have been there. I needed a bit of time, and then yesterday I was back in school and catching up, and then today there was school drama, and I sighed, aware that I was rambling. Sorry. Don't worry about it. Are you okay? Fine. I told him a little too quickly. I just wanted to know if he was there. I prayed to anyone willing to listen that my father had stayed put and wasn't currently on his way to kill me or my friends. Yeah? Did you want to speak to him? He offered, but I quickly set him straight. No, I don't. I just wanted to make sure so my pad on constant alert. I explained. Has he found anything? He has a few locations jotted down of where he might be, but I don't know if it's a good idea to let him leave the territory. 𝐴𝐸 sighed. Listen, 𝐴𝐸. I can't forgive him for what he did. I just can't. But you're his son. The two of you always had a good relationship, right? You don't have to hold a grudge just because of what he did to me. I assured him. The last thing I wanted was for 𝐴𝐸 and his dad to never have a good relationship because of me. I plopped onto the sofa as he replied, swinging my legs up onto the coffee table. He just isn't who I thought he was, and I need some time to get used to that. I understand. I nodded even though he couldn't see me. It's up to you at the end of the day, but I would love for the guy who killed my mom to be dead. Just let me know when you have decided. Just in case. I still didn't trust Dean and wanted to know as soon as he left his territory. I will. Take care, okay? He pleaded, and I couldn't help but smile. You too. See you soon, bye. He ended the call, and I leaned back on the sofa with a content sigh. 𝐴𝐸 had been one of my closest friends in the months after our dads died or were meant to have died, so knowing he was family was comforting. Okay, Liam's voice snapped. Spill, you are in a very productive mood? He sent me a knowing look, and I sighed. I'm sick of moping. I let Dean out and may have a psychotic uncle as well as father, but sitting around and feeling sorry for myself won't change anything. I told him. Zach silently moved beside me and kissed my cheek while Liam took my hand. You are allowed to mope for a while. Baby, my incredible boyfriend whispered in my ear. I leaned into his warm embrace and smiled softly. I know. His lips touched my forehead, barely stroking over my skin, but I don't want to. Before he could speak again, the sound of the house phone ringing blared through the house. Since when did we have a house phone? Liam frowned while 𝐿 stood to answer. I laughed and watched while 𝐿 nodded and then threw the phone over to me. Hello. Hey, 𝐿. I called your mobile, but it said you were in the middle of a call. Tyler's voice crackled through the old phone pressed against my ear. Sorry. I called 𝐴𝐸. I explained. What's up? He groaned. There are a couple of kids trespassing, demanding to speak with you. They seem harmless but won't leave until you get here. Did they say what they want? Just to talk with you, he answered. Fine. I will be there as quick as I can, I informed him before ending the call. I have to go, I told the boys, hopping up off the sofa and shrugging on a jacket. Summer was fast approaching, but there was still a chill in the air. Where? Liam raised an eyebrow, frowning over at me. Some wolves at the border want to speak to me. Wolves, as in plural. Zach growled, stepping in front of me. Yes, as in plural. But Tyler and the protection wolves are there. I'll be fine. I pressed a reassuring kiss to his lips before stepping around him and leaving the house. I arrived at the border a few minutes later to see a larger group of protection wolves than previously, obviously thanks to Tyler and a few of the border wolves circling 3 strangers. The one I saw first was a girl around a similar age to me. Her hair was a little ratty and bleached blonde, although it was obvious it hadn't been washed for a while. Her eyes were gleaming amber while she struggled against the wolf holding her. The other 2 were boys, one also around my age, resembling the girl majorly. He had slightly darker blonde hair, but his face structure and build were the same. Finally, the other boy must have been 11 or 12, shaking slightly while he was pinned to the ground. The older 2 were snarling at the border wolves who had pinned this kid to the floor, and I felt my own fury surge. What the hell is going on here? I snapped. All eyes snapped to me, examining me before the members of my pack cowered slightly. A spark of recognition lit up in the older boy's eyes, and only a second later, he was also bowing down a little. Hey, what the hell has it got to do with you? The girl snapped, causing my eyes to flame in anger. Liv, the boy snapped, sending her a warning glare which went ignored. She simply stared at me while I snarled at her, anger bubbling up at the way she spoke to me. Did you not hear me? It's got nothing to do with you, so why don't you mind your own business and get lost? She glowered at me, and it took all my strength to stop from snapping her neck. How dare you? I snarled, taking a threatening step towards her. Who do you think you are, speaking to me like that? She growled lowly before meeting me gaze. Listen, bitch. I let out a deep snarl at the name, stepping closer still. We are waiting for the alpha, so get lost. My eyebrows shot up as I registered her words. She had no clue who I was. I didn't know whether to laugh or growl in reaction to her words. Liv, that is the alpha. The boy hissed and the girl's face dropped instantly. WH what? She slowly tilted her head to meet my eyes again, and I sent her a smile that was anything short of menacing. I didn't, she sighed in despair and lowered her head. I ignored her and turned to the older boy. What are you doing on my territory? His glance flickered between me and who I guessed was his sister several times before it locked on me, and he muttered, We were hoping for your help. Chapter 3. I couldn't hold back the scoff that breezed out from between my lips. My help. I raised an eyebrow incredulously at him. He simply lowered his head as though he was ashamed, but he quickly snapped it back up when a small whimper of pain left the younger boy. Both of the older started to thrash and snarl in my pack member's arms, struggling against their holds while they watched the kid wince. Now that I was closer, I could see how their grip was leaving marks in his skin and their claws sunk into his flesh. His arms were twisted at a funny angle, and he was pinned to the ground in a mangled position. Let him go, I ordered. One of my protection wolves glanced up at me with a concoction of fury and confusion lacing his features. But Alpha? He tried to run. I looked at the innocent-looking boy, who shook a little. Well, he doesn't have anywhere to go now. He's a cub and you are hurting him. Let him go now. Instantly, the boy was let free, and I saw him hesitate for a moment, glancing between me and the 2 captured wolves with a conflicted look. I could see the silent conversation the 3 were having, but couldn't figure out what they were saying. Suddenly, The boy lurched forwards and into the older boy's hold, still shaking a little. The boy pulled his own arms free and circled them around the cub. Just as the protection wolves went to grab him again, I snapped, "Leave him." I watched the two embrace for a moment and then spoke. "Who are you?" I decided to ask. The guy looked up with a small, polite smile. "My name's Oliver. This is my sister. Liv and our brother Luca," he told me, smiling more sincerely to his siblings. "Are you twins?" I asked, nodding between him and Liv. He nodded in reply. "And what exactly did you want my help with?" I questioned, raising an eyebrow. The three were silent for a few moments, glancing between each other again. I recognized what they were doing as something 𝐿𝐸 and 𝐿𝐸 often did, conversing through expressions. Finally, Oliver turned back to me with an almost ashamed look on his face. His brown eyes flickered to his little brother for a second. "We came to ask if there was any chance you would take us into your pack." His beautiful brown eyes displayed his hopelessness, and my heart pained with guilt and sympathy. Rather than looking at his pleading face, I turned to his sister. "Is that how you usually speak to people you want help from?" She raised her eyes to meet mine head on, and although I could easily read her regret and worry, she also displayed determination. "I had no idea you were the alpha." I frowned. "That's not what I asked." "Is that how you normally speak to people?" I repeated, slowly. She sighed yes. I was taken aback by her honesty, but then, somehow I could tell this girl was completely honest and blunt. "Tell me why you don't already have a pack." Again, shame washed through her murky brown eyes. "I insulted my alpha and he exiled me. My parents wanted nothing to do with me, but my brothers wouldn't let me be alone. I considered what it must be like to leave everything you know behind for family, or to leave family behind for everything else." "And why did you come here?" This time, her brother answered. "We traveled across the country trying to find a pack, but no alpha wants someone who is disrespectful. We heard rumors of your kindness and had nothing to lose." I nodded, trying to keep my expression emotional as, "And what if I accepted the two of you?" "Would you leave your sister?" His answer was instant. "No." I couldn't help but smile. "I admire that." And it was true. I admired that the two boys, even the young one, would stick by her side no matter the risks. Rather than continuing to berate them with questions, I turned to Tyler. "Can you bring them to the square?" I asked, and he nodded while the rest of my wolves began to gather them again. "Wait. What are you doing?" The girl snapped, still unable to keep her attitude at bay. Ignoring her question, I followed as they were part led, part dragged across the village to the square. "What the hell?" Liv snarled as she was thrown into the center. "Please don't hurt her," Oliver begged me, and I frowned. "You think I am going to hurt her?" The surprise was clear in my tone. "You aren't." Liv asked incredulously, and I shook my head, standing face to face with her no. I met her confused eyes. "I want an apology. Nobody speaks to me like that. Nobody." She was frozen for a couple of seconds, obviously taken aback by my request before she was nodding furiously. "I am sorry. I really am. I had no idea who you were. That's no excuse. It wouldn't have mattered who I was, alpha or not. You don't disrespect a member of my pack, especially not when you then have the nerve to ask for something." I snapped. Liv bowed her head. "Sorry." I could tell she meant it and nodded. Satisfied. Good. If you're going to stay, it better not happen again. I warned. Wait. Her eyes went wide. You're letting us stay? Oliver gasped, sharing his sister's expression. Yes, you heard the rumors. I'm not a monster. Besides, I don't think it's right you should be punished for your mistakes for the rest of your lives, and I certainly don't believe it's fair for the two of you to suffer because of your sister's attitude. I turned back to Tyler and the rest of the wolves. Thank you. You can go? They all bowed and walked away, except for Tyler, who kissed my cheek. Want me to find a house that's available? He offered. I kissed him back, smiling at the best beta wolf I could have, as well as someone who was like family to me. Thanks, but I have all the files in my office, so I've got it. With that, he left and I was leading the 3 new members of my pack towards the house. Obviously, Zach and Liam picked up on their scents because as soon as I opened the door, they were there, glaring at the strangers. Zach, Liam, I turned to the 3. This is Liv, Oliver, and Luca. Who the hell are they? Liam snapped with frown. Don't be rude, I scolded. They are new to the pack. At their low growls and angry expressions, I grinned at them both. I seem to have a habit of taking in strays. Liam rolled his eyes in my direction and backed away, so he was no longer in their faces. The fiery amber in his eyes faded, and so did Zach's, until they were back to their beautiful blue. Can I just ask something? Liv mumbled from behind me, and I turned to see her looking a little pale with eyes wide as saucers. Is everything okay? She grinned at me. You live with them. I nodded, still confused. Both of them, she gasped, her eyes flicking from one to the other. Shit, Liv. Oliver scowled at his sister. Shut up, Holly. Bloody hell. She gawked at the 2 smug-looking Thorn boys for a little longer and then leaned towards me. Are you sleeping with them? Luca clamped his hands over his ears at her language while my jaw dropped at her invasive question. Zach grabbed my waist and pulled me into a possessive kiss, answering her questions and marking his territory both at once. I'd have to find them a house, I told him, pulling away and stepping around him before I forgot all about our company and dragged him up to bed. Find one for Liam while you're at it. Get the house to ourselves again. He winked and I laughed before slamming the door on the 2 of them as they began an argument about the house and how much I loved Liam. How do you get anything done around here? Liv gasped to me while her brothers sat on the sofa in my office, Ollie talking to Luca about being in a pack again. I shrugged and dropped into the office chairs. The attraction goes away the second they open their mouths. I mumbled under my breath, searching through the computer files and shaking my head. Liv grinned from the other side of the desk. I have found that's the case with most men, I heard her say and grinned. Chapter 35. The next morning, I hammered my fist against the apartment door in Block J, waiting impatiently for someone to answer. This block wasn't too shabby and was full of cubs playing in the hallways. Alpha Reed? A young girl ran past me as though she might catch a disease from me, and I frowned. I had always been close with my pack, every member old or young. But now they feared me and I hated it. I wanted respect. Definitely. I hated being disrespected, but fear was totally different. The fact that people ran from me made my heart take a little. The girl was tiptoeing back towards me to pick up a hair clip I assumed she had dropped as she flashed past. She approached me cautiously, as if not to wake a sleeping dragon. Here you go, sweetie. I picked up the clip and handed it to her, making sure to smile brightly. Thank you, she mumbled with a small, nervous smile. This is pretty. The clip was pink and sprinkled with glitter, and a small plastic daisy was glued to one end. Her smile magnified. My daddy bought it for me. It's my favorite. She took the clip from my hand and slotted it back into her hair. 𝐿𝐴. Oliver's voice called from behind me, and I turned to see him in the doorway with a pair of shorts on and small droplets of water falling from his hair and trailing down his bare chest. He was reasonably good-looking, but was nothing compared to Zach. He was slimmer and nowhere near as muscled, but he still had a sturdy build and ripped ABS. I turned back to the girl. Bye, sweetie, bye. She waved and threw her arms around my legs before scurrying off, leaving me smiling. Sorry, I was in the shower, Oliver explained as I turned back to him. I waved him off. Don't worry about it. I'm sorry to bother you, but I am spending the day with my friends who I assume are around the same age as you, and Livin wondered if you wanted to join us. You could meet some of the pack, and there is a kids club downstairs for Luca if he wanted to meet some of the kids here. That sounds great. He grinned. Let me check with the others. I nodded. That's fine. We are meeting at mine in about an hour, so if you want to come, then just meet us there. If not, see you soon. Thanks, 𝐿𝐴. He grinned. God, please call me Ella, I begged, always imagining my father as 𝐿𝐴. See you. With that, I made my way back down the stairs and out into the warm sunshine. Today, the sun shone brightly over the valley, simmering through all the clouds so there was a clear blue sky. The warm air brushed over my bare skin as I crossed the village in a pair of white tripped shorts and a black t-shirt. My hair was pinned back in a ponytail and curled loosely. Hey, beautiful. Zach's voice cut through the peace and quiet of the summer morning. Sundays meant a rest for most of the pack, so the only activity were cubs chasing each other through the street or a few people strolling in the summer sun. Nice run, I asked him, trying to keep my gaze focused on his eyes. Not the droplets of sweat on his upper lip or his damp hair or the way his top clung to his glistening skin. A sweaty man had never, ever been a turn-on until Zach anyway. His scent was raw and masculine, and somehow he looked bigger, broader and more muscular while his shadow cast over the grass beside us. A bit too hot, he admitted, and I grinned, walking home alongside him. What did I say? I teased. Yeah, you were right, he grumbled, taking my own sweaty palm into his extremely large and soaked hand. 𝐸, get off. You're all sweaty. I cringed, pulling away. If I get you all sweaty till we can shower together. 𝐾𝐿. I laughed. Nice try. We are meeting everyone today. I am sick of their whining about never seeing me anymore, so we are spending the day at the lake. So you aren't up for a quickie before we go? He raised his eyebrows, staring down at me incredulously. No, I replied, staring at the glaze on his lips. Probably not. I changed my answer before leaning in. Maybe just a really quick quickie. I pressed my lips to his and smiled against him. He tasted masculine. So damn sexy and masculine. I could have got lost in his taste, melting into his arms while our tongues danced. I didn't even care that we were in the middle of the village while cubs raced around us. Although, when I could feel his hard member pressing through his shorts into my belly, I knew it was to pull away. You're so damn beautiful, he gasped, smiling down at me. So are you. I grinned and retook his hand. We sped back home and found ourselves in the shower extremely quickly while our clothes were scattered throughout the house. The cold water rained down on us while our own heat intensified and crackled between us. I couldn't get enough of this man, and I didn't think I ever would. A sudden banging on the door pulled us 𝐿𝐷𝐿. "You guys are going to be late," Liam yelled from my bedroom. "We will be out in a minute." I called back, reconnecting my lips with Zach. "By the way, I have Ella's fancy blue bra and I am keeping it." He cackled, making Zach snarl into my mouth. "Liam," I yelled, needing that back. It was one of my favorites and matched the underwear that was currently draped over the door handle. "Get out the damn shower," he called, his voice further away as he left my room and headed back downstairs. "I messed up your hair." Zach pouted adorably, wrapping a towel around us both and running his fingers through my soaked, tangled locks. "It would have messed up anyway." I shrugged, placing a kiss on his lips before slipping into my underwear. "Don't suppose you can get my bra back?" I fluttered my eyelashes at him. "Damn right I will," he grumbled, stepping out of the bathroom as naked as the day he was born to search for his boxers. I had stripped him away somewhere in the bedroom but didn't know where. I am so glad this house is soundproof. As if him living here wasn't already annoying. If he had heard you moan the way I just did, he would be buried 6 feet under, he grumbled, sliding on his boxers over his semi-hard-on. "How are you already ready to go again?" I laughed, grabbing my shorts from the windowsill of the bedroom while combing my fingers through my hair. "I will always be ready for you." He winked, kissing me passionately before leaving to retrieve my bra. When he returned with the blue garment hanging from his finger, we dressed each other and he dried my hair, which was now more like beach waves than curls. We finished about 5 minutes before everyone was supposed to arrive, so helped Liam grab some snacks and drinks. "You two are seriously insatiable," he huffed, raising an eyebrow and frowning. I patted his cheek. "Don't steal my bra again, Liam, or I will castrate you." I kissed his other cheek lightly before skipping down the hallway to the front door. "Hey." Jordan launched herself at me and pulled me into a hug. "I miss you." Her familiar scent made me relax into her comforting arms and forget everything else for a minute. "I missed you too. I'm sorry I'm such a crappy friend. I have just been busy." I hugged her back with equal amounts of love before we pulled away and grinned at each other. "Hey guys." Caroline, Mason and Alexia appeared behind her and we all said hi before sitting on our front steps and waiting for the others. "Why are you both wet?" Lexi nodded towards me and I blushed while Zach smirked beside me. "Hot shower sex, I think." Liam laughed and she joined while I buried my head in my hands. "Shut up, Liam," I growled. "Oh, Zach. Oh, Zach, I can't wait anymore." "I need you," he mimicked, putting on an abnormally high-pitched voice. "Oh, Ella, you're so hot." "So hot, Ella." This time his voice was extremely low and I struggled to keep my smile at bay while I slapped his face and chest repeatedly. "Shut up, the room is soundproof. You couldn't even hear us," I reminded him, still slapping at him. "Well, that's how I imagine it went. And the eye far off," he smirked. Zach raised an amused eyebrow, pulling me away from his brother gently before asking, "You imagine me having sex with my girlfriend? You seriously need to get laid, brother." Liam's face dropped and I laughed along with the rest of my friends while we waited for the others to join us. Chapter 36. Hey. I smiled over at Oliver and Liv as they approached the group. Blake had arrived a minute or so earlier, but Ryder was late, which was no surprise. Hey. Oliver grinned at me while everyone stared curiously at the two of them. "Guys," This is Oliver and 𝐿𝐻, I introduced. They are new. Ollie, he corrected, holding out a hand to Liam, as in Oliver and Olivia. Caroline asked with a grin and they both scowled. Yeah, our parents picked Oliver for a boy and Olivia for a girl and didn't bother to change it when they got both. 𝐿𝐻 huffed with an eye roll. Everyone introduced themselves while we waited for the last arrival. Hey losers. Ryder's voice yelled and we all turned to see his familiar grin. He hauled me into his chest and squeezed the life out of me before frowning. You totally got laid today, he announced. Ryder? I scolded, slapping him lightly. It was no secret from my friends anyway after Liam's very accurate acting, but I barely knew Ollie and 𝐿𝐻. He held his hands up and laughed. Sorry. He turned and gave Liam a weird bro hug thing, and I honestly wasn't at all surprised they were friends. They were both assholes. And who are the random strangers that are joining us? How welcoming of you. I rolled my eyes. This is Ollie and 𝐿𝐻. They are new to the pack. This is Ryder. He is rude and annoying and you should ignore everything that he says. I told them. Including when I tell you that when Ella was sick she was running away from me and I cut him off by clamping my hand over his mouth and glaring. He held up his hand in surrender and laughed when I reluctantly removed my hand. Wet herself, he blabbed and ran. I remember that. Jordan giggled. She cried when she told me. Jordan? I shook my head while she froze, realizing she had blabbed. Ryder, you are dead. Wouldn't let it be you right now. Mason chuckled, raising an eyebrow while Ryder backed away. You're human, Ollie stated, glaring in his direction. He knows and he keeps the secret. I told him, shaking my head. You don't have to worry. You trust humans? 𝐿𝐻 scoffed and I narrowed my eyes at her. This one. I nodded. Can we go? It's 1,000,000 degrees and there is no shade here. Lexi groaned before we all started through the woods, picnic baskets and water bottles in hand. We arrived at the lake at around midday, the perfect time to cool down while the scorching sun blared in the sky. I immediately stripped down to my bikini along with the rest of the girls and glanced up to see Zach's eyes darken as they examined my body. I shuddered beneath his intense stare and had to turn away. Race you to the lake, Ryder exclaimed. I met his eyes and then Zach's before charging full speed towards the water. Slightly ahead of me, Zach launched himself off the bank and I followed behind him, the cold water slamming against my skin. Oh my God! I gasped as I emerged from beneath the surface. It felt like my whole body was encased in a freezer. I swam over to where Zach was treading water and nuzzled against him in an attempt to warm up, but even my human radiator was ice cold, so I pulled myself out of the lake to lounge on the grass. After a couple of hours of flitting between sunbathing the intense heat and then swimming to cool off, the boys decided on a game of football. I frowned as Zach kissed my cheek and then made his way over to the rest of the guys. Meanwhile, the girls were diving into the picnic baskets and Lexi blasted music from her phone. I dropped down beside Jordan and watched the guys from the corner of my eye. My mouth watered a little as they charged across the grass, shirtless and glistening. God, this is a good view. 𝐿𝐻 laughed behind me. I smirked over at her and noticed the rest of the girls watching them too. We chatted for a while watching the boys and picking at the food around us. I love this song, 𝐿𝐻 stated, stealing it another strawberry. We had a huge platter of them, and I am pretty sure between the two of us, we had demolished over half. So, do we? Lexi squealed, shaking her hips where she sat opposite me. We couldn't stop laughing as we all sang along at full volume to the music blasting from Lex's phone. "Okay, ready?" Zach asked me, holding a strawberry between his thumb and finger. I nodded yep. He grinned before tossing the fruit into the air, and I watched it fall perfectly in line with my mouth. I sealed my lips as sweetness flooded my mouth before Zach was pressing his lips to mine, thrusting his tongue into my mouth. Okay, well, before they started making out, did you see? Lexi huffed beside Liam, who was pulling the two of us apart. I know what to do. I just fail every single time. Liv grumbled. Here. Zach grabbed a strawberry and sat opposite her. Maybe you just had a shitty thrower, hey? Ollie exclaimed. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Zach tossed the berry and it flew over and straight into Liv's open mouth. I did it. She cheered while Zach moved to sit back beside me. Oh, do I not get the steamy make-out after? She frowned mockingly and Ryder bust out laughing. Not a chance. I mumbled, shaking my head. Zach smirked down at me, tucking a strand of hair behind my ear and pecking my lips. So, did you guys move here with your parents? Jordan asked the twins, and their laughter quickly died. Nola shook her head. They didn't love their children enough to stick with them. She huffed. Been there, Lexi muttered. Me too, Liam growled, flinging his arm around a pouting Lexi. Me too, Caroline scoffed. Jesus. Do any of you have parents? Ollie asked on a laugh, and I couldn't help but glance at Zach, whose arm curled around Liam. I do, Jordan mumbled, having two perfectly happy parents who were alive and in love. Yeah, me too. Blake grinned sheepishly, almost guiltily. I have a mom. Mason shrugged, holding Caroline against him. Dad, she said. Mom, Lexi said. Neither. Ryder shrugged nonchalantly, although I knew that wasn't the case. His parents were killed when my mother was taken. His dad was trying to protect my parents, and his mother was killed along with many other pack members while trying to defend our territory. Ryder always acted as though it didn't affect him, but I knew to this day he still visited their graves on the anniversary of their death. Neither. Liam glanced to Zach, who shrugged in agreement. I leaned into his hold a little further and sighed. Neither. His hands found my hair, and I felt his chin on the top of my head while he ran his fingers through the drying locks. The twins looked to each other lovingly before Lev huffed. Well, I guess neither anymore. But our little brother is cute. She smiled happily at the mention of Luca. How old is he? Blake asked. 8. Ollie replied, and Blake nodded. My little sister is 8. Maybe we should introduce them. He smiled, and the two nodded. Before anyone could speak, my phone was ringing. Hey, Dan. I greeted my brother, leaning against Zach and taking his hand in my free one. Hey, Ella. I was just calling to say that Dad found his brother. He explained, and I tensed. He did. Zach squeezed my hand for support when my voice wavered a little. Yeah, it's your choice on whether he can leave, Elle. I said I would ask you before I made a decision. He assured me. Is he there? I held my breath, waiting for his answer. Yeah, he is. I want to speak to him. A couple of seconds later, his voice boomed through the phone. This is a surprise. I didn't think my daughter would be demanding to speak to me anytime soon. He sounded genuinely confused, but I was still irritated. I told you? You aren't my father. I snapped. I wanted to tell you to go ahead and kill the bastard. I don't care. But do one thing for the child you made and stay the hell away from me. Once this is over, I don't ever want to see you, hear from you, know you. You got that? He sighed. I got that. By Dean. I growled into the phone. By Ella? I looked to see �ZAC mirroring my expression. You trust him? �ZAC asked. Nope. I shook my head. What did he say? Mason frowned. He knows where his brother is and he is going to kill him, and hopefully then I will never hear from him again. �ZAC's arms tightened around me and he kissed the shell of my ear. Baby, don't worry. He doesn't have any reason to try and contact you ever again. He was right? I knew he was right, and while a massive part of me hoped he was right, a small no, a minuscule part of me wanted him to be wrong. Chapter 37. Despite the fact it was a Monday night, Caroline suggested we spend the evening as a girls' night. We had spent the whole school day planning our night out together, and I was actually excited. It had been so much fun when we were all chatting yesterday while the guys played their stupid game, and tonight there was a football match on that they all seemed to want to watch, so I asked �ZAC if he wanted to invite them over while I went out with the girls. Are you sure about this? He frowned from the doorway, watching while I blow-dried my hair. I had just hopped out the shower when he came storming in with worried questions. Yes. I turned to face him and took in his extremely handsome, brooding expression. I had seen it often when he didn't get his own way. I will be fine. Dean won't show up at a cocktail bar in town trying to fight, and if he does, I'm sure between the 5 of us, we will beat the shit out of him. And what about his brother? He raised an eyebrow. We don't know the lengths he is willing to go. He killed your mom's sweetheart, the person his brother loved. Somehow I doubt a few cocktails will stop him. �ZAC, I will be fine, I told him slowly, taking his face in my hands and running my fingers over the dusting of stubble on his jaw. I promise. I don't like you being out without me, he grumbled, twisting my hair in his fingers. I promise to call if I need you, and I will text you all night, I assured him, kissing his lips and then his cheeks and then the rest of his face before circling back to his lips. Fine. He pouted like a child. I laughed, shaking my head at him. What time does the game start? 7. Is that when you are all meeting? He asked me, leaning against the counter beside me while I curled my hair. 7:30, I told him. Tyler is taking over for a few hours, but I told him to let you know if it's urgent. Is that okay? That's fine. He pecked my cheek gently. I will call you if you're needed. Promise me you will stay safe. Okay, don't drink too much. He begged, and I could see the worry in his beautiful bright eyes. I promise. He smiled and kissed me again before leaving me to get ready. An hour later, I was staring at my reflection. It'd been a while since I had been out and dressed up like this, and of course, Lexi made sure I wasn't going in anything remotely casual or comfortable. My dress was red and wrapped tightly around my figure, hugging my curves nicely. It was strapless with a slightly low neckline where my favorite necklace, that �ZAC had given me, sat. It was a small, glittering heart with his name engraved across the back and a rose threading through it that was the same color as my dress. The pair of red lace heels made my legs look a little longer than they usually were, and despite my hate for anything uncomfortable, they were really beautiful. My hair cascaded in ringlets around my face, which I had touched up with some mascara, lip gloss, and blush. I strutted down the stairs where the sound of the guys yelling at the TV made me grin. I stood in the doorway as I watched a figure move across the field with the ball before swinging his leg back and thwacking it towards the goal. They all cheered until it flew straight over the top and then started yelling at the player. Hate to break it to you, but he can't hear you. I scoffed, shuffling across the room to grab my clutch and phone from the windowsill. Holy shit. I heard Liam and turned to see their attention shifted to me. What? I shifted under their gazes uncomfortably. You are not wearing that out. Zach snapped, raising to his feet. Why is there something wrong? I frowned. I thought I looked okay. Shut up, Zach. My best eye looked sexy as hell. Ryder was grinning like a maniac and I smiled back appreciatively. That's the problem. Zach growled. You look far too beautiful to be allowed out. Every guy will be falling to his knees and begging you for the kind of things you're only allowed to do with me. I smiled up at him and kissed his lips lovingly. I only want to do them with you. I promised while my hand slipped down his torso to brush lightly over his erection bulging in his jeans. Luckily, his back was to the rest of them, blocking their view of his growing erection while I rubbed him. But I don't have time to change. I dropped my hand and strutted past him, kissing Liam and Ryder on the cheek. Bye, guys. I blew them all a kiss and winked over to a furious-looking Zach before stepping out the front door to be greeted with four smiling faces. You didn't. Caroline giggled, sipping on her fifth, maybe sixth cocktail. Yeah? He texted me as soon as we left saying he would get me back. I laughed. Aren't you scared? Liv asked me, throwing back shots like she was dying of thirst. Nah, he knows if he tries anything he won't get laid. I shrugged, lugging down my own drink. I had promised Zach I wouldn't drink too much, but I had a feeling I was way past that. So, what's the deal with your dad? I thought you were neither. Liv asked me, swaying a little on her chair. Well, Ivy, I am a neither. My mom and dad were both killed, but then I found out he wasn't my bogo. Digo, 𝐿𝐴𝐿. That's a hard word to say. I hiccuped. Anyway, turns out that my real dad is. Wait for it, the one who murdered them. I shook my head dramatically and chugged another glass of something down. You are such a lightweight. Lexi laughed, pointing to the space about 6 inches away from me. You need to get a better tolerance, Sala. She lectured the waitress who removed our empty glasses. She sent Lexi a look while I sniggered and then she turned to leave. Before the blonde woman in her 20s could leave, however, Lexi grabbed her arm. Seriously, Ella? You shouldn't be this drunk. Lexi, I am over here, silly. I waved and she frowned, still clinging to the waitress. Oh, sorry, Jordan. I thought you were, she hiccuped. Ella, she shook her head. Did you dye your hair? The woman pulled away and stormed off while I howled with laughter. Let's dance again. The real Jordan suggested, well, one of them did. There were about 3 swaying in front of me, okay. I cheered and dragged Caroline and Lydie with me onto the dance floor while Jordan number 1, 2 and 4 carried Lexi over. Jordan 3 was still swaying on the spot. The 5 of us spent the next half an hour grinding and shaking our hips to the music while simultaneously brushing off persistent guys we didn't want. I said, get off me, you perv. I heard Liv yell and turn to her rescue, only to see Jordan holding her arm for support. I'm not a perv, she hiccuped, holding some guy's face in her hands. I'm really not. I believe you. He nodded and scurried away. My best friend took my hand and smiled. She believed me. She giggled. I think they were at Winboy's Jordan. I howled with laughter. Oh. Oopsie. I was laughing so hard by the time the 5 of us stumbled into the car park of the club. huddling together in the biting wind while we waited for the guys to come and get us. Mason lived just down the road, so Zach was going to drive him to the car park, and then him and Caroline would walk to his and she would stay there for the night while Zach took the rest of us home. Zach will be angry with me. I giggled to Caroline. I think I am going to have sex with Mason, she announced and Lexi wind. I want to have sex, she groaned. With Liam? Jordan clarified and I gasped. Yes, Lexi Pie. Have sex with Liam, I encouraged her as she grinned. Okay, she nodded in affirmation. Who are you going to have sex with, Jordan? She suddenly asked our small blonde friend who looked like a deer caught in headlights. She blushed and shrugged, suddenly seeming much more sober. Nobody? She squeaked. Probably just myself. We all laughed when the car swung onto the tarmac. Zach, why? I smiled as he jumped out the car. I love you, Zach, why? I reached out for him, but the floor shifted underneath me and I went plummeting to the floor. Oops, I mumbled, my eyes heavy as I was lifted up and thrown into soft leather before everything went black. Chapter 38. Blinding light woke me the next morning and I was sure my retinas were frying in the simmering brightness. A mixture of a groan and a squeal left my lips as I slammed my eyes closed and buried my head in the soft material around me. Somehow, I was in my bed. My warm, comfortable duvet swamped my naked body and I shuffled further into the mattress. At the small movement, I felt my head thunder and whine from the pain. Good morning. My boyfriend had the perfect hangover voice. It was low and soothing and I wanted to sink into the warm sound. Zach. I mumbled content lie. It was Zach why last night. His voice laced with humor and the bed sunk as he sat beside me. How are you feeling? I groaned a little while feeling around for his hand. Crap? The warmth from his hand as it closed around mine sent tingles through me. So much for not drinking too much, baby. You drank the most out of everyone. He still spoke soothingly, but I knew he was irritated about my consumption. I'm sorry. I got an incy bit carried away. I turned to give him a sheepish smile and was greeted with the most damn beautiful face on the planet. He looked a little rough, probably from worrying about me last night and the guilt gnawed at me. I am sorry. He smiled gently. I know. He reached behind him to retrieve a glass of water while I pulled myself up into a sitting position. Here. I gulped down a few mouthfuls of the cool water before he revealed a couple of small white pills in his palm. These might help with the headache. I took them appreciatively and smiled. You're the best. His hand shot out to draw a strand of loose hair that clung to my sweaty forehead back behind me ear. Do you remember anything from last night? I thought back to getting ready and arriving and dancing with my friends, and my memory was pretty clear right up until the moment Zach arrived, and then everything went fuzzy. Not once you pulled into the car park, I admitted. Well, you told me you loved me, tried to hug me, and were about a meter away from me, so face planted instead. He smirked and I cringed. You were passed out in the car and stayed out while I struggled to remove that damn dress and practically dropped you into bed. I glanced up to see him shaking his head in amusement. You didn't take advantage of me, did you? I gasped, knowing that was the last thing Zach would ever do. No, I was put off when you finally stirred enough to puke all over me, he grumbled. I winced. I'm so sorry. I don't even remember that. I flopped back onto the bed and buried my head in the pillow. I felt Zach shift before his face was nuzzled in my neck. It's okay, baby. Do you think you can manage a shower? He murmured and I shot him a look. Not like that. He sighed. Oh, well, I doubt I will be able to stand for long. My legs are killing me, I growled. In a second, I was lifted off the bed and carried towards the bathroom. I hadn't got enough energy to argue as Zach gently lowered me to my feet and started to fill the bathtub. I plopped my bum onto the toilet lid while he added in all sorts of soaps and creams and then let him lower me into the warm water. I moaned at the amazing feeling of the water around me and relaxed against the edge of the bath while the most amazing boyfriend in the world started to untangle my hair and run shampoo into every strand. That's amazing, I muttered as he massaged soap into my scalp. I love you so much. He moved onto my shoulders, running a bar of soap over my bare skin. I love you too. Zach washed every inch of my body and hair until the smell of alcohol and vomit had been eswelled away and replaced with a sweet, fruity scent. He then pulled me out of the bath and wrapped a huge, fluffy and warm towel around my body before pulling me onto his lap and rubbing the droplets of water gently off my skin. He retrieved his comfiest pair of tracksuit bottoms and his softest t-shirt before slipping them over my body and enveloping me in his homely scent. Before I knew it, I was back in bed, drifting off with the warmth of my boyfriend holding me, the pounding in my head fading and a smile on my face. When I next woke up, the clock on the wall read just gone midday and I groaned internally, just realizing I was supposed to be at school today. I slipped from between the covers, still dressed in Zach's clothes, and followed the smell of food to the kitchen where the love of my life was dishing up a plate of scrambled egg on toast. Oh God, that smells amazing, I honed, taking my seat on the bar stool. I was just about to come and get you. How are you? Feeling any better? He kissed my cheek and I grabbed his jaw to pull him around in my mouth. I feel amazing. Thank you for taking care of me. I kissed him again, and again, and maybe again before the growling of my stomach reminded me of the delicious food set in front of me. Our party girl is up, Liam's voice announced from behind me, and I turned to see his amused grin. I groaned. Was I that bad? You came home and told me I had to have sex with Lexi. He grinned, but a small tinge of blush raised to his cheeks. Liam Thorne, are you blushing? I gasped, taking a closer look at the pink that warmed his cheeks. You are? I am not. Sweetheart, he scoffed, turning to the food to hide his cute little pink cheeks. You totally are, Zach insisted. Get lost, Zach. Liam snapped and I couldn't stop from giggling. You like Lexi. That's so cute. He frowned at me. She totally likes you too, I told him. I can tell how. He raised an eyebrow and Zach grinned at me. So you do like her. He laughed. I hate both of you. He grabbed the plate and stormed off upstairs to eat it, leaving the two of us to laugh at how adorable he was. When our laughter died, I looked to Zach. Did the others go to school today? Yeah, their parents and brothers wouldn't let them stay at home and they weren't nearly as hungover as you. He rolled his eyes but smiled lovingly at me. Thanks for bringing us back last night and for getting them home safe. I kissed his cheek. Well, to be honest, all I did was drive. Ollie took Liv home. Ryder took Jordan and Blake walked Lexi home. Although, I did have to put up with their awful singing and dog chatter in the car. He laughed, taking another bite of his toast. Did you guys enjoy the game? I asked him. Yeah, it was good. We won, he told me. That's good. So you had a good night then? Mostly. I grinned, but his eyes darkened a little. Well, his hand slipped over my thigh while his thumb started to caress the inside of my leg. I spent the night thinking about the beautiful girl I am in love with in her sexy little dress and ended up with hard on all night. He leaned in closer so I could feel his breath on my cheek. So I think you owe me. My stomach fluttered as suddenly my plans for the rest of the day became crystal clear. I found a cryptic letter stating that one of us must die for the other to be free. I thought it was a trap, but it turns out it's just the tip of the iceberg of a shocking family secret. Chapter 39, I Don't Want to Go. I pouted the next morning as I watched 𝐿 cook me pancakes. They smelled delicious and I was drooling from the second I woke up with the scent wafting through the house. You never want to go? He laughed, handing me a punnet of strawberries to chop. It was the only thing I was allowed to do in the kitchen. I grabbed a knife from the drawer and huffed. I am the alpha of the pack. I shouldn't have to go to school. Zach flipped a pancake and then shot me a look. Then don't go. I have to go. I grizzled. It's my last year and I have to graduate next month. I just have to. I reminded him for the 100th time. Then go. I popped another strawberry into my mouth before shooting him a look. I will. I just don't want to. Well, you are going to be with your friends and it's only a month left. He shrugged, dishing up the pancakes. It was so much better when you were there. I had no time to actually care about the work because I was too busy investigating you and trying to figure out who was trying to kill me. I wouldn't call that better, baby. He laughed, handing me the plates to sprinkle chunks of strawberry over. Liam. He yelled before we took our seats at the dining table. Why the hell are we up so early? His dear brother grunted a couple of minutes later, dropping into an empty seat wearing a pair of boxers. Jesus, couldn't you have got dressed? Zach groaned, covering my eyes and screwing his face up in disgust. To be honest, Zach, I thought there was a fire or an apocalypse or something, so making myself presentable was low on my priority list. He snapped, shoveling pancake into his mouth while he spoke. I raised an eyebrow. Apocalypse? Well, why else would we be up at this ungodly hour? He frowned. It's Satan, and Ella is going to school. Zach rolled his eyes at his brother, who suddenly appeared to have a revelation. I forget she's still a cub sometimes. He smirked over at me while I snarled. Zach sighed and moved to sit beside me, and we ate in silence until our plates were empty. Those pancakes were amazing, I told Zach, pressing a kiss to his cheek before taking my plate to the sink. I'll see you both later, I called before leaving the house and making my way to school. Bored, Ryder groaned, throwing a paper airplane at me. I just don't understand this or why. I hate physics, I huffed, shoving the plane back in his face and slapping the textbook in front of him. Help me, I begged. Bored? He whined, once again, launching the damn plane at my face. Ryder? I snapped, scrunching up his plane and tossing it into the trash in the corner of the room. Hey. He grumbled. Fine. What are you stuck on? I pointed to a section on the page and he started droning on about equations and friction or something. Okay, I give up, I sighed, turning to my best friend. So, what did you do yesterday? Laughed at the girls. You guys were really drunk and quite hungover, especially what? He laughed, shaking his head in amusement. Well, I don't do half-assed. I shrugged. He nodded. Fair point. Thankfully, the bell blared through the room and the two of us sprung from the room and down the halls to my locker before meeting the others for lunch. So, did you make out with anyone while you were utterly pissed? My best friend wiggled his eyebrows playfully. I shot him an incredulous look. I wasn't that drunk. I don't think I would ever be drunk enough to cheat on Zach. What's that about Zach? Pining after him still, Ella. 𝐿𝐴 voice mocked from beside me, and I frowned. What the hell do you want? I heard you say my lover's name. Forgive me for being intrigued. You need to get over Zach and accept he's with me now. He left the school to get the hell away from you as soon as he realized you were an obsessive sicko. Move on, Ella. My fist was chained to collide with her makeup-slathered face, and I was so close when Ryder apparently read my mind and grabbed my arm. Are you done, Rebecca? He asked. We have better people to talk to. She grinned sadistically and took a step closer. Don't ever mention his name again. She all but snarled before strutting away victoriously. I scowled at her retreating figure. I wish she knew that we were still together. I would kill to see her reaction. Ryder laughed. Me too. She really seems to believe her and Zach are together. He shook his head in pity before tugging me towards my locker. I inserted my key and swung the door open before stuffing a couple of books and then grabbing another out. I really want to punch her, I stated. Sorry. Can't let you do that, why? I whined, turning and knocking a small white slip of paper from the edge of my locker. I watched it flutter to the floor before leaning to grab it. What's that? RY asked, and I shrugged, opening it up to find a note. You aren't safe from me, Heroa. You aren't safe anywhere, Dean. I snarled, slamming my locker shut and yanking my phone from my pocket. Hey, Den, I growled. What's wrong, Elle? Has Dean left? I asked him, desperately clinging to control before my eyes flashed amber. No, he's going tonight. Why? I could tell my brother was worried. I just found a note in my locker at school with a threat. It's from Dean. I explained and waited for his response. It couldn't have been him. He hasn't left the territory or had contact with anyone since you let him out. He sounded as confused and frustrated as I felt. Can you send me a picture of the writing? Yeah, I'll wait there. I snapped a photo and texted it to him. That's not his writing, Elle. Honestly, he promised, and I sighed. Then who the hell sent it? I grumbled. Sorry to bother you, Aiden. Don't worry. I will see if I can find something out for you. Bye, Elle, he called before ending the conversation. I glanced up to see Ryder had clearly listened into conversation as he was frowning. Weird. He ran a hand through his hair and linked his arm with mine. Let's get food. I cannot play detective on an empty stomach. I laughed and followed him to the canteen, where we quickly joined my friends and all analyzed the note. It has to be Dean, I decided, folding my arms across my chest and leaning back in my seat. Who else would be after you? I refuse to believe that you have more than one enemy. Ryder agreed, mimicking my position by crossing his own arms. Could it be his brother? Caroline asked. He isn't after me, though. He doesn't know that I know about what he did, and I have never met him. I reminded her, and she nodded. It has to be Dean. Somehow, Jordan said. How did he even get into the school? They have security cameras and the doors are locked at night, and we would have smelt him during the day. Lexi added, and I shrugged. We were all silent for a while. What did Dean lie to you? Mason asked me, raising an eyebrow in question. No, Jordan spoke up a little quickly, surprising everyone before she shook her head, blush rising to her cheeks. I mean, they are family. He wouldn't, right, Hella? I studied my friend for a few seconds. watching her shift uncomfortably in her seat with a hopeful expression on her face. I don't think Aiden would lie, but it's a possibility that Dean did something behind his back. I eventually replied, and Jordan relaxed. I continued to watch her with narrowed eyes while everyone debated over the note and whether my dad was good or not. Jordan was quiet throughout most of the conversation, but I could tell something was up with her. But I was pulled back to the conversation when Lexi asked a question I had yet to think about. "What are you going to tell Zach?" Chapter 40. "Calm down," I pleaded, resting my hand on Zach's bicep and taking his jaw in my other hand. My fingers splayed over his stubble and my thumb brushed over his lower lip. "I'm going to kill him," he grumbled, removing my hand from his face and balling his fist. "Zach, we don't know if it was even him," I reminded him, coaxing a deep snarl from the back of his throat. He roughly grabbed my shoulder and shoved me backwards into the wall behind me. "Of course it was him. You should never have let him out," he growled before his eyes widened as he realized just how tightly he was pinning me to the wall. Instantly, he pulled away, guilt and regret washing away his anger momentarily. "I'm sorry." He shook his head and threw his fist into the wall beside my head before letting out a deep, harsh breath. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that, and I shouldn't have grabbed you like that." "I'm sorry." I curled my arms around his neck and kissed away the pained expression that contorted his face. "I know." I kissed him again. "I'm really sorry," he sighed. He took in a shaky breath for locking eyes with me. "I can't lose you." "You won't," I promised. Despite what the note said, no werewolf is stupid enough to attack me at school where there are humans everywhere. "And you're here, so I'm safe," I assured him. His forehead pressed against mine and he smiled. "I love you." I grinned back. "I love you more." He simply shook his head before pulling me against him and holding me there with his strong arms tightly around me. I felt him bury his face in my hair while I breathed in his scent. Raw masculine strength oozed from the aroma along with a hint of danger. All wolves had a unique scent that spoke a lot about their personalities, and Zach screamed power and danger. Yet, it seemed to calm my own wolf and provide a feeling of safety. I knew he could never truly hurt me when his primal instincts were to protect me. He would die before I got hurt, so I knew in his arms was the safest and happiest place I could be. "I won't let anyone lay a hand on you," he suddenly promised, stroking his hand over the back of my head. "I know you won't, but if anyone does, I will kick their ass." I grinned and his eyes gleamed with happiness. "Love, I know you will." Our lips collided a second later, soft and gentle. His mouth was warm as it enclosed over my lips, and I sunk into the feeling. "Gross?" A voice huffed from behind me, and I laughed into Zach's mouth before pulling away. "Nice to see you too, Liam." I grinned, watching him stroll through the living room and collapse on the sofa. I joined him a second later, throwing myself onto the comfortable seat beside him. "I swear the two of you make out more than you eat," he stated, shaking his head in disgust. "We usually combine the two," Zach told him monotonously while I gawked at him. "Zach," I scolded while at the same time Liam groaned and gagged. "I didn't need to know that, brother," he growled, shaking away the thoughts. Zach just shrugged and pulled me closer to him, my back to his front. His arm curled around my waist and his thumb drew circles into my skin. "What about you?" I asked. "Made out with anyone lately?" I followed my question with a suggestive wink and he frowned. "You're unbelievable." He frowned, grabbing the TV remote from the coffee table and flicking it on. "What?" I gasped. "I was just curious." I leaned back and feigned watching TV for a few minutes before turning back to him. "So, have you spoken to Lexi recently?" He shot me a look inside. "Drop it already, Ella." "Oh, come on. It's so obvious you like her. So why won't you ask her out?" I asked him. I could imagine Liam and Lexi together already. He was funny and masculine while she was often serious and girly. But I had a feeling that Liam would bring out her more laid-back side. "Zach, control your girl, would you?" He pleaded his brother, and I growled. "Excuse me." "Okay, come on, sweetheart. He isn't going to talk unless you start torturing him, so why don't we drop it?" Zach laughed, pulling me backwards as I started to pounce at Liam. "Control me. He must be joking." "Torture sounds good," I argued, reaching for Liam's neck. Immediately, Zach's hands clasped around my wrists and pulling them back to my sides where he pinned me to him in my spot. I huffed. "I will get something out of you, Liam Thorne. Mark my words." Instead of answering me, he turned to his brother. "How do you stand her?" "Hey," I defended. Again, I went ignored. Zach shrugged in reply. "She knows who I love, so I don't get the incessant questioning." "Hey," I frowned. It wasn't incessant, just persistent. "Yeah, well, I'm gonna have to kill your girl in her sleep if she doesn't give it up," he grumbled. "Even if she is basically my sister, you do realize I am still set right here, don't you?" I scowled. "You could just tell her what she wants to know," Zach suggested when I went ignored yet again. I growled. "Screw both of you." I stormed off into the office, slamming the door behind me and logging into my laptop to finish some work. Zach's POV I watched Hella walk away and honestly drooled after her a little. She was seriously gorgeous, even when she was mad. Her face would scrunch up adorably and her amazingly soft lips would stick out in a pout. When I heard the office door slam, I turned back to my brother, who was chuckling at my girlfriend's antics. "She really can't stand being ignored, can she?" I raised an eyebrow. "She is pissed about being kept in the dark," I explained. "She has always hated it. When I met her, me and her dad were keeping stuff from her, and she couldn't keep her damn nose out of any of it." I laughed with a shake of my head. "She is persistent. I'll give her that." He shrugged, turning attention back to the game. "She's had a bad day," I said, shaking my head and dropping onto the sofa. Still, my fists were clenched tightly at my sides and my jaw stayed clenched as I thought over what Ella had told me. Beside me, Liam watched with a raised brow. "What's going on?" He turned to face me rather than the TV and I sighed. "Dean left a threatening note in her locker." I growled, tightening my fists so my nails pressed into my skin. Liam's eyes widened. "Seriously?" He gasped. I thought he was trying to prove he wasn't a threat. "I guess not," I seethed. "That makes no sense." He was persistent that he didn't want to hurt her. Even if that wasn't the case, why would he send a threat that went against everything he was saying? I frowned over at my brother. "What are you saying? You don't think it's him?" "It just seems weird to me," he said with a shrug. "Ella doesn't know if it was definitely him," I admitted, "but I think that scares me more." He furrowed his brows. "Why? Because it means someone else is threatening her." "Hey," Liam called and I glanced up to see pity swimming in his eyes. She's going to be fine. She's always fine. She's strong and she's got us, he assured me. I know, I grumbled. I just hate that she is always at risk, especially when I can't protect her at school. She has a whole gang of friends that aren't going to let anything happen to her, he reminded me, and I smirked. Including Lexi. I teased and he kicked me in the shin ass. I chuckled, shaking my head at his frown. I'm going to go and check on her, I said, kicking him back before jumping up and trailing through the house towards the office. I knocked gently on the door and pushed it open, peering in to see her beautiful face scrunched up in concentration. How you doing? She glanced up in surprise and smiled sweetly, stirring something within me. Fine, she assured me in a soft voice, blinking up at me. Are you okay? I nodded and moved to stand behind her. I placed my hands on her shoulder and gently massaged her muscles, peering over her head to see a page up on her computer. I'm fine. She leaned back and sighed in contentment, smiling happily. The sight of her happy and relaxed calmed the anger bubbling up within me, and I leaned down and kissed the top of her head. I love you so much, beautiful. She reached a hand up and gripped mine, her small soft fingers threading perfectly through mine. I love you too, she said gently. Chapter 41, Hey Beautiful. Zach smiled over at me as I fluttered my eyes open the next Saturday morning. Outside, birds chirped and the warm sun beamed down on the busy little bees and cubs who were chasing each other and squealing in the village. Good morning, I smiled back, taking his hand in mine and grazing my thumb across his knuckles. After a lot of convincing, I continued the week at school and had now reached exam season, which meant I only had to turn up for my exams. Nothing had happened since I had received the note, so I was starting to wonder if it was just a bluff. So, I have decided we are spending the day together, Zach announced with a gentle kiss on my lips. I think we need to spend some time together. We are together practically all the time. I giggled. He rolled his eyes. I meant just the two of us. I nodded. So are you asking me on a date? No, I frowned at his response before he continued. I'm not asking. He grinned and rolled out of bed before I could slap him. I followed and quickly dressed before we walked hand in hand out the door. Technically, the two of us only ever went on one date despite being together for months, so I was excited to spend a carefree day with my boyfriend like a normal teenage girl. So, where are we going? I asked him as we strolled in the sunshine through the village. My blue sundress flowed around me lightly and my sandals clicked against the floor with each step. Into 𝐊𝐬𝐬, he replied, his warm hand clasped around mine. Could you be more specific? I teased. Well, first the cafe because we need some breakfast, he told me, speeding up a little when we reached the woods. Zach never let go of my hand, not even when we were sat in the cafe with the delicious breakfast in front of us. The two of us scoffed it down pretty quick and were just about to leave when a familiar face walked in. Zach, the high-pitched voice questioned. Baby, it's so good too. Rebecca seemed to cut off once she saw me suppressing a grin with my hand locked with Zach's. Rebecca? I greeted as politely as possible. Zach shot me a look out the corner of his eye and I grinned. Zach, I had no idea you were back. She chose to ignore me and took a seat beside him, resting her hand on his bicep. Her grin widened when Zach dropped my hand, only to use it to remove hers. Yeah, I came back to spend the day with Ella. He grunted. We're taking my hand. Oh, well, if you want some better company for your day back, then I am free, she hinted, tucking her hair behind her ear and fluttering her false eyelashes at him. Hey, Becky. There you are. Her sidekick bitch Marissa called, appearing beside me and grinning when she saw Zach. Oh, hey, Zach. She giggled. Zach nodded in her direction and then turned to Rebecca. Looks like you already have plans. He again nodded towards Marissa, who erupted into a fit of giggles from the attention. Rebecca's face fell and she snapped her head round. Marissa, she hissed, grabbing her friend's arm and storming towards the door. Nice to see you, Becky. I grinned and she let out a strangled squeal before dragging her drooling friend out the door. I turned back to a disturbed-looking Zach and sniggered. He smirked back at me before the two of us burst out laughing. You have no idea how badly I have been wanting that. I laughed. He rose an eyebrow in confusion. She won't shut up at school about how you two are secretly together, I explained. She seems to genuinely believe you are in love with her, so that was perfect. I was still chuckling to myself when I met Zach's eyes, and suddenly the laughter died on my lips. He was staring at me with such intensity I squirmed in my seat. The love and admiration and happiness he felt glowed in his beautiful eyes, and my heart ached for him even though he was sat directly opposite me. Let's go. He dropped some cash onto the table and tugged me out of the cafe and back into the woods. Are we going home already? I asked, but he shook his head. I followed him all the way past the village and stopped when we reached the clearing where the pack gathers on a full moon. It was also where Zach and I came the night after our first date. I was blushing just from looking at the patch of grass where I lay with his body over me while the sun set behind us. Our clothes scattered about in the grass while we merged into one. Zach smirked when he noticed my blush before sitting in the grass and pulling me down to sit between his legs, leaning backwards against his chest with his arms tightly around me. I hope you aren't expecting history to repeat itself, I teased, and he chuckled above me. His laughter was one of my favorite sounds, so deep and soft, like it could just wrap around you and hold you close. Which time? He retorted, and I frowned. The other time the two of us were alone here was when Dean and his pack were attacking. Zach had been attacked by 5 wolves and was bleeding on the ground as I was dragged away. Fair point, I grumbled, and he laughed again. We were silent for a while, reminiscing about our previous memories in the exact same spot while the sun beamed down over us. Can I ask you something? I broke the silence after a while. Anything. My heart warmed at his words. I knew it was true. I could tell him anything. Ask him anything. Come to him about anything. He would be there. Always. You know, when we were talking about our parents the other week, I asked and he hummed in my ear. Do you want kids? I mean, we have never actually talked about it, so I was thinking the other day about it, and I just realized I don't even know if it's something you want. I rambled, nervous for his answer. He took my hand in his and kissed my head. I really want kids. With you, he added, and I smiled. Me too. But, he continued, my tensed. You're going to have to woo me a bit first, babe. This is only our second date. He laughed, and I elbowed him lightly in the ribs. Shut up. I didn't mean now. I scowled, and his lips pressed against my shoulders. I just don't want my kids to be in either. I sighed, and he tensed behind me. They won't be. I'm never letting you go, so they will have both of us nagging at them. He grinned, and I laughed. I can't imagine you nagging. Just ordering and then yelling. I giggled. I'll get better at that, and he assured me, laughing behind me. Otherwise you will be the nice one and I'll be the asshole they always complain about. I laughed with him, shaking my head. You're going to be an amazing dad one day. I know it. I smiled to myself, picturing Zach holding a baby or playing with a kid. "And you will be the most incredible and beautiful mother in the world," he responded, and my smile grew. Already, I couldn't wait for the future I would have with Zach. Chapter 40 to Zach. I was still leaning against him with the warmth of the sun encasing around us. I felt at home, but suddenly, an uneasy feeling settled in my stomach. "Do you smell that?" I felt my eyes flash amber and my claws force their way through my skin, boiling hot anger simmering just below the surface alongside my fluttering nerves. Zach sniffed behind me before a deep growl ripped through the silence. "What the hell is he doing here?" he snarled, tightening his grip when I tried to stand. "Don't." "I want him off my territory now," I barked, pulling my phone out to inform Aiden that his father was at the border of my territory. "Let me get Liam," Zach huffed, doing the same and shooting his brother a text. "Don't do anything stupid and stay by me." He took my hand and held me close as we ran back down to the village, meeting Liam in the square before the three of us sprinted to the border. When we arrived, the sight of my father trespassing was much different to what I expected. The group of border wolves were all standing casually around, not making the slightest attempt to restrain him. "What's going on?" I asked them with a bark. Their gazes all flickered to my left, and I finally turned to the man who haunted me for months and then convinced me to release him from his cell. His hair was still a chocolate brown color, which now reminded me of my own upon looking at it. However, wisps of gray threaded through it, slowly spreading, and soon I was sure every hair would match. His hooded green eyes were ablaze with amber flames, and long fangs rested on his frowning lips while he glared down at a man on his knees. The man, who I assumed to be his brother, had hair a little darker than Ian's. Unlike his, there wasn't a single splash of gray. However, his menacing face was more wrinkled and pale than my father's, and I knew he was older. His eyes matched Dean's and were an eerie green, like murky water washing over illuminated algae. A sadistic-looking smirk was sprawled across his face despite the fact he was on his knees and restrained in front of his brother. "Tell her," Dean ordered, his voice booming through the silence. I shared a confused glance with Zach, who edged closer to me, so I had a brother on either side. "What are you doing here?" I snapped impatiently and crossed my arms over my chest. "Tell her, Rick?" Again, Dean snarled at Rick, whose snark grew. "Tell her what, little brother?" he questioned. I was shocked at just how similar they sounded. If it weren't for the fact I could see his mouth moving, I would have believed Dean was speaking. "Tell her that I sent a bullet through her mother's heart after torturing her for days and then laughed when she took her final breath." He raised an eyebrow at me. His words shot straight through me, causing an ache in my chest. Clearly, my father saw red because I saw his grip on Rick's arms tighten and watched the smirk morph into a wince. "Why?" asked him, fighting to keep my voice steady. "Why did you do it?" He simply shrugged as though her life meant nothing, and the pain pulsed in my heart. "I didn't need her anymore." Dean let out a deep, fiery growl that had me backing up a little. Again, Rick winced and cringed while claws sunk into his skin. "I don't know why you are angry, baby brother." He smirked, but I could read in his eyes that he was still in pain. "She left you and took your daughter. I was just helping you out." A snap sounded through the air, and Rick's arm no longer looked right, bent at the elbow in the opposite direction. He groaned in pain but continued to smirk, and I felt the strongest urge to wipe his arrogant smirk away. "You killed her," my father bellowed, a small tear sliding down his cheek while a look of genuine hurt and weakness crossed his face. "What did you mean?" You didn't need her anymore. I asked to pull the attention away from the grieving big bad wolf. Rick simply grinned. Tell her what you did, Dean demanded. Softer this time. He sounded tired. Exhausted even. Well, you see, Ella darling. Rick smiled maliciously. It wasn't actually my brother who sent threats to you a few months ago. He paused, his grin widening and a spark lighting in his eyes. It was me. Zach's hand curled around my arm and he gently tugged me backwards a step, putting himself between me and my crazy-seeming uncle. Keep going, Dean snarled. The girl who came to visit you. The one who told you my dear brother Aston abused her. The one who claimed to know your mom from when they were locked in the cells together. She lied. He continued, and I frowned, remembering the dread that came after speaking with the battered-looking girl. I couldn't help but remember the way I lost my temper and yelled and accused her falsely. But now, hearing it was all a lie, maybe she deserved it. She was abused, but by me, Rick finished, and I snarled. What kind of sick bastard does that? I growled, attempting to lunge at him and beat the shit out of him, but Zach was quick to hold me back. He simply shrugged in reply. She was fun, crying and begging while I did whatever the hell I wanted to her. She was so strong in the beginning, kind of like you. His gaze locked on me and his grin spread. He was enjoying this immensely. I took great pleasure in breaking her. So the attacks on my friends. That was you too. I grumbled. Yep, he sounded proud. He seemed to be with pride at his disgusting actions. I especially loved the fire. If only I could have killed that little girl. This time I couldn't help myself. I charged straight at him with the plan to tear him apart limb from limb. How could he wish death upon an innocent child? And Blake's sister no less. This time, it took both my boyfriend and his brother to hold me back, hitting me in place with strong grips on my arms and not enough leash for me to reach the bastard that sat, smug as ever, in front of me. What about the guy in the supermarket? I screamed, fighting against the guy's grip still. The one who shot himself? Oh, I almost forgot about that. Me too. I'm afraid, he boasted with a nod. Do you want to know the best part? He studied me silently while I glared back. Did I? Somehow I doubted it would be the best part, and since he was saving it till last, it would probably break me into 1,000 pieces. But I had to know. What? I snapped, taking Zach's hand for support. I convinced him, he nodded towards Dean, to kill your father. And with that, my heart shattered. He wanted to peacefully tell you the truth and ask if you would want to get to know him, and using my older brother persuasion, I convinced him to storm your territory blind with rage and kill anyone who gets in your way. Isn't that right, brother? Dean sunk in his place, genuine guilt and regret washing over his features. His eyes flickered to mine and glowed with the hurt and sadness he felt. Ella, I'm so sorry, he whispered. I struggled to hold myself together as I turned back to the monster on his knees. Why? Why attack me, and why the hell did you make me believe your brother and my father was the one orchestrating it all? This whole time I had believed Dean was the bad guy. Dean was the one who wanted to hurt me. I believed everything he said was a lie and that he couldn't be trusted, but after all this time, he genuinely did just want to know his daughter. A wicked grin crossed Rick's face and he looked between me, Dean, and Zach before answering. I needed you unprotected. Chapter 43. What? Zach spat, pushing me further behind him and Liam so the two were covering me. What the hell did you just say? I needed to remove anyone from her life that could protect her. If she hated him, she would never go anywhere near him, he explained with a wicked glint in his eye, then turned to me. Apparently, I underestimated your ability to forgive. Hang on a second. Anyone who protects me. My grip tightened on Zach's hand and I instinctively stepped a little closer to him and Liam. His words sent a pit to my stomach, an intense ache that churned at the thought of him removing the people I care about. Rick grinned at my question. Anyone. Although somehow the two of you managed to escape the cell before I could ensure you were left unprotected, he grumbled. Suddenly, it clicked. How did I not figure out sooner that it was him who locked Liam and I away underground? The guy was clearly a nutcase. You wanted my brother dead, Zach growled, taking a threatening step towards Rick. He simply shot him a blank look. What are you talking about? I tried to kill you, he stated nonchalantly, and I froze, my heartbeat increasing rapidly. He wanted Zach dead. Why did you lock me underground with Liam then? So you could attack my boyfriend while we weren't around. I snapped and his forehead creased in confusion. Liam? No, you were locked underground with Zach. He growled. God, my guys can't do anything right. It wasn't supposed to be me, Liam asked, holding me close to him. They told me she was in your arms when they found you knocked out. Rick snarled to himself. I remembered falling into Liam just as my vision clouded until all I could see was an abyss of black. How would I have died when it was Ella who you stabbed? Zach scoffed, shaking his head. Yet another piece of information slipped into place. The note I had found when I had first woken. You didn't get the note either, he groaned, confirming my theory. The note instructed us to kill the other so we would be free. I assume he intended for me to kill Zach for my own survival, which would never happen. Before anyone could question the note, I asked, why do you want me unprotected? That was the main question playing on my mind. What did he want with me? What was so important he had to go to such extreme measures to ensure I was alone and unprotected? He shrugged. I need you to work for me, and I can't have anyone standing in the way. It was easy to combine removing your friends from your life while simultaneously making you hate my brother, and I knew your boyfriend would give his life to save you, leaving you all alone. Work for you? Liam asked before I could, glancing to me momentarily before turning his focus back to Rick. Let me tell you a little bit about your history, Ella. He grinned and I folded my arms, nodding for him to continue. Well, the most important thing you need to know is that you are a descendant of the original werewolf. Original werewolf? Zach frowned. The first ever werewolf, bitten by a wolf and turned at the full moon. Once he made his first transformation, anyone he bit would become a werewolf, so he decided to create himself a family. I narrowed my eyes at him, trying to figure out where he was going with it while he continued. Eventually, he met a werewolf girlfriend and had kids. And then they had kids, and then they had kids, and the werewolf community grew and grew into a huge species. What the hell has this got to do with Ella? Liam barked, clearly fed up with story time. Ella is a descendant of that original werewolf, which means she has the ability to turn humans into werewolves. I completely froze. His words seemed to float around in my mind, not really sticking in my grip on Zach's hand tightened until his skin turned white and still I couldn't let go. She can what? Liam asked somewhere in the distance, his voice barely a whisper over the screaming in my head. Turn humans, and so could her mother. I suddenly snapped back to real life at the mention of my mother. So I introduced her to my brother, knowing he couldn't resist her beauty. That way, she was close by and protected, but my brother trusted me enough to be around her, so when I needed her, she would be easy to take away. And then the bitch ran. But my dear brother had been smart enough to get her pregnant, which meant the baby would also be able to turn humans. So when it was convenient, I killed her. Wait a second, I blurted, outraged by his nonchalant outlook on the situation, but choosing to ignore it momentarily. You want me to turn humans? Exactly. You will build me an army of werewolves until the entire human race has turned and are bowing at my feet. He explained, and my jaw fell open. I will not. I refused. There was no way I would help feed his power. You don't really have a choice. He grinned straight back at me, and the butterflies in my stomach stirred. I dare you to try and take her. I dare you. Zack snarled, towering over the man on his knees with orange eyes and pointed claws. Not yet, but I will come back for her, he assured my boyfriend, who let out a roaring growl. Not when you're dead, you won't, Dean scoffed, putting pressure between Rick's shoulder blade and twisting his arm so he spine-jarred. Let me go, little brother, Rick ordered, his voice tight from the pain. Not a chance. Dean locked her menacingly, and I watched as a smirk crossed Rick's lips. I frowned as Dean only increased the pain he was feeling. What could he possibly be smirking at? His deep, never-ending green eyes stared straight at me with a twinkle of mischief lighting up the otherwise dull orbs. A sudden grunt from my left made me snap my head around, and I gasped at the sight. Liam? I took a step forward, but halted when one of the three wolves cornering him turned to me. I growled at him in a warning, but he simply puffed out his chest and stared me down. I watched as Liam's skin tore apart and blood pooled from the scratches the claws of the other two wolves made. It suddenly hit me that Zack wasn't doing anything to prevent his brother from bleeding out on the floor, and I hesitantly turned to see an identical situation with him. One of the three wolves blocked me from protecting him, while the other two clawed and battered him. Tears gathered in my eyes as I saw the bright red blood smear his soft fur. Utterly helpless. Let me go, or they die, Rick threatened, and I had to force myself to hold in my sob. I knew I could fight the wolves off. I could probably take on 3 of them, but I would have to choose which of them to save. I had a feeling if I helped the one and fought off their attackers, the other would suffer more. And I didn't want to lose either of them. Dean let him go. I yelled frantically, watching Rick's spine pop and then the skin on his face fade to a deathly white as Dean's hands clasped around his neck. Dean, I called, seeing more and more blood pool around the two brothers. All I could do was watch as the two guys bled and yelped while the life was squeezed out of Rick. I'm sorry, Ella. He killed her. I can't let him go for that, he explained, and tears formed in my eyes. I hated asking him to do this. I knew he wanted revenge as badly as I did, and I had a feeling he wanted to protect me from Rick as well, but I couldn't let my family die. A whimper sounded, and I saw how much blood was oozing out of Zack while they attacked his beautiful face. Dean, please, I begged him as a tear rolled down my cheek. Please. After another never-ending moment of being ignored, I tried again. Dad, please let him go. Another tear trickled down my cheek as his face softened and his gaze flickered between me and the brother he hated so much. I could see the conflict in his eyes, but Zack and Liam were yelping in pain. I had no idea what to do. Dean was taking too long to think. So, on instinct, I turned into my wolf, bigger and stronger than any of the attacking wolves, and I pounced. I charged at the nearest one who was about to lunge onto Zack. I successfully pinned him to the ground, but not before a swipe of his paw split the skin on my face. Okay. Dean suddenly grunted from above me, and I watched as he released his brother and tossed him aside. Chapter 44. Let them go. Rick breathed the order, and soon the 5 other wolves were backing off while the one beneath me shifted back to its largely built and furious-looking human form. The whole of his face was slashed open from my claws, and blood gushed from the wounds like Niagara Falls. I immediately shifted and ran to Zach, who was panting on the floor, slowly healing. I could read the anger oozing from him, and nerves bubbled up in my stomach. He wouldn't take this lightly. "Are you okay?" I asked him, kissing his blood-stained lips lightly and helping us pull to his feet. "I'm fine, baby," he assured me, and we both quickly shifted our gazes to Liam. "Liam." I ran to his side and pulled his head around so I could assess the damage. He was a little more beaten than Zach, but he was already healing. I'm good, sweetheart." He grinned when I kissed his cheek. "Your cheek?" He nodded towards the stream of blood trickling down my face, but I could already feel the tissues healing and repairing themselves. "It's fine," I promised, helping him stand and then turning back to Rick, who smiled maniacally. "I'll see you soon, Ella," he promised before vanishing in the thick of the woods with the rest of his guys before anyone could launch themselves at him and tear him to shreds. Zach curled his arm around me and planted a kiss on my cheek with a slice, and my skin started to scab. I couldn't help but lean into his warm embrace and bask in his strong hold. After everything, his arms would always be my safe haven. "Are you sure you are okay?" I asked him. "I'm sure, baby," he promised, so I flickered my gaze to Liam. "I'm fine." He smiled, but it was a little forced. Finally, I looked to my father, suddenly seeing him differently. He didn't send threats to me and was manipulated by his brother to attack my pack rather than just sit down and talk with me. He lost the woman he loved to another man, and then his own flesh and blood killed her. He lost both of his children when he almost died and spent months locked in his own cell, losing his pack to his son, and then his one chance to kill the man who caused most of that pain was taken away by the daughter that hates him. I no longer feared him, no longer looked at him with hate and anger blazing in my eyes. Now I saw him as lonely, stronger than anyone initially realized, and more loving than I could imagine. I found that I trusted him. "Thank you." I smiled genuinely at him, appreciative that he let the man he hates go to protect the people I love. He simply smiled a little back, but I could see how dim, how hopeless his eyes were. "I'm sorry," I whispered, stepping closer to him. He looked at me with confusion and pain swirling in his murky green eyes. "For what?" he asked, genuinely clueless. "For doubting you. I should have trusted you," I admitted. He had told me the day I released him from the cell that he hadn't threatened me and hadn't intended to ever hurt me, but I was too stubborn to listen and consider the possibility. He studied me for a moment. "You had absolutely no reason to, especially after what he did to you, thinking it was me." He shrugged in understanding, and my heart warmed a little. I found myself stepping closer and wrapping my arms around his waist, clinging to him like a daughter would with her father. "I'm still sorry. Sorry that I let him get away. Sorry for what he did to you. Sorry that I was so quick to judge." I felt genuine shame at the way I had handled the situation. "Ella? Honey, you have no reason to be sorry. But I am glad you know the truth, because I would never hurt you, Ella. Never." He promised, and I believed him. I found myself warming at his assurance, needing to hear that he didn't resent me for not trusting him, needing his forgiveness. I smiled up at him before pulling away and noticed a small light flicker in his eyes. "See you soon," I said before turning back to the boys and walking with them through the village. I held Zach's hand as we walked and linked arms with Liam, clinging to the comfort of family while my mind raced. Rick was out there somewhere, and he made it clear that he wasn't giving up. And after the lengths he had already gone to, that scared me. Once we reached the house, the three of us slumped onto the sofa, resting from what turned out to be a bigger day than we expected. So Liam finally broke the silence. My state? I laughed and chucked a pillow over to him, grateful for the light topic. "Shut up," Zach grumbled, frowning, although I could see the corner of his lips lifting. "I do want to know something, though," Liam announced, suddenly sounding a lot more serious. The grin had morphed into a stoned expression, and I felt my heart thud. "What?" Zach asked as Liam turned slightly so he was facing me. "Note." He raised an eyebrow and I froze. "Crap? I have no idea what that was about." I laughed nervously, knowing they would kill me if they knew. He shook his head. "Tell me," Liam grumbled strictly, and I couldn't keep in the sigh. "Well, I might have found the note when you were still passed out. It basically said to get out. One of us had to kill the other. I assumed his plan was that Zach would be down there with me. Realized I would die if I stayed human with the amount of blood I was losing, and convinced me to kill him. Which I never would," I clarified. "You damn well would if it was between my life and yours." My boyfriend grumbled, but I shook my head. "Would not. I would never let you give up your life for mine." I scoffed and he growled, "Ella." There was the daring look I was so used to, warning me to back down, which I wouldn't. "Not about this. Never about this. So why am I only hearing about this note now?" Liam snapped, bringing my attention back to him. I furrowed my eyebrows. "Well, I figured it didn't matter since I was dying anyway, and there was no way in hell I was going to kill you. Ella, if Zach had found us a day later, hell, even an hour later, you would have been dead. You should have told me there was another option." He growled and I frowned. "It wasn't an option." "No way," I growled and his face remained stone hard. "It was," he muttered, and I clenched my fists. "What?" "Liam, there was no way I was killing you," I snapped, flabbergasted that he would think it for a second. "I could have killed myself. Either way, I am dead," which is what he wanted. "Well, sort of." He shrugged. "Are you kidding? You are right? Because there is no way you are dying for me." I looked between the two brothers. "Either of you." "Elle, we want to protect you," Zach spoke calmly. "Unlike me." I took a deep breath. Realizing yelling wouldn't get me anywhere. "Would you let me do it for you?" "Let me kill myself so you could live." I looked between the two of them, already knowing their answer. They hesitated and glanced between themselves before muttering a no. "Exactly. You can't expect me to let you die for me when you would never allow me to do the same for you. I love both of you, and I don't want either of you dead," I told them fiercely. "But it doesn't matter now because we both got out, and actually, it was better that I didn't tell you because I'm sure he wouldn't have let me die if he needed me." I reminded them, and again, they shared a glance. "I guess. But you should have told me." Liam sighed, mimicking Zach's challenging look. "I'm sorry, but it seemed unimportant because there was no way I would even consider it an option." I shrugged and he kissed my cheek. I glanced to Zach, who was still frowning. "I would die for you, Ella. 1,000 times if I had to," he stated matter-of-factly. "I know you would," I replied, "and I would die for you. As many times as I needed to. I love you, Zach." Just as much as you love me, so whatever you would do to protect me, that's reciprocated. Then we will just have to hope it never comes down to it," he grumbled, pulling me into him and slamming his lips to mine. Chapter 45. So, how did you manage to convince Zach that this was a good idea? Liv asked me as we strolled through town the next morning. I hitched my bag higher up on my shoulder and sighed. It was difficult, believe me. I'm surprised myself, actually. I thought he cared more. Ryder chirped with a knowing grin, which I rolled my eyes at. You know that's not it, or why? I can't miss the exams if I want to graduate, and I doubt Rick will be back so soon. Not while we are all on high alert, I explained, handing over the forms I had stuffed in my bag to Ollie and Liv. These are the forms that say you transferred from California last minute and are ready to take the exams with the rest of us, I told them. Great. And you guys will whisper answers from across the exam hall so we don't blow it by failing completely. Liv asked desperately. Yep, I will be whispering to you since I am closest. Ryder grinned while Liv scowled. You better be smart. She snapped, snatching the papers from my hand and forcing them into her own overstuffed bag. I am, Ryder assured her with a grin and then turned back to me. Anyway, don't you think this is the perfect place for Rick to attack? Lots of young, impressionable humans for you to turn so you can make a start on his bloody army. I bit my lip nervously. I just have to hope that didn't cross his mind. I sighed, suddenly feeling a little more nervous. To be perfectly honest, I'm rather shocked it crossed your mind, Ryder. Blake laughed beside me and I grinned. My best friend scoffed. I'm more than just a pretty face, you know, Blakey. I might not be your level of smart just yet, but you may need to watch your back, he threatened with a smile before turning back to Liv. Don't worry. We will ace this test, he winked. We continued towards the school gates, chatting about the content of the morning's test and trying to feed Liv and Dolly as much information as we could for both them and our own revision. We entered the main building and took our seats in the canteen while numerous teens around us stress ate. Oh great, there are more of them. Rebecca scoffed as she and Marissa passed our table with disgusted frowns on their faces. We seemed to collectively agree that ignoring them was our best option, but they seemed eager to anger us. When will the school sort out this infestation? Rebecca let out an exaggerated sigh. You know, Becky, I smirked as a frown crossed her glossed lips. Considering the two of you are in love, you seemed pretty shocked to see Zach yesterday. I reminded her and watched as her smirk dropped off her face. Instead, she scowled. He is wasting his time with you. Actually, I'm shocked that anyone would want to spend time with a needy, greasy little rat who can barely pass a basic math test. She spat in opposite me. Ryder's fists were clenched. Rebecca, if you don't shut up, he warned. You'll what? Marissa giggled alongside her best friend, rolling her eyes incredulously. Ryder stormed up out of his chair. Neither of you will live to see graduation, he growled, staring them down while I saw his fingernails sprout into claws. I jumped up beside him and took his clenched fists in my hands. Ryder, relax, I whispered, squeezing his hand so he would realize what was happening. He took a couple of deep breaths and sent the two girls a look. Stay the hell away from us, he grumbled before retaking his seat. Like we would ever want to step within a few miles of you lot. Rebecca scoffed, completely contradicting herself by stepping forward as she spoke. Yet you're still here. Caroline sighed, narrowing her eyes. You should be grateful she is here. Becky is the prettiest, most popular SD girl in school, Marissa jumped in to defend her friend. Popular iced. I heard Dolly scoff. All right. I sat quiet, but I am so done with this prissy little Barbie bitch. Liv rose from the table and turned to face a horrified-looking Rebecca. I don't know who you are, but your attitude stinks just like that perfume. And whoever the hell told you that you are beautiful must have been a damn good liar, so let me be honest with you, honey. You look like a retarded monkey high on steroids. Your personality is even more mangled than your face, and I doubt anyone on this planet actually likes you. You, Rebecca started but was cut off. I'm not finished. She held up her hand to silence her, and I grinned. I don't know how this lot have put up with your shit, but I sure as hell won't. I'm aware Zach is drop-dead gorgeous, but he could be blind and you could be the last girl on Earth, and I doubt he would even give you a second glance. You reek of desperation, sweetie, and it's making it difficult to breathe, so please go. I had never in my entire school life witnessed the beautiful and popular Rebecca utterly speechless. She always had a stupid comeback or a bitchy comment to make, and I was half tempted to get my phone out and take a photo. You shouldn't have said that to me, she suddenly snapped, obviously waking from her trance. Liv took a step closer so their faces were almost touching. Trust me, you are no match for me, she assured her. Whatever. Come on, Marissa. Rebecca clicked her fingers and Marissa trailed after her like a well-trained pet. So what else is on the exam? Liv asked, turning back to all of us gawking and taking her seat. What? What happened to not drawing attention to ourselves? Ollie groaned. Oh, come on. She was asking for it. Liv huffed, turning to me for support. She's going to try to make your life hell. I warned her and she shrugged. She tries anything and I will eat her. She grinned and I laughed. I think you might just be my new best friend. Caroline grinned and I could definitely see the two of them being close. Both blunt. Honest and don't back down, it would be hell on earth. No. Ryder objected. She is mine. I want her in school every day to shame Rebecca. Okay, Elle. They all turned to me and I laughed. Fine with me. Ollie rolled his eyes while his sister grinned with pride. Oh, the Barbie dolls are conspiring. Caroline nodded to the corner of the room where the two were bent towards each other, whispering and shooting glares towards our table. Liv waved enthusiastically at them when they next looked over, and Rebecca 𝐿 magnified. How have you not put her in her place before? She groaned, turning back to us with expectant looks. We usually can't get a word in. Caroline scoffed. We've been close to killing her a few times, though. At that, everyone turned to me with amused looks, and Dolly and Liv followed their gazes with wide eyes and confused looks. It was one time. I growled. The great alpha lost control with a human. Liv mocked and I scowled. I was in complete control. I defended? Bullshit. It's a good job we stopped you before you bit her. Ryder reminded me. Imagine Rebecca as a wolf. Lexi groaned beside me and I laughed. She would probably file and paint her claws, I muttered, and whiten her fangs, Jordan added. And she would meet me because she is on a diet, and how could we stand doing that to our bodies? Caroline gasped mockingly. A moment on the lips, a lifetime on the hips. Ryder recited and we all burst out laughing as he tapped his hips. As the bell rang out to alert us of the start of the exams, we were all in a fit of laughter and had forgotten all about the exam content. Chapter 46. Just a quick note, I hope everyone is staying safe at this time and are coping well. When I entered the house after walking home with my friends from school, I could hear the guys laughing in the living room. as I strolled in. They both glanced at me with smiles. "Hey baby, how did it go?" Zach asked me, pulling me towards him to kiss my forehead. I dropped onto the sofa opposite them and swung my feet up so I could lie back and shrugged. No idea but one down. About 20 to go. I frowned while he laughed softly. "Anyway, what have you guys done today?" I asked them. "Not much." Liam shrugged and I couldn't conceal my smile. I was so happy Zach had a brother he could laugh with and do guy things with. He got on with my friends and they liked him, but he wasn't close with anyone but me, so I was relieved he had his brother when he needed him. My phone started ringing in my pocket and I pulled it out to see Dean's name across the screen. I swallowed down my nerves and answered, holding my breath while I waited for him to speak. "Hey, he greeted gently. I managed to croak out a hi. "Is there any chance we could talk? There is something I think you might want to know." He sounded hesitant, but I wasn't sure if he was worried about telling me the news or worried I would say no. Despite not feeling completely ready to bond with my father, I always had been a sucker for information, so I found myself agreeing. "Sure. Can you come here? It would be safer with Zach nearby and we could talk privately in the office." "Of course." He sounded pleased and I was surprisingly relieved. "It's nothing to worry about. I just think it's important." "I will be there soon," he assured me and ended the call instantly. I took a deep, steady breath and glanced to Zach. "Dean is coming over," I told him and winced slightly at his agitated frown. "What?" he growled. "Why he wants to talk?" I explained. "I think I trust him, Zach. I mean, we have proof that he didn't threaten me and that he didn't kill my mom." I reminded him. He sighed. "I know. I just don't fully trust him. Not around you." I scooted across to sit beside him and threw my arms onto his shoulders, clasping my hands at the back of his head. "You don't have to worry," I promised, resting my head against his. "I still will." I smiled up at him, my heart swelling with love before the sound of the doorbell interrupted. "Hey, lovebirds, are one of you going to get that?" Liam grumbled beside us. "You could." Zach snapped back before slipping his tongue into my mouth and kissing me gently and lovingly. "Fine." Liam stomped off, and a second later returned with Dean, who stood uncomfortably until we tore apart. Zach glared up at Dean furiously before reluctantly releasing me. I turned to my father and sent him a small smile. "Hey." He seemed as clueless and uncomfortable as me, so rather than attempt small talk, I led him to the office and closed the door behind us. "So, what's up?" I asked him, taking a seat on one of the sofas near the fireplace. He sat himself down opposite and carefully considered his words before speaking. "I was thinking about something that happened a while ago. When you were really young," he told me, and I frowned. "Okay. There was a boy trespassing on my territory. Well, he wasn't really a boy. He was nearly a man, but anyway, he was running or searching or something." I questioned him and learned that he had been put up for adoption, not having a clue who his parents or pack were. He explained, shifting on the sofa. "I took him in and he spent a few years in my pack. I thought of him as a second son and helped him understand his wolf." He also told me that he had been left in an adoption home with a letter addressed to him, explaining that he should hate being a werewolf and should devote his life to eliminate the species. "Wait," I interrupted. "He was told to kill his own species." He nodded. "I had heard of an alpha who despised our species and preached to his pack that we were sinners and the world should be cleansed." Nobody ever paid him much notice or his pack, and we all let them be, really. He shrugged. But as soon as he trailed off and glanced at me with regret in his eyes. As soon as I took your mom, his behavior changed. He knew her, knew she was a descendant of the original. He tried to kill her. My jaw dropped at his words. What? I stopped him and he ran from me, probably wise considering how angry I was. I managed to track down the pack that wanted to destroy werewolves and learned that their first step was to destroy your bloodline so no more could ever be created that way. So I killed them. All of them? I whispered, no longer looking at him. All of them. He sounded regretful. Except one. I glanced up with furrowed brows. One he nodded. There was a cub. He was a little older than I knew you would be, and he ran. His parents stayed to fight so he could run, and I let him because he reminded me of the boy who had lived in my pack for years. They were almost identical. He stopped and stared at me for a while, waiting for something, but I still had no clue as to why he was telling me this. Ella, the cub that ran was Zach. Of course, I had heard this story. I had forgotten that my father had been the one to strip him of everything he had ever known. His parents, his pack, everyone he knew. It was no surprise that Zach couldn't forgive as easily. He may not have been the one to threaten me, but there was no doubt he was the one who hurt Zach. I stared at my father with wide eyes. And the boy was Liam. I told him, fitting together two pieces. Liam wanted me dead. He wanted my bloodline to end. And Zach came from a family, from a pack, that wanted me dead. He came from a pack that hunted my bloodline, possibly over the generations. They both came from that pack. The thing is, when this happened, you were 8, he explained, and I nodded. That was when I had lost my mom. And Zach was 10. I filled in, remembering the moment we figured out the same man had attacked at the same time. Now I knew why. Liam would have been 12. Ella, the boy who lived with me, was much older. I would say 17, 18. He told me, and I furrowed my eyebrows. So not Liam. No, someone else. Someone who came from the same pack and looked exactly the same as the two brothers. Especially Liam. For a while, when I saw him, I thought it was him, but he would be older, and when Liam looked at me, there was no recognition whatsoever. So it's someone related to them. I think so. And with the extreme similarities and the fact Liam was also put up for adoption. You think it's their brother, I concluded in a whisper. The joy of our engagement still hangs in the air, but Zach and Liam have to leave me to chase the ghosts of their family. And I, with the new ring on my finger, also bear the heavy responsibility of leading to wolf packs. Chapter 47, you think it's their brother. I whispered. It was silent for a long time. The only sound were the 𝐾𝐤 hiring in my mind as I thought it over. Zach could have another brother. Liam could have another brother. I knew for Zach. One was enough. Knew he wouldn't really care, especially if he wanted me dead. I knew he wouldn't risk searching for him if it endangered me. But when I met Liam, he was desperate for family. He had spent his life alone, bouncing between homes and never having a stable family. He had that now, but I had a feeling he would jump at the chance to extend. I think so, yes. Dean finally answered, meeting my eye for the first time. And you're sure? I asked, raising an eyebrow. You're sure they look the same? You haven't just forgotten. He sighed and delved into the pocket of his large trench coat, retrieving a small slip of paper with a picture imprinted on the one side. He handed it me and I studied it for a moment. Dean looked younger in the photo, stronger, fierce, powerful. In front of me now he looked like a father. Here he looked like an alpha. But I didn't focus on him for too long, as beside him was Liam, or at least the spitting image of him. He had been right. If I didn't know the dates, I would have said this was Liam a few years ago. He looked to be Zach's age, with slightly darker hair than Zach like Liam, but the same piercing blue eyes. His was largely built and tall, with a sharp lined jaw and thick eyebrows. There was no denying he was related to the Thorne brothers. Why didn't you tell me before? I asked him, handing back the photo. Keep it, he insisted. Honestly, I didn't think you would believe me. I didn't think you would want to hear it, especially if he was a risk to you. So why now? I raised a brow. Because I have seen you with Zach. With both of them. I know you care about them, so it seemed like the right thing to do. And I know they won't put you in any danger. I nodded. Do you miss him? I indicated to the picture, then met his eyes. He considered it for a moment. His eyes narrowed slightly while the corners of his lips switched between a smile and then a frown. I wouldn't mind seeing him again. He decided to answer, and I nodded. Thank you for telling me. I smiled over to him, and he reciprocated the expression. Thank you for believing me. I smiled a bit wider at his thanks. Ella, I really do want to know you. I'm aware I haven't done anything right so far, and you would likely be better off without me, and I will understand and respect you if that's the case. But if you would let me, I want nothing more than to be a part of your life wherever you will let me. Father, friend, anything. He looked at me with a hopeful expression, and my heart thud. I nodded slowly. I would like that, I told him, and he broke out into a smile that suited him better than a frown or scowl. I couldn't hold back my own smile as I continued. Baby steps. His grin didn't falter. Whatever you want. He stood and held his hand out for me to shake, but I stepped around his outstretched arm and into his chest, resting my head over his fast-beating heart. See you soon, he whispered, wrapping his arms around me. See you. I stepped away and showed him out the office, waving goodbye, and he strolled away across the village. Now for the hard part. Are you okay? Zach asked as I closed the door. I'm fine. Can I speak to both of you? I asked, nodding towards the open office door. Ella? Zach's voice was laced with panic. I took his hands and brought them to my lips, pressing a kiss to each of his knuckles. Please. He nodded and grabbed Liam before tugging him into the office. Their presence filled the small space, and my heart pattered in my chest. How are they going to take this? What's up? Liam asked me, frowning alongside his brother while I dropped into my seat behind my desk. I need to tell you both something, I explained. Are you pregnant? Liam squealed excitedly, and I shot him a deadpan look. Don't you think I would be telling Zach alone first if I was? I laughed forcibly. Liam shrugged. I would have thought you would tell us together. I want to be the first to know when you are, he told me, pointing his finger at my non-inflated stomach. Just sit down. I rolled my eyes and waited until they had both filled the seats on the opposite side of my desk. Dean came to tell me something. I began, having no idea how to go about this. There was a guy who trespassed on his territory years ago and he took him in. The boy was apparently from a pack who hated werewolves and wanted the descendants of the original werewolf dead, so when the boy tried to kill my mom, he ran from my dad. Hold on. There's a pack that wants you dead. Zach snapped, visibly tensing. Not anymore. 𝐷𝐞𝐝, I assured him, gulping down my nerves so I could keep going. He killed the entire pack, except for one cub that got away. I met 𝐊𝐲𝐽. His eyes widened as he swallowed the information. My pack wanted you dead. He hissed and I nodded. I'm sorry, I whispered, but he shook his head. Don't be. Despite the fact they were family, I'm glad he did. It means you're safe, he assured me, and I smiled at him with so much love. Except, this guy who is still out there, Liam reminded Zach. He was from our 𝐊𝐲𝐳. I nodded, fingering the photograph in my pocket. Yeah, this is him. I took it out and handed it over to the two of them, holding my breath as they studied it. This is Liam. Zach frowned, glancing between his brother, me, and the photograph. No, this was taken when I was 8, I explained. I was only 12, Liam continued for me. Plus, I have never met her father. I took a deep breath. He was from your pack, put up for adoption as soon as he was born, and all he had to know who his pack were was a note instructing him to one day find the descendant of the original werewolf and kill them. The pack's crest was on the letter, which is how my father knew where to go, I explained, looking between the two of them. And he looks just like you both. You think we have another brother? Zach asked through gritted teeth. Maybe, I said softly. There is no doubt you are related. You look exactly alike. And the dates, the information, it all fits. Before either of them could respond, the office phone rang. I sighed and sent them an apologetic look, picking it up since it was work-related. Hello? Ella? Turn on the TV. Channel 3? Tyler barked down the phone before he cut the call. I frowned and glanced at the boys, who shared my expression before jumping up and marching into the living room. I grabbed the remote and clicked 3 before a news headline popped up, and I dropped the remote. Breaking news, evidence of the supernatural. And below was a clear video of a man in a cage with yellow eyes and claws before he was shifting into a large gray wolf. Chapter 48, oh my god, I gasped, watching the video on replay for the 5th time. Every news channel across the world were sending this video viral, sending out warnings and retelling the story. Good evening. Breaking news reveals a man who was spotted this morning with glowing orange eyes, attacking a group of local civilians. Police arrested him later this morning, a newswoman explained while I stood frozen. One of the officers explained they thought that he was simply wearing contacts to scare people and was possibly drunk, but later, CCTV caught a video of the man merging into some sort of wolf-like monster. An image of a large gray wolf flashed up on the screen. As you can see, this creature can grow another pair of legs, a sharp row of teeth, long claws, and illuminated eyes, she explained. Take a look at the video. Again, video replayed, and the snarling of the man echoed through the otherwise silent living room yet again. On a deeper, stronger snarl than the rest, you see his fangs and claws appear, and then, after another growl, he pounced at the door and shifted mid-jump. Officials warned residents in any nearby towns to stay locked inside or to travel in groups, and it's advised that everyone is cautious until we can be sure he is the only one of his kind. More to come later on this story. I wasn't sure who switched off the TV, but the three of us stood, completely still and completely silent. The secret was revealed. People knew, and it could all be over for werewolves. The sound of the door bursting open had me jumping in my spot and spinning quickly with glowing eyes and pointed claws. I was already paranoid, to say the least. I calmed when 𝐿𝐲 came frantically bundling down the hall, his face a perfect image of fear. "Have you seen it?" he barked. I nodded, unable to find my voice. "We need to make some calls," he explained. Again, I nodded before glancing to a panicked-looking Zach. I sent him what I hoped would be a reassuring smile and followed 𝐿𝐲 into the office. I ended up making several calls to any alphas that were allies of my pack, making plans to stick together and protect our secret heavily over the next few months. During our phone conference with the majority of alphas in the country, we came to an agreement that, despite our nature, we would abandon the wolf that was captured and hope that he wouldn't be killed, so when everyone eventually got over it, if they ever did, we could form a plan to free him. I felt guilty for leading the man to humans. Scared humans who would likely torture, so they felt in power. So they felt stronger and simultaneously safer. Once it was decided, every alpha went silent, sending prayers for the man. It was a wolf's nature to protect their own, to band together to be strong. It was why we ran in packs. So leaving a wolf behind was one of the worst things you could do. Finally, I rang my dad. "Hey, have you heard?" I asked him when he'd picked up. "Yes, I saw the news this evening and have been helping it and deal with everything. He was just about to call you." "I thought you would prefer if he was the one to call." He mumbled the end, but I ignored it. "Is 𝐸𝐴 okay?" "He's fine. Just panicked." "Are you okay? How are you coping?" he asked me. "I don't know," I admitted, running my hand over my face. "This is big. Bigger than a fight or a trespass. How am I going to protect everyone from this?" Dean was one of the best alphas in history, so I knew he would have some advice. I gave 𝐸𝐴 the same advice. I recommend keeping to yourself, limiting time in the human world, increasing security. Right now, 𝐿𝐲, your pack has to be the priority. Rest of the world be damned, he told me, and I knew he was right. I couldn't feel guilt for the wolf that was caught. I couldn't go out of my way to protect packs that weren't my own. "Thank you. Have you spoken to Zach and Liam?" he questioned, and I sighed. I told them, but I never got to hear what they were thinking. I was interrupted with this huge mess. I slumped back in my chair. 𝐿𝐲 had left a little while ago once we had finished all the business stuff. Now I just found myself needing advice. Guidance. "There is nothing you can do about the situation now, so talk to them. It's probably still on their mind," he advised, and I nodded. "You're right. Thanks. I will speak to you soon. See you soon, 𝐿𝐲." He ended the call, and I groaned as I looked to my desk scattered with papers and folders and important documents. Deciding Zach and Liam were more important, I quickly called 𝐿𝐲 and requested he organized a pack meeting for tomorrow morning, then strolled back to the kitchen. "Hey, baby. Is everything okay?" Zach handed me a drink, and I sat opposite him at the counter, sighing. I guess. I have a feeling it's every pack for themselves now. We have agreed to leave the guy to the police and hope they don't kill him. Trying to break him out would draw too much attention and blow our secret immediately. At least at the moment they only think there is one. I shrugged, feigning nonchalance despite the growing pit in my stomach. Zach kissed my cheek and I smiled. "I'll tell the rest of the pack tomorrow. Have you two thought any more about your brother?" I glanced between the two of them and watched them silently discuss something. I waited patiently until Zach sighed. Nothing's changed, he told me. Everything changed. I defended. How could he say that nothing's changed? He had another brother. Well, if you tried to kill your mom even with Dean there, chances are he won't hesitate to do the same with you, and it would be our fault for bringing him straight to you. Liam explained, and I frowned. I don't care. I told them. Zach sighed. Well, we do. Zach, he's your brother. I reminded him and then turned to Liam. He's family. He shook his head. You are family. He is blood, but you are family, Ella. We aren't going to let someone who may try to kill you straight to your door, he said with finality, but I wasn't done. Guys, please. I don't want to be the reason you don't meet your brother. We don't even know if he is our brother, Zach reminded me, downing the rest of his drink. I sent my boyfriend a deadpan look. You saw the photo? Don't bother using that crap, Zach. I snapped and he frowned. Whoever he is. He rounded the counter and placed a kiss on my forehead. He isn't worth losing you. I leaned up to press my lips to his, showing him just how much I loved him in the soft brush of my lips against his. Well, you will never know if you don't take the risk. I sighed and turned to Liam. Please consider it. He again glanced between me and Zach, thinking it over before his shoulders slumped. We'll think about it. I wrapped my arms around him and then kissed Zach again. I'm going to bed. Night, guys. I turned to leave. Night, Hell. Liam called and Zach grabbed my wrist. Night, baby. I'll be up in a bit. I could see his worry as he searched my eyes for something. He thought I was mad. I claimed his lips in mine and smiled against his soft mouth. Love you, I assured him before climbing the stairs and collapsing into bed after what felt like the longest day of my life. Chapter 49, you ready? Zach kissed the top of my head, running his hand soothingly down the side of my face. I swallowed down my nerves and sighed. Not really. How are they going to react? I leaned into him and buried my head in his shirt, reveling in the feeling of his arms curling around me. His scent engulfed me, and I sunk into it. They will freak out and worry, but then once they see how calm and together you are, they will realize everything will work out. Will it work out? I asked, glancing up to meet his icy blue eyes. Yes. He pressed a feathery kiss to my lips and tucked a strand of my hair behind my ear. I believe in you. Whatever happens. I rested my forehead against his and let out a deep breath. Thank you. We walked silently through the village, arms linked. Liam was going to wait and meet up with the rest of my friends before heading to the square, but Zach had insisted on being by my side. Tyler. I smiled, taking another few steps so I was beside him. Hey, he kissed my cheek. Are you ready for this? I let out a shaky breath but nodded. I think so. He smiled encouragingly. Just stay calm and you will be fine. The square slowly filled with pack members, most of them looking confused, but some still strode confidently, looking just as sure as they always did. It made me wonder what they would look like once I announced the news. I felt a little calmer when Liam appeared off to the side of the stage, where my friends and I always sat for my father's meetings, and he was closely followed by our extended friend group. They all smiled over or sent me quizzical looks, and I was grateful Liam hadn't told them beforehand. I had to tell everyone together, so them knowing might have caused issues. Once the square filled and bustling chatter echoed around the valley, I stepped onto the stage alongside Tyler, and a few of my protection wolves followed behind. I watched as Zach joined his brother and took a deep breath. Thank you for all being here on short notice, I started. It was the polite way of saying they made the correct choice as obligatory to attend, and anyone who didn't would be tossed in the cells. There is currently a serious issue circulating around the werewolf community due to one of our own being discovered by humans. I paused as a collective gasp passed through the crowds and watched as everyone started to fidget. I tried my best to remain calm. We have already started to deal with the issue. However, it is vital in this time that we treat 𝐿𝐻𝐻 as hard to protect our secret. Currently, our pack is safe and undiscovered, and it should be our priority to keep it that way. Again, I paused while members of the crowd hissed and whispered to their neighbors. I'm aware that this isn't easy, but I ask each of you to limit your encounters with the human world while doing your best to appear normal. We can't have anyone suspicious at this point in time, and we have to stick together until it passes. Does anyone have any questions? I instantly regretted that when shouts and hollers bounced around from the crowd. What happened to the man who was caught? Which pack was he from? Can I still keep in touch with my human friends? Do I have to quit my job? They were questions I couldn't answer or wasn't allowed to answer. I couldn't tell them that we were leaving the man to fend for himself. There would be an uproar, and I couldn't have my pack believing I would ever do the same to them. But I couldn't lie. I coughed, silencing the crowds. The alpha of the pack who lost their member has decided that, for the good of our species, he must be abandoned. We are to leave him to his own fate to protect ourselves. Silence. Utter silence. Guilt nodded at me while we all silently agreed to take a moment to mourn the loss of one of our own. We had never known him, had no idea what his name was even, but he was a werewolf. That was all that mattered. After a minute of silence, I spoke again. You are all dismissed. I stepped off stage straight into Zach's awaiting arms. He didn't speak. Didn't tell me things I didn't want to hear. He just held me tight until the square cleared of people and only me and my friends remained. Are you okay, El? Ryder asked from behind me, and I turned to send him a small smile. I guess. It's just a lot. I shrugged and he nodded in understanding. How about we order a pizza and hang out for a bit? He asked the group. After a collective nod, Lexi spoke. What about coming to mine for a change? My mom is visiting her friend tonight, and my brother is sleeping over with her son. We nodded and made our way to Lex's, carefully discussing the events of the past couple of days. Nobody wanted to jump to conclusions or speak disrespectfully, so I could tell we were dancing around on thin ice. We all sat around Lex's living room a couple of hours later, filling 𝐿𝐻𝐻𝐬 𝐑𝐞𝐝 on Liv's outburst to Rebecca and laughing at their comments. I scrolled through my messages from Tyler while they spoke and froze at a video of a new story. Guys, I called to shut them up, and they all shifted their attention onto me. What? Jordan asked. I clicked play, and the sound of a woman speaking blasted from the phone. A continuation of last night's story. The man/wolf and possible werewolf that was taken into custody yesterday has informed officers that there are millions of his kind across the world. Leaders from every country will be gathering in the next few days to discuss what we will do about the possible deadly species walking amongst us. Shit, Ryder cursed, wrapping his arm around my waist and pulling me to him. Don't worry, El. We will figure this out, he whispered as I buried my head in his shoulder. How was I supposed to protect everyone from this? They would all be looking to me for guidance, for advice, for leadership. And all I wanted was my dad to come back and rule the pack again. He would already have a plan. BNC and would be issuing protection and rules immediately. The entire world is about to go to shit. Liv groaned, and we all sent her an incredulous look. What? It's true. Either way, we are screwed. She shrugged, and a collective sigh passed amongst us. We were screwed. Chapter 50. I woke up the next morning with my head resting on Zach's chest, pressed against the sofa. Beside me, Jordan was breathing heavily, and I smiled softly. The warmth of Zach's body enveloped me, and I felt so safe and content in his arms. As per usual, the room was still quite dark, with just a thin slither of sunlight slicing through the gap in the curtains. My friends were all scattered around the living room, including Mason, who joined us late last night. The majority of them were asleep, but I could see Blake sat up on his phone on the opposite side. Morning, I grunted, stretching out and rolling off Zach as carefully as I could so I didn't wake him. I hopped over Liam, who had pulled Lexi towards him during the night, so she was tucked into him. I smiled down at the two of them and jumped over Ryder's massive head before reaching Blake. Have you checked the news? He asked nervously as I moved to sit beside him. What now? I sighed, slumping beside him. There is a chance humans will declare war, he stated bluntly, and the breath was shed out of me. What? I gasped. They can't. That's suicide. They seem to think they can win with the right weapons, Blake stated. In this article, it says they are getting machine guns and grenades to take a whole pack at once. They have no clue that machine guns or explosions won't kill us. I sighed. As soon as wolves heard about this, they would want to attack. And there was no way humans could fight back. Apparently not. Hey, everything okay? Mason asked, peeling Caroline's passed-out body off him and joining us on the other side of the room. I studied my friend, and all I could think of was, what side of this war would he be on? Yeah? Want a drink? I asked, leading the two of them to Lex's kitchen so we didn't wake everyone else. Won't Alexia mind that you are in her kitchen helping yourself? Mason laughed, and I shrugged. I usually do. I grinned as my phone rang. After a sigh, I answered the unknown number, assuming it was an alpha or ally. I was wrong. Ella, Rick's voice greeted me, and I froze. Rick. I sighed and glanced up to see Lexi approaching us with wide eyes that matched the guy's. I assume you are busy dealing with the upcoming war, he asked, sounding victoriously, which made me squirm. I am. A little busy for a chit-chat, if I'm honest, I snapped, still keeping my voice down so I didn't wake anyone. If Zach woke up now, he would be fuming. Then I will cut to the chase. I wanted to let you know that I will be seeing you very soon. I was going to wait a while longer, but with this war looming, my plans have changed. How inconvenient for you, I spat. Yes, well, if there are no humans left, there's no war between species. And if the new wolves want to attack the old wolves, they will be my own personal army to attack anyone I want. It will have to do. He feigned sadness. So, see you soon. By Rick, I snapped, ending the call and sighing. Rick? Zach's voice growled before he appeared in the doorway. Bright orange eyes locked on me. I bit my lip. Apparently the fact that humans are planning on declaring war on werewolves has sped up his plans. I huffed, dropping into my seat. War Mason asked, eyes wide. Yeah? It's a possibility. I groaned, burying my head in my hands. The rest of them seemed to be woken from Zach's growling, and we were all soon gathered in the kitchen, waiting for, well, something. So, are we at war now? Ollie asked after a while. I'm not sure, to be honest, but it's highly likely, I replied with a huff. I rested my head on my arm, studying Lexi's kitchen before my eyes locked on something. Alexia. My voice was quiet and shaky. Yeah? She hummed. Who was that? I pointed to a photo of her and her brother when he was just a baby. He was in the arms of a large man with definite murky green eyes, Lexi hovering beside him. My dad, she huffed, slumping subconsciously against Liam. I keep telling my mom to get rid of it, but she seems intent on remembering the bastard. I glanced at Zach, who could also see the photo, and shared my panicked look. Alexia? I whispered. That's Rick. The silence echoed through the room while we all stared at the photo. Rick looked reasonably happy, but there was still something off about him in the photo. His dark eyes were almost glaring at the camera, and his grip on his son seemed just a little too tight. It just didn't look right. Let me see, Liam demanded suddenly, snatching the photo from the surface and studying it. Oh my God. He was the only other one who had met Rick, and I couldn't miss the way his hand grasped Lexi's and squeezed it reassuringly. You've seen my dad, Lexi whispered shakily, lowering into a seat on the other side of the counter. She looked tired, more exhausted than I had ever seen her, and the guilt ate away at me. I nodded solemnly. Sorry, Lexi. And he's the same guy who wants to turn humans into his own personal op. Lexi asked, meeting my eyes with hope dripping in hers. I sighed and nodded. I hated that she had to know this about her own father. I knew how that felt, to have a father who was also a power-hungry ass, even if that turned out to not be the case. Lexi had always resented her dad for walking away when her brother was only a few weeks old. She had always been angry at him, but now the anger seemed to be matched with hurt. That means you guys are cousins, right? Caroline asked him. Lex's eyes lit up a little when she looked back to me. Yeah, I guess it does. I smiled sincerely at her and wrapped my arms around her shoulders. I'm so sorry. Is there anything I can do? She looked dazed as she shook her head no. I sighed as she leaned into me and wrapped my arms around her shoulders, cradling her head against my chest. So let me get this straight. We are in the middle of a humans versus werewolf war. There is some power-hungry guy out there that wants to kidnap Hella, who just happens to be Lex's dad. Zach and Liam have a secret long-lost brother, and Elle's evil dad is trying to not be evil. Am I missing anything? Ryder huffed. I don't think so, no. I muttered. We really did seem screwed. Chapter 51. The next morning felt entirely wrong. I got up and trudged downstairs to find my slightly sweaty, shirtless boyfriend cooking breakfast with his less sweaty but equally shirtless brother. They served up the food, and the three of us ate and chatted as if our whole life hadn't changed in a matter of days. The two of them seemed to share glances and converse silently more often than they usually did, and I had a feeling they were thinking about their brother. I decided it was best not to mention him again, because it may just remind them of the reasons why it would be a bad idea to find him. Once we had eaten, I kissed my boyfriend goodbye and listened while they both warned me to stay safe, and then, like the hypocrite I am, met my friends and marched straight into the human world for my second exam. We agreed that nobody went anywhere alone all day. Not to the exam, not to the toilet, nowhere. We stuck together like glue to make sure nothing could go wrong, and then grabbed a takeout smoothie from the cafe to drink on the way home. All day we had listened to the students gossip about one thing in particular: werewolves. Every theory was debated until they could discard it and come up with another, and we were practically flinching with every word. I got home with some smoothies for Zach and Liam and found them making lunch in the kitchen. Hey. I smiled over at them. Hey, how was your exam? Liam asked me and they both looked to me impatiently. I shrugged. It was fine. I handed them their smoothies and switched my phone back on, coming across 3 missed calls from my brother. I furrowed my eyebrows and called him back, trying to figure out what he would want. He knew I would be in school, and he should have been with his private tutor all morning as well. I then still had a couple of years left of school, so I decided to get a tutor for a 16-year-old kid. He was good at balancing things. But now Dean was back, I was pretty sure they had almost become joint alphas. Finally. I called you a couple of times earlier. He answered, frustrated lie. Sorry. I was in an exam. I explained and he sighed. I forgot about that. Can we talk? He asked me and I dropped into one of the bar stools next to the counter. Sure. Zach plopped a salad in front of me and I mouthed thanks while I waited for Aiden to speak. I was talking to Dad about this whole war thing. Our territory is right next to a city where they are really hell-bent on finding more wolves and he doesn't think it will be safe. He groaned. Aiden, I started, stabbing my fork around my plate. You have the biggest pack in the country. You have enough people for security. I laughed humorlessly. I know, but we were also talking about you. He continued and I furrowed my brows. We are worried that something will happen and we are nowhere near you. I smiled at the thought of having a caring family. I'll be okay, Aiden. I shoved a mouthful of salad into my mouth and chewed while he was silent for a moment. How would you feel about a merge? I froze halfway through chewing. A merge? As in merging the packs? I asked incredulously. Yes, we could combine and that way Dad would be able to be with both of us and together we would be the biggest pack, not just in the country but in the world. Imagine how much protection we would have. I narrowed my eyes. Are you suggesting your pack moves here? I asked him. Yes, it's safer near a small town and you have the perfect territory for more people. He explained. Aiden, I barely have enough houses for my own pack. I scoffed. I have a team of builders in my pack that can come by and build some flats and houses. They can plan with you and maximize the space. I think it would be safer and our family could be together. What do you think? Honestly, I quite liked the idea. Right now I could use my dad's advice on how to deal with everything, and for so long there was a fight between our packs, so merging would help make peace. And to top it all off, it will throw Rick completely off his guard. I think it's a good idea, actually. I admit it. Perfect. I will let Dad know and we can start straight away. The sooner we merge, the stronger we will be for this war. Aiden said and I smiled. Okay, can you do me a favor? I asked him. Sure. Can you let Dean know that Rick called yesterday? He wants to take me before this war starts. I explained. Are you okay? He asked me. I sighed. I just thought he would want to know. He will. And we will make this happen as fast as possible, so if he comes, both our packs will fight him off. Aiden assured me. I will tell him now. Bael. By Aiden. A merge? Zach asked me and I nodded. I think it could be a good idea. More protection, more fighters, more people to kill Rick. And I also kind of want Aiden and maybe even Dean around. I told him. He nodded in understanding. I think it's a good idea. I'll be back in a second. Let me call Tyler. I hopped off the stool and slipped into the office to ask for his opinion. I was so glad when he agreed it would be for the best and offered to organize a pack meeting so I could tell everyone. When I re-entered the kitchen, the guys cut off their conversation instantly. What? I asked when they both glanced guilty at me. Nothing. Liam forced a smile. I'm not buying that, I scoffed. Tell me. They seemed to have another silent conversation before Liam suddenly blabbed. We want to find our brother. My eyebrows shot up. You do? I glanced to Zach, who, albeit reluctantly, nodded. We think it's best with this possibility of war, he explained. He could be found and killed or find himself in the middle of it. I nodded in understanding. So you're going to track him down? You know we won't let him hurt you. If he even tries to lay a hand on you, I will kill him myself, okay? Zach quickly explained. I know. I assured him. I think it's a good idea. So you don't mind. Liam masked me and I smiled. Of course not. When do you plan on going? Friday. Zach explained. I'm not leaving while you are at school and in danger. That gives your dad and brother time to move in as well. Zach, they can't just leave their pack, I reminded him, rolling my eyes. Then one of them can move in and ride her. He shrugged. I don't need a babysitter, I grumbled. He grasped my wrist in his hand and pulled me so I was flushed against him. I am not going anywhere unless I know you have round-the-clock protection. Rick is still after you. Remember, either you have a babysitter or we don't go. I sighed and leaned my head on his chest. Fine. I will ask them. You two better be careful. I warned and they nodded. We will. Chapter 50 to Hael. Jordan called, running towards me with books spilling from her arms. I caught one as it slipped before it hit the ground and held it out to her. Hey, I greeted, eyeing the mass of textbooks. How did it go? She beamed. Okay, I think. What about you? She smiled up at me and I warmed at the innocent look on my best friend's face. She really was beautiful. Not sure. I shrugged, dropping her book back onto her huge toppling pile. What's with these? I nodded towards her leaning tower of paper. Revision for the next exam, she stated as though it was the most obvious thing in the world. I scrunched up my face but nodded nonetheless, walking alongside her to meet the others. Hey, they all greeted. I walked with my group of amazing friends through the town where we dropped Mason off home. Then the rest of us vanished into the thick of the wood, concealed from anyone who lived in 𝐿𝐻𝐻𝐻. As we started the ascent up the mountainside, Ryder discreetly pulled me aside. How are you? He asked me and I narrowed my eyes. Liam told you, didn't he? I groaned and he nodded regretfully. Told him what? Liv asked and I turned to watch everyone give her a death glare. What? She asked, raising her hands in defense. They were all secretly listening because they are nosy and can't mind their own business, and you just alerted me of it, so now we can leave and make our conversation private if we wanted to. I explained and she rolled her eyes. I thought friends didn't have secrets. They don't. Lexi informed her, sending me a pointed look. Don't give me that look. I have no secrets, I assured her. If you must know, he was referring to the fact that Zach and Liam are going to find their brother tomorrow. I explained. Wait, what? Caroline gawked. Zach is leaving you. Jordan asked me. I thought he was dangerous. Blake narrowed his eyes. Sounds like a secret to me. Lexi scoffed. It's not a secret. I just didn't mention it because I knew it would make a big deal out of nothing. This brother may be dangerous, but he is in danger with a war brewing, I explained. No, there is no way Zach would leave you, much less to bring someone who wants you dead back to your own home. Liam must have forced him, Caroline stated. I shook my head. He wouldn't, Lexi defended and then slammed her jaw shut, checking to see if anyone noticed her eagerness to defend Liam. Luckily for her, everyone was too hung up on my news to notice, so it was only me smirking at my cousin as she blushed a bright red. Zach trusts you guys to take care of me. Plus, my dad and Aiden are going to be around a lot more, I reminded them. I informed the pack of the decision yesterday, and after explaining the benefits, the majority were on board. So you're okay with it? Writer check? Still waiting for an answer from his original question. Yes, it was my idea, I informed him, and he nodded hesitantly. We approached the border of the village, and one by one, everyone split off from the group to head home until it was just me and Ryder heading to the center. He grabbed my wrist just before we entered the inner circle. You know I'm here for you, right? He checked. I rose to my tiptoes to place a kiss on his cheek. I know. Thanks. I smiled, and he returned it before crossing the gardens to his house while I strode towards mine. Hey, baby, Zach greeted with a smile. Hey, I kissed him gently. Get rid of the bag and come with me, he ordered, pulling my school bag from my shoulders and slinging it onto the floor. Where are we going? I asked him while he dragged me out of the house and across the inner circle. Well, I am going tomorrow and I want to spend a day with you, he explained, holding me close as we entered the woods and headed up the mountainside and away from civilization. Zach, I called when we passed the clearing and ventured into the thick of the wood. We reached the peak of the mountain and started down the other side where the forest was more dense and much darker. Zach, where are we going? I asked, still stumbling after him. He kept dragging me along, still silent until we eventually arrived at the creek. Small lights decorated the rock face and soft music floated through the air. In the center was a blanket laid out and a picnic basket trusted on top. What is this? I asked him, a smile sprawling across my face. A date, he replied, helping me onto the blanket and sitting right beside me. I just needed to be with you before I go, he whispered, and I melted. Good, because I needed to be with you too. I smiled, resting my head in the crook of his neck. Here. He passed me a strawberry dipped in chocolate, and I opened my mouth willingly. The sweet taste consumed my senses, and I moaned at how delicious it was. If you do that again, the plans for the evening will change dramatically, he warned, and I giggled. Sorry, I just love strawberries and chocolate. I smiled up at him sweetly, licking my lips. Stop it, he groaned, turning away and back to the basket of food. I pouted until he turned back around with a small wrapped box in his hands. Here, I bought you this. His face suddenly became serious as he handed me the beautifully wrapped box. I smiled up at him suspiciously as I pulled away the ribbon and peeled off the soft silk that encased the small leather box. With a little difficulty, I pulled it open to reveal the most beautifully breathtaking ring I had ever seen. The slim, silver band was encrusted in crystals the same color as the icy blue eyes I had fallen in love with. One large, sparkling diamond twinkled in the sunlight in the center and blurred as tears filled my eyes. I couldn't wait. Not another minute or another day or another year. Marry me, Ella? I glanced up to see Zach had shifted onto one knee and was taking the ring from the box with a hopeful look on his face. It doesn't have to be soon, He continued, "We can wait as long as you want. I know you are still in school and we are young, but I don't want to leave without knowing you are my fiancée and future wife. Please, please marry me and I will love you for the rest of our lives together," he promised while tears slipped from my eyes. "It wouldn't matter if I was your wife or your fiancée or just your girlfriend. I will be waiting for you to come home and I will love you eternally," I promised. "You could never be just my girlfriend. You are my entire world, my entire life, and I want to spend every moment I can making you smile." I did smile. Massively. I think my face split from the huge grin that overtook my features. "In that case, I think I might just say yes," I teased, holding out my hand for him to slip the ring on. He smiled widely as he did. "Good. It may have been a question, but it wasn't a choice." He shot me the daring look he used so often, and I fell even more in love with him. "I love you, Zachary Thorne," I whispered, joining my ring-claimed hand with his and staring down at how well our fingers fit together with the huge diamond sparkling. "I love you too, Ella Thorne." He grinned up at me and I laughed, slamming my lips onto his and kissing my fiancé with everything I had. Chapter 53. I was engaged. Engaged? I flaunted my ring in the mirror the next morning as I got ready for the day, admiring the piece of jewelry that I loved immensely. Once I was ready, I skipped downstairs to come face to face with reality. Zach and Liam were leaving today. The man I was supposed to marry was leaving. "Hey, beautiful." He suddenly appeared, pressing a kiss to my lips before taking my left hand and admiring his new territory. "God, it's so good that you are officially mine." I smiled. "I was always yours." I kissed him. I followed him into the kitchen to find Dean and Aiden sat at the counter with Liam and froze. "What's going on?" I asked, and the three looked up. "Congratulations." Liam nodded towards my ring and I blushed. "Thanks." Zach and I hadn't managed to get home until early this morning since we were busy celebrating all night. It was a perfect night, but was bittersweet knowing it would be followed with a goodbye. "We came to speak to you," Aiden explained, and I nodded for him to elaborate. "I want you to be alpha of both packs." His words were like a slam in the face, and if I hadn't been clinging to Zach in secret hopes I could keep him with me, I would have stumbled backwards. "Are you kidding? What about you?" I frowned. I never did like it. "And I want to finish school and graduate. Not be alpha when there is someone much more capable to do the job," he explained. "You were born to be an alpha, Ella," Dean added. "Your dad taught you everything you need to know. You are the best person for it. You really think I will be okay with such a big pack?" I asked incredulously. I wasn't my father, either of them. I wasn't a strong, ruthless leader. "And do you really think they will follow me?" "A woman." "Definitely. You have what other alphas lack: compassion, fairness, forgiveness. Those qualities are what make you stronger than any male alpha alive, and both packs will be right behind you as one," my dad told me, and my heart squeezed. "So will you do it?" Aiden asked. I glanced at my fiancé, whose words rang through my head. "I'll always believe in you." I thought of my dad, who raised me to be alpha despite the fact I was a girl, and knew if he was here, he would be screaming at me to say yes. I thought of my mom, who taught me all those qualities, assuring me they would help me be stronger than any man in power. "Yes," I found myself answering with a huge smile. "It's a good job because our pack is already in the square alongside yours, waiting for their new alpha." Aiden beamed, grabbing my wrist and detaching me from Zach before dragging me to the square. He hopped straight up on stage and silenced everyone. "Allow me to introduce to you our alpha," he boomed before stepping aside and kneeling. I smiled down at my younger brother and friend, finding it difficult to believe he was so young. He was only just 16 and had been alpha to the largest pack in the country for almost a year. But then I was no different. 17 years old and engaged to my nearly 19-year-old boyfriend, leader of the largest pack in the world, about to finish high school and simultaneously led a pack of wolves into war against innocent, scared people. I watched as everyone bowed, a wave passing over the crowd until those at the very back, pressed up against the wall of a house, were lowering their heads in submission. 50 wolves stood before me, awaiting my commands, awaiting my guidance, my leadership. My own father bowed down alongside my fiancé after he sent me a wink and my best friends in the world. I felt the dominance seep into my veins as the number of submitters grew massively, could feel my bones strengthen, my claws sharpen, my teeth ache for flesh. The more dominant I was, the stronger and faster I became, and with the biggest pack in the world, I was instantly the strongest alpha on the planet. And I felt it. Every drop of power consumed me as I rose above everyone I cared about, everyone I was responsible for. It all felt surreal. Rise. My voice boomed through the air, bouncing around the valley. Every head lifted to stare straight at me, and I smiled back, feeling my power high simmer down. "You are all dismissed." I turned and hugged my brother before joining the rest of my family. "I'm so proud of you," Zach whispered against my lips. I smiled against his mouth and blocked out the group of people while I lapped my tongue over his in my mouth. "You have to go now, don't you?" I sighed as he suddenly pulled away and frowned. "I'm sorry, baby." He kissed the top of my head and pulled me against him. "I love you." I squeezed the life out of him while burying my head in his shirt, taking in his scent to remember while he was gone. "I love you too. I'll be waiting for you, and I'll be counting the days until I can get back to you," he assured me, reluctantly letting go. I turned to Liam and practically threw myself at him. "I'll miss you," I told him, holding him close and nestling my face in the crook of his neck. "I'll miss you too," he told me, pulling away to kiss my cheek. "Stay safe, okay?" He pleaded and I nodded. "You too?" I looked to Zach. "Both of you." They both agreed and let me go. I slammed my lips to Zach's one last time, tasting him, touching him, committing every detail to memory as if I would never see him again. Eventually, we pulled apart and I stepped back into Ryder's awaiting arms. Liam left a quick kiss on Lex's lips that had everyone staring wide-eyed at her, but all I could look at was the two foreign brothers walking away from me while I stayed with the rest of our dysfunctional but incredible family. Zach turned back once he had crossed the square. "I love you," he mouthed, and I mouthed back. "I love you too."